English Vocabulary Masterclass, you'll learn 1,000 words and phrases for your daily speech to help you sound fluent and natural like a native speaker. I'm Jennifer from JForrest English. Now let's get started. Our first word, rusty. Rusty. Do you know this word? Rusty. Well, this pipe is rusty, which means it's covered in rust. But what if I said, my speaking skills are a little rusty? What does this mean? Well, in this context, rusty is an adjective, and it's a skill that isn't as good as it once was because of lack of practice. So if your English is rusty, not as good as it once was because you haven't practiced, if your English is rusty, I'm here to help. So are you ready? Are you ready? If you are, put let's go, put let's go in the comments. And don't worry about taking these notes because I summarize everything in a free lesson PDF. You can find the link in the description. Now let's listen to some real-world examples so you can improve your listening skills and also shadow the pronunciation.
I'm very rusty.
I'm a little rusty.
Hope I'm not rusty.
Our next word, tangled. Tangled. Do you know this word? Tangled. This is an adjective. It means twisted together in a confused, untidy mass. These are some old earphones I have that I haven't used in years, and they are tangled. They are twisted together in a mass, a heap, and it's, of course, very untidy. So these are tangled. I could ask you, can you help me untangle my headphones? Now here, tangle is a verb, and I used it in the opposite meaning, untangle. So if you want to help me untangle these, then you would try to separate them into a tidy, organized cord so I can use them. Now, I also use this adjective every single day because my hair gets so tangled when it's wet. It's in a mass and it's very difficult to brush when it's wet. So I'm sure you can relate to either your cords or your hair or rope or something else getting tangled. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
He became tangled in the ropes.
Tangled webs.
Tangled in the sails.
Our next word, crumpled. Crumpled. Do you know this one? Crumpled. This is an adjective. It means crushed into a compact mass or folded up in an irregular way. So here's a crumpled shirt. So this shirt is crumpled. Here's a crumpled shirt I found in my husband's closet. Now, I could crumple this shirt. So right now, if I take it and I go like this, that's the verb to crumple. And this is something that you might do with a piece of paper. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
In this case, it's just a simple crumpled up piece of aluminum foil.
It's a little crumpled.
It got a little crumpled.
Next, wrinkled. Wrinkled. Do you know this one? Wrinkled. This means having small lines or folds on the surface. Remember this crumpled shirt? Well, this shirt is also very wrinkled and very stained and old. But wrinkled, that is the lines on the shirt. You can use this as a noun, wrinkles. I'm getting wrinkles, lines on my face. Or you can use this as a verb, to wrinkle. We commonly use this with our nose, to wrinkle. She wrinkled her nose at the smell. Now let's listen to some real-world examples.
Let the laundry get wrinkled and the dishes sit for a bit.
You have a few more wrinkles.
I found a wrinkle.
Our next word, flimsy. Flimsy. Do you know this one? Flimsy. This is an adjective. It means light and thin or easily destroyed. It can also mean weak or difficult to believe. For example, the chair was too flimsy to hold much weight. So the chair was very light or thin, so it was easily destroyed with weight on it. It was flimsy. You might say she gave a flimsy excuse for being late. Her excuse was weak. It wasn't easy to believe. It was flimsy. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
Pretty flimsy evidence.
It looks kind of flimsy.
Some flimsy excuse?
Are you enjoying this lesson? If you are, then I want to tell you about the Finally Fluent Academy. This is my premium training program where we study native English speakers from TV, movies, YouTube, and the news so you can improve your listening skills of fast English, expand your vocabulary with natural expressions, and learn advanced grammar easily. Plus, you'll have me as your personal coach. You can look in the description for the link to learn more, or you can go to my website and click on Finally Fluent Academy. Now let's continue with our lesson. Our next word, feisty. Feisty. Do you know this one? Feisty. This means lively, determined, and courageous. My cat was very feisty as a kitten. Like most kitten and young children, but also adults can be feisty. You could say he feistily. Notice this is an adverb. He feistily defended his opinion. He did it with a lot of strength and courage and determination. Now let's listen to some real world examples.
She's super feisty, and I like it.
Feisty, strong-willed.
Feisty little barmaid.
Next, savvy. Savvy. Do you know this one? Savvy. This is an adjective. It means practical knowledge and understanding. She's quite savvy about digital marketing. Or I could ask you, are you tech savvy? Do you have practical skills and knowledge and abilities with technology? Are you tech savvy? You can use this as a noun, his business savvy. So here it's a noun, it's something, his practical knowledge of business. His business savvy helped him succeed. Now let's listen to some real world examples.
He's very savvy.
She's the savvy one. It's internet savvy and function.
Next, dull. Dull. Do you know this one? Dull. The knife on the left is dull, which means it's not sharp. But what if I said, this lesson is so dull? What does that mean? Well, here it's an adjective. It means lacking interest or excitement. Hopefully, you don't think that. Hopefully, you think this lesson isn't dull. It's exciting. It's engaging. Is that how you feel? If so, put that's right, put that's right in the comments. And if you do think it's dull, feel free to let me know so I can improve and make them more exciting for you. Now let's listen to some real world examples.
Dull.
Not dull. You're dull.
Sounds dull.
Next, vivid. Vivid. Do you know this one? Vivid. This is an adjective. It means brightly colored or producing powerful feelings or strong, clear images in the mind. First, let's look at this example. I love the vivid colors in this painting. In this case, it means bright colors. I love the vivid colors. But you might say, I had a vivid dream last night. So here, a vivid dream means that you can remember your dream very powerfully. You remember all the details of your dream. You can use this as an adverb and say he vividly remembers his wedding day. He remembers every detail. He has a very clear mental image. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
We don't know how to tell this generative story of us as vividly.
Really vivid. Like really vivid things.
Our next word, hideous. Hideous. Do you know this one? Hideous. This is an adjective. It means extremely ugly or unpleasant. You might say that hideous statue gave me vivid nightmares. So the nightmares were vivid. There was a very clear image in your mind because of the hideous statue. Or you might say, the bathroom was pink when we moved in. It was hideous. Of course, not everyone would agree with that, but maybe to you, the color pink in a bathroom is hideous. Now let's listen to some real world examples.
Is it hideous?
That's hideous.
I'm hideous!
Our next word, frugal. Frugal. Do you know this one? Frugal. This is an adjective. It means careful to use only as much money or other resources, but mainly money, as necessary. For example, Warren Buffett is a billionaire, but he's very frugal. Did you know that? He only spends a small amount of money. You might say, my parents live a frugal life. So here it describes the life, a frugal life. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
So, I'm frugal.
So he's frugal. He was frugal, you know.
He was born frugal in every department.
Our next word, lavish. Lavish. Do you know this one? Lavish. This is an adjective. It means more than enough, more than necessary, more than reasonable. They're usually frugal, but their wedding was lavish. So you can imagine a very expensive wedding, expensive clothes, expensive food, expensive decorations. The wedding was lavish. Or perhaps our new office is lavish. It even has an indoor swimming pool, something you would rarely find in a corporate office. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
His rewards for loyalty are lavish.
This event has been somewhat lavish.
No big halls or lavish dinners.
Next, vigorous. Vigorous. Do you know this one? Vigorous. This is an adjective. It means strong, healthy, full of energy. He's known for his vigorous workout routines. So his routines, his workout routines are very energetic. Or she vigorously defended the company against allegations of fraud. So here, notice it's an adverb. She vigorously defended. Now let's listen to some real-world examples.
I feel vigorous.
Strong-spirited, vigorous.
Next, tenacious. Tenacious. Do you recognize this word? Tenacious. This is an adjective. It means persistent, determined, and also stubborn, but is generally a positive adjective. Her tenacious attitude helped her become fluent. Or she tenaciously, notice the adverb, she tenaciously pursued her goals. You could use this as a noun, her tenacity. Repeat after me, tenacity. Her tenacity is her greatest strength. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
Brave, tenacious, spirited.
She's tenacious.
He's tenacious.
Our final word, preposterous. Preposterous. Do you recognize this? preposterous. This is an adjective. It means very silly or very stupid. That idea is preposterous. Or maybe someone says, hey, you should unsubscribe from JForrest English. And you reply and say, I'm not going to unsubscribe. That's preposterous. So that represents unsubscribing. That's preposterous. That's very silly or very stupid. Hopefully you agree with that because these lessons are not dull. If you agree, put that's right, put that's right in the comments. And let's listen to some real world examples.
That's preposterous.
It's preposterous.
It's definitely preposterous.
Amazing job. Share your score and let's move on to the next set of 15 words. Number 1, bogus. 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 Do you know this word? This is an adjective. It means not genuine. So it means fake or false. The police discovered that the ID was bogus, was fake or false. She was upset when she realized the deal was completely bogus. It wasn't a real deal, it was fake. Or hopefully you would say, JForrest English isn't bogus. So this means the channel is genuine, it's real, it provides real value. So do you agree? JForrest English isn't bogus. If you agree, put that's right, put that's right in the comments. Now let's listen to some real world examples of native speakers using this word.
And the deeper you go and the more you lie and put out these bogus press releases, the more I'll dig in.
And were called the bogus bucktails. But we'll see. They will not prove to be bogus here.
Number 2, fishy. 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 Do you know this word? Well, this is a fish. And you could say the fish smells fishy. So that would be the adjective to say the fish does not smell good. It smells fishy. But listen to this example. There's something fishy about his story. Do you know how it's being used in this example? In this case, fishy is an adjective and it means suspicious or not trustworthy. For example, her explanation sounded fishy, not trustworthy. Or you could say, I knew the deal was bogus because he was fishy. He wasn't trustworthy. Now let's listen to some real world examples.
It's gonna seem fishy if you only pick Sarah Gans for the bad example.
You might think something's fishy with this next building, but don't worry, it's meant to be that way.
But there's something fishy about this formula.
Number 3, scramble. 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 Do you know this word? Well, these are scrambled eggs. And the verb to scramble can mean to mix eggs together to produce scrambled eggs. Do you like scrambled eggs? But listen to this example. If we don't scramble, we'll miss the flight. Do you know how it's being used in this case? In this example, it's a verb, and it means to move or act quickly or in a hurried, disorderly way. You could say she had to scramble to finish the project before the deadline. So she had to hurry, but it was very chaotic and disorganized. Or you could say the team scrambled to find a replacement after the speaker canceled. Now let's listen to some real-world examples.
To be a seeker is to want to scramble the self and reconstitute.
I scramble to get the ladder and the yardstick and duct tape it to a broom handle.
They scramble to latch onto the backs of passing females.
Number 4, hunch. 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 Do you know this word? This is a noun and it's a feeling or a guess based on intuition, your gut feeling, rather than known facts. For example, I had a hunch the deal was bogus. So I had this feeling inside. That is a hunch. Now notice it's a noun, so the verb here is to have a hunch. You could say she had a hunch her story was fishy, not trustworthy. Or you could say my hunches, the noun, my hunches are usually right. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
And one of the engineers on the team had a hunch.
We tested her, and her hunch proved correct.
What's your, I guess, best hunch of what that content type looks like in the future?
How are you doing so far with these words? Number 5, cringe. 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 Do you know this? This is a verb, and it's to feel embarrassed or uncomfortable, often as a reaction to something awkward or unpleasant. The best way to explain this is to look at my reaction. That is to cringe when you do that. So you might say, I cringe every time I remember spilling coffee on everyone in a job interview. I think of it and I cringe. Or he cringed at the thought of having to give a speech in public. Or just thinking about that fishy guy makes me cringe. Now, as a bonus, you could also say her response was so cringe. What do you notice here? Her response was so cringe. In this case, it's an adjective, to be cringe or to be cringe-worthy. And this is the same as saying her response made me cringe. Made me cringe. This is very trendy right now. People are using cringe as an adjective. That's why I'm sharing it with you. Let's review some real-world examples.
Your messages just so she knows you're joking, because that's going to come off kind of cringe.
I cringe, though, when I'm referred to as a finger painter.
There's so many things that beginners do that make me cringe, though.
Number 6, aloof. 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 Do you know this one? This is an adjective, and it means not friendly or warm. So it means distant and detached. She seemed aloof, but she's just shy. His aloof attitude made it hard to get to know him. Teachers can't come across as aloof. We can't come across as distant. We have to come across as friendly. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
We never got his transcripts, and they say he's kind of aloof.
My peers and my boss all thought I was aloof and arrogant.
I became very, very aloof and removed and was a loner.
Number 7, fluster. 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 Do you know this one? This is a verb, and it's to make someone nervous, confused, or agitated. For example, she gets flustered easily when she travels. So she gets nervous, but also agitated. Or you could say the unexpected question flustered the speaker. In this case, it's an active verb in the past simple, but it's very common to use this in the passive voice and say the speaker was flustered by the unexpected question. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
Darrow does manage to fluster Brian on the stand over issues of interpretation of Scripture.
Except the fluster of lost door keys, Elizabeth Bishop amusingly says in One Art.
Fluster over in the Black community.
Number 8, quirk. 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 Do you know this one? This is a noun, and it means a strange or unusual trait or characteristic of someone or something. For example, one of her quirks. So one of her strange and unusual personality traits. One of her quirks is that she always wears mismatched socks. So her socks might be 2 different styles or 2 different colors. That's her unusual or strange personality trait, her quirk. Or the house had its quirks, like doors that creaked at night. His quirky sense of humor makes him stand out. So notice here, this is a slight change because quirky is the adjective. That's fun to say, quirky. His quirky sense of humor. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
It's maybe just a weird psychological quirk of contemporary intellectuals and academics, and maybe it passes with time.
So that's sort of her funny quirk.
Kind of thought to himself, is this a one-off? Is this a quirk? Or does the sun always do this?
Number 9, trivial. 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 Do you know this? It's an adjective, and it means of little value or importance. Don't waste time on trivial matters, unimportant matters, when the deadline is approaching. Or the argument was over something so trivial, so unimportant. Now, you can also use this as a trivial problem, which is a problem that's easy to solve. But we commonly use this in the negative. For example, learning English isn't trivial. This is another way of saying learning English is difficult. It isn't trivial. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
Think of these things as relatively trivial, but the memories evoked can be powerful.
It may seem like a trivial pursuit.
It's actually almost trivial that there will be gravitational waves.
Number 10, vent. 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 Do you know this one? Well, this is a vent. But listen to this example sentence. She needed to vent about her stressful day at work. Do you know what it means in this example? Well, here it's a verb, and it means to express strong negative emotions, such as anger or frustration, but to do that in a forceful and uncontrolled way. For example, you might offer to your friend, call me if you need to vent about your in-laws, if you need to talk about the situation in a negative way for a long period of time. Call me if you need to vent. Or you could say, the meeting was a waste of time. The client vented about trivial matters the whole time. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
But I wanted to vent a little bit, if you will allow me.
It's healthy. That's how Europeans vent.
How many do you know so far? Let's review the final 5. Number 11, nudge. 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 Do you know this one? Well, this is to nudge. It's a verb, and it's to push someone or something, but gently, often with an elbow, and you do this to get their attention or to encourage them to do something. For example, she gave him a gentle nudge to remind him to speak up. Or he nudged the door open with his foot when his hands were full. So you don't always have to use this with an elbow, but it is the most common. How about this example? My teacher's words gave me the nudge I needed to start speaking in public. In this case, you can replace the word nudge with encouragement. The nudge I needed, the encouragement I needed. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
No curves that would nudge drivers to take it slow.
And sometimes we need a little nudge.
But isn't there a danger that even if you give them a nudge, they won't budge?
Number 12, glitch. 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 Do you know this one? It's a noun, and it's a minor problem or fault, but that causes a temporary error. And this is often used with technological problems. For example, there was a glitch in the system that caused a delay. Or the new video game still has a few glitches, a few problems or faults. The glitch in the software was fixed before the deadline. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
The critic has observed a glitch in the system.
I mean, it's just a little glitch in the overall story.
Apologize for the technical glitch.
Number 13, posh. 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 Do you know this one? It's an adjective, and it means elegant, stylish, or luxurious. They stayed at a posh hotel during their vacation. She always dresses in posh outfits for special occasions. The restaurant had a posh atmosphere and excellent service. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
Luxury yachts line the marina, and posh hotels and showy cars flash up the promenade.
3 out of the 4 criminals masqueraded as posh females.
Webhooks, it's the new posh way to say call back.
Number 14, blunder. 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 Do you know this one? This is a noun and it's a careless or stupid mistake. For example, he made a huge blunder by sending the email to the wrong person. So that's a careless mistake that is easy to avoid. So that's a blunder. Or you could say the blunder, because it's a noun, the blunder cost them millions in lost revenue. Or you could say she tried to laugh off the blunder, but it was too cringeworthy. Or to sound very trendy, you can say, but it was too cringe. Remember that image of cringe. Now let's listen to some real-world examples.
Was this just another La La Land blunder like at the Oscars?
Number 4, and that was a colossal blunder on his part.
See, I made the classic blunder of not peeling it first.
Number 15, clumsy. 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 Do you know this one? It's an adjective. It definitely describes me at times. It means awkward in movement or handling things, and often leading to accidents or mistakes. Remember I said, this describes me sometimes. Well, this is a true example. Because I'm clumsy, I'm not allowed to wash certain dishes. We have some dishes that are more expensive and therefore more fragile. They break easily. And I have broken many of them because I'm a little clumsy with objects. I easily drop things. So because of that, I am now not allowed to wash certain dishes. What about you? Are you clumsy at all? Or you could say, the clumsy waiter spilled coffee all over the table. Or she felt clumsy wearing high heels for the first time. Now let's listen to some real-world examples.
You just said it sort of starts a little bit clumsy, you didn't know what you're doing.
There will be times where the relationship is clumsy or mishandled.
You know, this is just clumsy little baby steps.
Amazing job. Share your score and let's move on to the next set of 15 words. Our first phrasal verb, pull off. I know the team can pull it off. Pull off. Do you know this one? In this context, to pull off means to succeed in doing something difficult or unexpected. For example, getting a high mark on your IELTS is challenging, but I know you'll pull it off. So notice here, I know you'll pull it off. Here it means I know you'll succeed at getting a high mark on your IELTS. How about this one? If you have a great teacher, I know I'll pull it off. Maybe that's something you would say. I know I'll pull it off. I will be successful if I have a great teacher. And I hope I'm that great teacher for you. If you agree with that, put that's right, I'll pull it off. With Jennifer's help, put that's right in the comments. Now let's listen to some real-world examples using this phrasal verb.
Is it something you really managed to pull off, or does the Middle East really still have us kind of sucked in?
So, how did Ukraine pull off such a stunning attack?
It requires a bit of confidence to pull off.
Our next phrasal verb, take off. Sarah's online store really took off. Do you know what this means? Take off. This means to become successful or popular. For example, my YouTube channel didn't take off at first. It wasn't successful or popular at first, but I was persistent and consistent, and eventually it took off. Eventually it became successful. I could also say, and eventually I pulled it off. I pulled it off. And in this case, it represents creating and growing a successful YouTube channel. Or I could say to you, if you're consistent, your English fluency and confidence will take off. Do you agree with that? Well, put that's right, put that's right in the comments. Now let's listen to some real-world examples using this phrasal verb.
Just at the point where your career is starting to take off, you're taking on seniority.
After the trial, she was able to move away to Florence, and that's where we really see her career kind of take off.
But once you look at that 10-year mark and beyond, that's where things really start to take off.
Next, put off. She put off scheduling her IELTS. Do you know what put off means? This means to delay or postpone doing something. She put off scheduling her IELTS until she mastered phrasal verbs. Now this means she'll schedule her IELTS once she masters phrasal verbs. You might say, let's put off the meeting, let's delay the meeting until after the long weekend. Or your husband or roommate might ask you, are we still cleaning out the garage this weekend? And you can say, let's put it off until winter. Let's delay it until winter. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
Do you put off writing a paper until the last minute?
Just an idea being put off for a better time that never came.
Funnies, and I think it's such a waste when people just put off their vacation or travel plans.
Next, turn around. How did you turn around your online store? Do you know what this means? To turn around, this means to take a business plan or system from not successful to successful. For example, the new manager turned the marketing department around. So to turn something around, to take the marketing department from not successful to successful. Or she turned around her speaking skills by practicing speaking every day. And you can add to this and say her excellent communication skills helped her career take off, become successful. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
I'm hoping we can turn it around.
Of accommodation that has turned the business, turned it around.
Our economy in peril. We turned it around.
Our next phrasal verb, call off. Do you know why the meeting was called off? Do you know what this means? To call off, this means to cancel something that was planned or scheduled. For example, the company had to call off the conference, cancel the conference because of the hurricane. Now let's compare this sentence to one with put off. Remember, put off means delay. The company had to put off the conference because of the hurricane. Do you know the difference between these two sentences? In the first example with call off, the conference will not happen. It is canceled. But in the second example with put off, the conference will happen, but at a later date. Or you could say she called off her birthday party when she got sick. She canceled it. She didn't put it off, she called it off. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
At this violence, they began to receive threats to call off their events.
After 2 hours, the Mamluks call off their attack and retreat.
So we decided to call off the wedding at the last minute.
How are you doing with these phrasal verbs so far? Our next phrasal verb, to catch up on. I spent the whole day catching up on emails. Do you know what this means? To catch up on, this means to do something that you haven't been able to do recently. For example, I need to catch up on your lessons. Maybe you say that to me or to your teacher or your piano instructor. This means you haven't been able to review the lessons recently, so now you have many lessons to review and you need to catch up on them. You need to watch all the lessons you haven't reviewed. Or you could say, this weekend, I caught up on my chores. I did all the chores I haven't been able to do because I was too busy doing other things, so I put them off. But this weekend, I caught up on them. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
Anyone that wants to catch up on that part of the story can go back and watch our original interview, which they should do anyway.
Because it feels like a way to catch up on social media or read something.
Let's have this down paired. Catch up on email, go home at a regular time.
Our next phrasal verb, blurt out. I can't believe I blurted that out in front of my boss. Do you know what this means? To blurt out. This is when you say something suddenly without thinking, often something that shouldn't have been said. For example, let's say you're in a meeting and you're discussing a strategy or a goal, and you say, there's no way we'll pull that off. There's no way we'll be successful. And then later in the meeting, you can say, oh, why did I blurt that out? I have such a big mouth. So this is an expression, to have a big mouth. Someone who has a big mouth often says things they shouldn't say because they don't think before they speak. So people with big mouths often blurt things out. Or maybe your coworker is looking for a new job, but it was a secret. But then you say to your coworker, I accidentally blurted out that you're looking for a new job. So you said it suddenly without thinking. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
Further, when girls blurt out answers without raising their hands.
One of you, so what's your story? Can you just blurt out a 30-second story?
His first reflex was not to blurt out what was going on.
Next, comb through. Do you have time to comb through this report? Do you know what this means? To comb through. And notice that B is silent. Comb. Comb through. This means to analyze or review something carefully and completely. Before you submit your CV, you should comb through it to make sure there are no errors. That's always good advice. Or, I combed through this entire textbook to prepare for my IELTS. You reviewed it entirely and completely. She spent the whole afternoon combing through old family photos to create a scrapbook. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
Help NASA kind of comb through our data.
So I went back to my staff, let's comb through this.
Go comb through their website.
Next, skim through. I only had enough time to skim through the report. Do you know what this means? To skim through. This means to review something quickly without going into detail. So you can think of it as the opposite of comb through. For example, the consultant has an impressive background, but I only skimmed through his proposal. I didn't read it fully. She skimmed through the recipe to make sure she had all the ingredients. So she looked at it quickly, not fully. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
Can't sort of skim through it.
And I'm just going to skim through, hit a couple of the highlights.
Read the class syllabus, skim through textbooks, and review all the materials.
Next, gloss over. The consultant glossed over the budget increase. Do you know what this means? To gloss over, this means to briefly mention something without going into detail. And you do this often to avoid discussing it thoroughly. For example, the manager glossed over the consultant's rude comment. So how could he gloss over this rude comment? Maybe he's in the middle of a meeting and he says to the consultant, who remember said something rude, he says to him, I appreciate your perspective. Anyway, let's review the upcoming conference. So he mentioned it briefly, but then he quickly moved on to something else because he didn't want to spend time reviewing that negative comment. How about this one? My brother always glosses over why his girlfriend doesn't come to family gatherings. He mentions it quickly, but then moves on to a different topic on purpose because he doesn't want to discuss it. He glosses over it. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
Love this stuff, so I didn't want to gloss over anything.
In the early days, I would gloss over my family's experience.
I'll have to gloss over or omit many formal details.
Next, pan out. The speaker we wanted didn't pan out. Do you know what this means? To pan out, this means to have a successful outcome. The strategy didn't pan out. This means the strategy wasn't successful, didn't have a successful outcome. So we need to revise our approach. Or you could say to your spouse or roommate or family member, let's see how our kitchen reno pans out before we start the bathroom. Reno is short for renovation, so you're renovating your kitchen. Let's see how it pans out. Let's see how successful it is before we start another renovation. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
Another reason why this learning styles theory doesn't pan out.
And in that way, in case there were any failures, in case things didn't pan out.
We're excited to see how the metrics of those pan out.
Our next phrasal verb, drift off. I think I drifted off during the presentation. Do you know what this means? To drift off. This means to gradually become less focused or to fall asleep unintentionally, not on purpose, often while engaged in another activity. Here's a real example. Sometimes I drift off when my husband starts talking about his work. Now in this case, I don't fall asleep, but I gradually stop paying attention to my husband and I start just paying attention to other things. We have another expression, my mind wanders. I drift off because my husband's work is very technical and often I don't really understand what he's saying. So I drift off. You could also say, I must have drifted off during the movie. Now this could mean that you stopped paying attention to the movie and you started paying attention to other things, or quite likely you fell asleep during the movie and you didn't even realize that it ended. And hours later, you're asleep on your couch and the movie is over and you had no idea. You drifted off. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
Listening to the sound of the ocean as you slowly drift off to sleep.
It might feel nice for a while to drift off into past memories.
Eventually, Henry began to drift off for the last time.
Next, dip into. We had to dip into our emergency fund to make payroll. Do you understand this one? To dip into. This means to spend a portion of a reserve or saving, often temporarily. So you have this reserve or saving, and if you dip into it, you take a portion, some of that money out. So this is used specifically with spending money. For example, the company had to dip into its emergency fund, so take a portion of that fund to cover the unexpected expenses. Or we had to dip into our savings to cover the cost of the car repair. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
The House had initially proposed a $2,700 payout, but couldn't muster the votes required to dip into savings to pay for it.
But there are other proposals to dip into it, one for a school loan construction fund.
And therefore, I don't need to dip into my savings.
Our next phrasal verb, pick up. I pick up a lot of English expressions by watching TV. Do you know what this means? In this context, pick up means to learn something informally or casually, often through exposure rather than instruction. So right now, you're not picking up these phrasal verbs. I'm teaching them to you. This is formal instruction. But if you're watching a TV show and you hear the speaker say a phrasal verb in speech and you learn the meaning of that phrasal verb from that TV show, you just picked up that phrasal verb, which is a great way to learn. Or maybe you have a great skill, you know how to code, and someone asks you, did you take coding classes? And you say, no, I just picked it up over the years. So you were exposed to coding and you just learned it gradually from being exposed to it. You didn't take formal classes or have formal instruction. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
Turning to LinkedIn Learning more than ever to pick up new skills. Find people with similar hobbies and pick up new interests.
It's not uncommon for humans to pick up new accents.
How about this phrasal verb? Shake off. If you make a mistake, just shake it off. Do you know this one? If you're a Taylor Swift fan, you probably do. Shake off. This means to get rid of something such as a problem or mistake and move on from it. So you can imagine the problem is right here and you just shake it off. Shake it off. This is commonly used in sports. The coach might say to the team, we're down 3 points, which means we're losing by 3 points. We're down 3 points. We need to shake it off and play better than ever. So this means not let the fact that we're losing affect us. We need to forget about it and play better than ever. Or you could say, I know I made a few grammar mistakes during my spoken exam, but I just shook them off and I passed, which is a great reminder that you can make mistakes and still pull it off, still be successful.
And they shake off criticism with a flip of the wig.
So my challenge is that we share and we shake off those narratives.
It had developed a reputation as the king of knockoffs, and it couldn't shake the reputation of being a copycat.
Amazing job. Share your score and let's move on to the next set of 15 words. And these 15 words are binomial pairs. A binomial pair is two words that are connected by a conjunction, usually and or. Now, a binomial pair is used as a fixed expression and the word order is also fixed. So let's see if you know these 15 binomial pairs. You're going to learn these binomial pairs as a quiz. You'll see a sentence on the screen with a blank. You need to complete the binomial pair in 5 seconds. Are you ready? Question 1. Thankfully, the speech wasn't long. It was short and... It was short and sweet. Did you get this one? Short and sweet. Notice that pronunciation. We take that and, but we just pronounce it short and sweet. Short and sweet. So you pronounce it like one word. This means concise. So without unnecessary details. Note that this binomial pair is used positively. For example, in meetings, the meeting was short and sweet, so we had time to grab a coffee. Or someone might say before a discussion, conversation, meeting, let's keep this short and sweet. Now let's listen to some real-world examples.
So that's it, short and sweet for me.
Keep it short and sweet.
Okay.
I'm going to make this short and sweet. But seriously, Ellen, congratulations on the 20th anniversary of announcing to the world who you really are.
Question 2, she put her and soul into writing her first book. The binomial pair is heart and soul. Again, notice that pronunciation, heart and soul. This is one's full dedication, passion, or energy. I hope my students, you, see that I put my heart and soul into my lessons. You could say, I put my heart and soul into learning English. Do you put your heart and soul into it? If you do, put that's right in the comments. Now let's listen to some real world examples.
I think it's partly because of the heart and soul underneath.
And he put his heart and soul into it, and eventually that's what happened.
Lucier had poured his heart and soul into that collection.
Question 3, call me when you get home so I know you're safe and... safe and sound. This means unharmed and in good condition. You might say, despite the accident, the passengers were safe and sound. You can also use this to mean to be cautious. For example, just to be safe and sound, just to be cautious, just to be safe and sound, let's double check the figures before submitting the report. Now let's listen to some real world examples.
If you don't want them in the story, then just keep them at home, safe and sound, and then move on to something worthy of telling.
No, all my data is safe and sound.
We keep them safe and sound.
Question 4, she enjoys the and bustle of living in New York City. The hustle and bustle. Notice that T is silent. Hustle and bustle. Hustle and bustle. This means busy, noisy, or chaotic, and we use it as a situation. You could say there was so much hustle and bustle leading up to Taylor Swift's concert. I'm sure you can imagine that. Now let's listen to some real-world examples.
Devoid of the hustle and bustle of the city, Port Aransas offers visitors a tranquil beach area where you can soak in the sunshine and let go of your worries.
So there's all this hustle and bustle going on for the big unveiling.
When you're lifted above the hustle and bustle of daily life, your sense of self fades away and you feel connected to a higher reality.
Question 5. After all that hustle and bustle, I rented a cabin in the woods for some and quiet. For some peace and quiet, peace and quiet. This represents calm, the opposite of hustle and bustle. After a busy work of traveling, she needed some peace and quiet. Or you could say, I love visiting my family, but I also miss the peace and quiet. Now let's listen to some real-world examples.
Visitors can wander the winding paths or simply relax and enjoy the peace and quiet.
If you go looking for peace and quiet, you very quickly find out there isn't any.
A lot of people come here over and over for the peace and quiet that you get out here.
How are you doing so far? Question 6. The 2 athletes were necking in the race. They were neck and neck, neck and neck. This means they were in a close contest with no clear leader. We commonly use this with elections. The election was neck and neck until the last votes were counted. We use this with companies competing. Our companies were neck and neck until we launched a new website. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
Originally, results showed Morales in a neck-and-neck race with his opponent Carlos Mesa.
It is neck and neck between the 7 different teams, battling it out through a really complex assault course.
Number 3, Venezuela, Honduras, neck and neck.
Question 7, you have to help your cousin. He's your and blood. He's your flesh and blood. This means related by blood or a family member. Of course, you'll always have a place to say, you're my flesh and blood. Or someone could say, a family member could say, I'm happy to loan you the money. You're my flesh and blood. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
They're made of flesh and blood the way we are.
This kid, you know, my flesh and blood, I wanted to imprint her with all of my best values and none of my bad habits.
It's because we're flesh and blood. We're biological creatures.
Question 8. Sorry I missed your call. I was out and all afternoon. I was out and about. Out and about. This means that you were active and going to different places outside of home. You might say after being sick for weeks, it's so nice to be out and about again. In this case, it's an adjective. You can also use this if you want to be purposely vague about where you were. So if someone asks you, where were you? You can reply back and be vague and say, oh, just out and about. In this case, it's a noun. Now let's listen to some real-world examples.
I love seeing all the animals out and about in the snow.
When I'm out and about, it's in my purse.
Anything that you've noticed out and about that you're like, didn't expect that to happen.
Question 9, he promised to take me to the airport, but then he left me high and... high and dry. This means to be left in a difficult situation without help. The company's closure left many employees high and dry. Or my car broke down and left me high and dry in the middle of nowhere. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
But after the Soviet Union fell in 1991, Cuba's economy was left high and dry. So what do you do then if you're left high and dry?
Shellfish and seaweeds, which were normally near the water, were now high and dry.
You're doing such a great job. Question 10, learning English has its and downs. It has its ups and downs. This is, of course, periods of positive, the ups, perhaps success or happiness, and periods of negative, the downs, failure and sadness. This is commonly used as comfort to someone. So perhaps your friend could let you know that they're having difficulties in their relationship, and you can say, all relationships have their ups and downs. You'll get through this. So you're using this to offer comfort. Or you could say, I'm so sorry you lost your job. Remember, the company left you high and dry. I'm so sorry you lost your job. Life has its ups and downs. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
But you talk so much about the ups and downs of your career. What made you want to make yourself so vulnerable with the audience?
You're going to have ups and downs in your career.
No matter what has happened in my career, ups and downs, I always can go back and I end up falling into a wonderful show.
Question 11, first and we need to establish trust. First and foremost. This means most importantly or before anything else. Commonly used when you're giving a speech or starting a lesson, starting a conversation, a meeting. First and foremost, we need to review the budget. First and foremost, make sure you subscribe so you're notified when I post a new lesson. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
First and foremost, stop signs are octagon, 8-sided, very prominent.
They are first and foremost a hunting dog.
I'm first and foremost committed to my responsibilities as the Senate Majority Leader right now.
Question 12. I'm the client, so it's my way or the highway. Our first pair with or, my way or the highway. This is an ultimatum, meaning you must agree to my demands or you leave. It's my way or the highway when it comes to this project. So if you're not willing to do things my way, then you're fired or you can quit, you can leave. Or you could say to your cousin, I know we're flesh and blood, but if you're living in my house It's my way or the highway. Follow my rules or move out, leave. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
I mean, if the basic proposition is it's my way or the highway, then we're probably not going to get something done because we've got divided government.
Very simply, what I did was I said it's my way or the highway. I'm going to write the IEP. You're going to do everything my way.
We must put aside our my way or the highway pride.
Question 13. It's my wedding and I want to keep it no muss. No fuss, no muss. No fuss, no muss. This means simple and without any trouble or complications. To understand this, you need to know what a fuss means. A fuss is a show of emotion that is unnecessary or greater than the situation deserves. For example, she made a big fuss about the deadline in front of the client. But remember, this binomial pair is no fuss, no muss. Let's hope the meeting goes well with no fuss, no muss. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
No fuss, no muss, no dealing with trying to plunge anything to the bottom. It's just done.
One pan, no fuss, no muss, and everyone's gonna love it.
Monthly fees for music or movie streaming services are touted as a no fuss, no muss way to pay for content.
Question 14, the prize is yours. You won the game fair and... fair and square. This means honestly, without cheating or trickery. For example, they suspected she cheated, but it turns out she won the competition fair and square. She didn't cheat. Or she's the boss's flesh and blood, related to the boss, but she earned the promotion fair and square. She deserved it. Now let's listen to some real-world examples.
And success doesn't count unless you earn it fair and square.
He won this debate fair and square.
There's things we won fair and square.
Question 15. You won't improve your English skills overnight, but you will see improvements step by step. This means gradually in small stages, or one stage at a time. The team worked through the problem step by step. In this case, it's an adverb. You could also say, she provided clear step-by-step instructions. Notice this comes before a noun, instructions, so it's an adjective. Now let's listen to some real-world examples.
Here are some step-by-step instructions.
It would give them a predictable, step-by-step guide for how to better their chances at a green card.
Brick by brick, inch by inch, step by step. That is how all great things are achieved.
Amazing job. Share your score and let's move on to the next set of 15 words. Let's do something fun. You'll learn these collocations by completing a quiz. You'll see a sentence on the screen with a blank, and you need to choose the correct word in 5 seconds. After, you'll learn the correct collocation, see an example sentence, and listen to natives using the collocation in real speech. Are you ready? Question 1. He promised he wouldn't lie, but he decided to. His promise. The correct answer is B. To break a promise. This means to fail to do what one has promised to do. 5 years ago, I promised to post a new English lesson every week on my YouTube channel, and I haven't broken that promise. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
If I break a promise, I have done something wrong, even if the consequences of breaking the promise are slightly better than the consequences of keeping the promise.
You break a promise with God, you're sinning.
And we'll break a promise. It doesn't really matter.
Question 2. A great handshake can leave a impression. The correct answer is A. A lasting impression. This is an effect, feeling, or memory that remains in one's mind for a long time. So hopefully, after this lesson, you might say, this lesson left a lasting impression on me, which means you remember all these new collocations, the pronunciation, and everything you've learned. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
And the thing that left a long-lasting impression on me was how the people I met in South Africa could envision a better future for themselves and their country.
Now that's honesty and integrity, and it's also why Faye's performances left such a lasting impression.
A simple act of kindness can make a lasting impression and make a huge difference in a person's life.
Question 3, she has a workload this month and needs extra help. The correct answer is C, a heavy workload. I hear a lot of students say a big workload, but the correct collocation is heavy, a heavy workload. And of course, this is a large amount of work. You might say it's hard to study English because of my heavy workload. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
How does she juggle all that heavy workload and be president of the sorority?
The number one hindrance to good teaching is heavy workload.
It's definitely been a pretty heavy workload.
Question 4, after finishing the project, she finally has a workload. The correct answer is C. The opposite of heavy, which means big, is light, which means a small amount of work. So hopefully you say, now that I have a light workload, I can watch all your lessons. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
The workload was so light to do compositor-based operations compared to doing layout and paint that we can now fit it comfortably inside the 60 frames a second budget.
To lighten your workload.
Question 5, to succeed, you need to be proactive and initiative. The correct answer is A, and take initiative. If you take initiative, it means you're the first to take action to achieve a goal or to solve a problem. For example, he took initiative to find a speaking partner, and that's exactly what you need to do. There are people everywhere who want to practice speaking, but you need to take initiative to find one. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
Who are going to take initiative, not just do the minimum daily requirement.
People expect you to do things on your own here. They expect you to take initiative.
They're thinking, that person doesn't take initiative. I guess they're not really a leader.
How are you doing so far with this quiz? Question 6, the campaign started slow, but began to momentum. The correct answer is B, to gain momentum. This means to progress or move forward at an increasing pace. As my English fluency and confidence grew, I gained momentum in my career. So your success in your career increased at a faster and faster pace. That's what Fluent English can help you accomplish. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
Now, as SPACs gain momentum, more blue-chip institutions and veteran investors are buying in.
Slowly but surely, we began to gain momentum.
We gained momentum by using the cupcakes for this documentary, which was one of the clips that I showed earlier.
Question 7, her speech had an impact on everyone in the room. The correct answer is C, a profound impact. This means a very significant or deep impact. You might say, my childhood teacher had a profound impact on my English skills. You still remember those important lessons from your teacher today. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
Words are that powerful. They not only affect your interior psychology and your identity, they have a profound impact on the world around you.
It's something so simple and yet has such a profound impact.
So you don't have to know someone well to have a profound impact on them.
Question 8. In order to pass the inspection, our products need to standards. The correct answer is B, to meet standards. If you meet a standard, this means you reach the expected level of quality or requirements. This is often used with products or services. All products must meet safety standards before being sold. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
How often do judges not meet standards?
And we're going to close places that don't meet standards and which are harmful to people.
They don't have to meet standards, and that is very, very dangerous.
Question 9. The proposal was accepted by a majority of the team. The correct answer is A, an overwhelming majority. This means a very large percentage or proportion. There isn't a specific number, but I would personally say it would be 75% or more to be considered an overwhelming majority. Maybe an overwhelming majority of students, 75% or more, prefer learning English online. What do you think? Let's listen to some real-world examples.
The overwhelming majority, they work really hard doing really important stuff.
And the overwhelming majority said no.
And many Nebraskans, I believe, an overwhelming majority, believe the death penalty is a part of that public safety focus, of which I firmly believe in.
Question 10. We had a discussion about the project challenges. The correct answer is C. A frank discussion is one that is open, honest, and straightforward. For example, we need to have a frank discussion about the client's expectations. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
Having frank, detailed, and honest discussions on how you'll handle joint versus solo finances will guarantee that there won't be any surprises once you're married.
And I thought it was a good and useful and frank discussion.
And so our focus is on having a frank discussion, raising issues where we have concerns, and of course looking for ways and places where we can work together.
You're doing a great job. Think of everything that you're learning. Let's keep going. Question 11. He decided to responsibility for his actions. The correct answer is A, to take responsibility. This is when you accept responsibility. For example, you could be frank, you could be honest and open and straightforward, to be frank, and say, I take full responsibility for the project delay. This is a very mature thing to do. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
Training Afghan forces to take responsibility for their own security.
He said, someone, you, has to take responsibility.
We must take responsibility now for our role in this crisis, a crisis in which the origins can be traced back to the onset of the Anthropocene era.
Question 12, the board will approval for the new policy next week. The correct answer is B, to grant approval. This means to officially agree to or allow something. The team needs to wait until the director grants approval. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
The Queen must grant her approval before the gown can even start being made.
He added the ministry will quickly grant approval if companies apply for an extension in working hours to expand domestic production.
Question 13. Both parties finally reached a agreement. The correct answer is A, a mutual agreement. This is one that all people involved, there could be 2 people, 5 people, or 12 people, but all people involved accept. We reached a mutual agreement to reduce the budget. Everyone agreed, yes, let's reduce the budget. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
It's a mutual agreement in a group that you will put the welfare of the group, you will put the safety of everyone in the group above your own.
And we talked about issues by mutual agreement. That practice helped me a great deal because I came to understand Ronald Reagan.
This mutual agreement between the parent and child was a really nice cooperative strategy, but somehow it just wasn't working for them.
Question 14. The project had a influence on the younger team members. The correct answer is B. A positive influence is, of course, one that leads to improvements. You might say learning English has had a positive influence on my life because it has helped you gain momentum. Remember that one, to gain momentum. Let's listen to some real-world examples.
She is a role model, a positive influence, and has a powerful ability to motivate others.
We're going to be a positive influence to everybody around us.
We're talking about being a positive influence in their communities, making a difference.
Question 15. By introducing this new feature, the company gained a advantage. The correct answer is B, competitive, the adjective form. A competitive advantage is something that allows someone, a person, or even a company, a team, to outperform, to perform better than others. Again, you might say being fluent in English gives you a competitive advantage in today's global world. Do you agree with that? Let's listen to some real-world examples.
This can be a competitive advantage for us. And one of the things we decided was, how can we reinvent the office?
Leverage your sources of unfair competitive advantage, but make sure you reinvent yourself before disruption leaves you with no other option but to do so.
What really is a company's most competitive advantage? It's people. We know this.
Amazing job. Share your score and let's move on to the next set of 15 words. Number 1, do you know this word? Grim. Grim. Repeat after me. Grim. This is an adjective that means extremely bad, worrying, or without hope. The news about the economic downturn was grim. His expression turned grim when he heard the bad news. The weather forecast this weekend looks grim. Now let's listen to some real-world examples of native speakers using this word.
Envisioning a totally different and less grim history or future.
We joke sometimes that, with all the grim stuff I have to deal with every day, get me in a room with some young people.
Stadiums like Lusail will continue to be a grim reminder that it all came at a human cost.
Number 2, do you know this one? Baffle. Baffle. Repeat after me. Baffle. This is a verb and it means to result in total confusion. The results baffled the scientists. She was baffled by his decision to quit. Notice this example sentence is in the passive voice. She was baffled by his decision. This is commonly used in the passive. You could also say phrasal verbs often baffle students, just like you. But don't worry, that's why I'm here to help you learn all of these words so they don't baffle you, so you're not baffled by them. So if you agree that I can help you learn these words, put that's right in the comments. Now let's listen to some real native speakers using this word.
Entertain, provoke, and baffle audiences all over the world. But who is he?
What searchers found continues to baffle people to this day.
There's still a ton about nature's creations that baffle us to this day.
Number 3, how about this word? Demeanor. Demeanor. Repeat after me. Demeanor. This is a noun. It's one's way of looking and behaving. Having a patient demeanor is an important quality for teachers. I'm sure you would agree with that. If you do, then put that's right in the comments. Despite his serious demeanor at work, he has a great sense of humor. The manager's friendly demeanor made the new employee feel welcome. Now let's listen to some real-world examples from native speakers.
His folksy charm and grandfatherly demeanor endeared him to the media and his at-home audience.
But he has this Queen's tough guy demeanor that rallies the base.
If you're a leader, your demeanor is going to carry to your team.
Number 4, do you know this word? Camaraderie or camaraderie. Notice the first pronunciation has an extra sound, comma, camaraderie. The second one just says camaraderie. Most American speakers, in my experience, say camaraderie. That's the one that I personally use. This is a noun that means mutual trust and friendship among people who spend a lot of time together. The camaraderie among the team was evident. They enjoyed the camaraderie of working together. The trip was filled with laughter and camaraderie. Now let's review some real-world examples, and I'll show you both pronunciations. Camaraderie, camaraderie.
So you have that camaraderie.
And so there was a real kind of sense of camaraderie, who were working together towards the same goal.
When you're working on your own, you miss that sort of sense of camaraderie that you get when you have a team around you.
Number 5, do you know this word? Intimidating. Repeat after me. Intimidating. Intimidating. This is an adjective, and it means making you feel frightened or nervous. Speaking with native speakers can be intimidating. I'm sure you would agree with that, but that's again why I'm here making these videos to help you improve your English fluency so it doesn't feel intimidating, so you feel more confident. If you agree with that, well, why not put that's right in the comments. Another example, her intimidating demeanor. Remember this word, demeanor? Her intimidating demeanor made everyone uneasy. Moving to a new city alone is intimidating. Now let's listen to some real-world examples.
Working with a legend like Daniel is intimidating, but he makes everyone better.
He finds extroverts energizing, but a bit intimidating.
That being said, he is, I think, quite intimidating for many people.
Number 6, how about this word? Prevalent. Prevalent. Repeat after me. Prevalent. This is an adjective. It means very common, happening often, or widespread. The flu is prevalent during the winter months. Smartphones have become prevalent in today's society. They're everywhere. They're widespread. They're prevalent. Droughts are prevalent in this area. Now let's listen to some real-world examples from native speakers.
It's there,
but it's not as prevalent as you think.
Let's walk through 3 of today's more prevalent theories.
The duration and technology risk that's very prevalent in 60/40 portfolios.
Number 7, do you know this one? Blatant. Repeat after me. Blatant. Blatant. This is an adjective, and it's when doing a bad thing, but you're doing it intentionally or openly for everyone to see. For example, his blatant disregard for the rules got him in trouble. So he didn't follow the rules, but he did it openly in front of everyone. He wasn't trying to hide it. It's blatant that you're trying to cheat on the exam. The company was fined for blatant violations of safety regulations. Now let's hear some native speakers using this word.
You would see the blatant rainforest destruction.
Reporting, I was embarrassed by the just blatant disobeying the law.
Aside from this blatant conflict of interest lies the problem of self-censorship.
Number 8, do you know this one? Resolute. Resolute. Repeat after me. Resolute. This is an adjective that means determined in character, action, or ideas. It's generally a positive thing. She remained resolute in her decision to pursue a new career. Despite the challenges, he was resolute in his goals. Her resolute attitude inspired her team to keep going. Let's hear some native speakers using this word.
But we're resolute, we're determined, and your help is not required.
The resolute figure who proves that character is destiny.
It was one of those moments where you had to be resolute in what you were doing.
How are you doing with these words so far? Let's keep going with number 9. Do you know this word? Hinder. Hinder. Repeat after me. Hinder. This is a verb, and it means to limit one's ability or the development of something. His knee injury hindered his training schedule. Poor weather conditions can hinder outdoor activities. The lack of proper equipment will hinder our project. Let's hear some native speakers using this word.
Without letting the past hinder us is really key to our ability to staying alive as a company.
That promote or hinder growth.
And seems to really hinder your ability to be an inspirational leader.
Number 10, do you know this one? Obstacle. Obstacle. Repeat after me. Obstacle. This is a noun, and it's something that blocks one's way or prevents or hinders progress. Remember, hinder? So an obstacle hinders your progress. It limits it. The biggest obstacle to their success was a lack of funding. Or you might be in a meeting at work and you ask, how can we overcome these obstacles? Traffic is a major obstacle during my morning commute. Maybe that's something that you experience, an obstacle that you experience every day, traffic, and it hinders you. Let's review some example sentences from native speakers.
If there's an obstacle in the way, you find a way to clear it.
And could this person be a possible obstacle?
This is another obstacle for BFR passenger transport, since it would only be able to travel between big coastal cities.
Number 11, do you know this one? Circumvent. Circumvent. Repeat after me. Circumvent. This is a verb, and it's to find a way around an obstacle. So you have an obstacle, something that limits you, and if you circumvent that obstacle, you find a way around it. And you do that in a very clever way, but also in an illegal way, where you're breaking the rules, perhaps blatantly breaking the rules. For example, how did you circumvent getting a visa? So getting a visa is your obstacle, and you circumvented it. You found a way around it. But was it legal? We don't know. Here's one that definitely sounds illegal. The hacker circumvented the security system. So this is commonly used with illegal activity. They tried to circumvent the rules. Now let's hear some native speakers using this word in a real-world context.
Allowed the government to circumvent reporters' rights?
To circumvent any of these sorts of laws?
And even though it's still easy to circumvent digital copy protection, most users can't do it.
Number 12, do you know this one? Exacerbate. Exacerbate. Repeat after me, exacerbate. This is a verb, and this means to make a problem or bad situation or something negative even worse. For example, his actions exacerbated the situation. So the situation was already negative, and his actions made it worse, exacerbated the situation. Her comment exacerbated the conflict. The power outage exacerbated the riots. Now let's listen to some native speakers using this word.
And exacerbate small moments, turning them into fights.
Would greatly exacerbate our runaway population growth problem.
So changes to one affect and exacerbate the other, and vice versa.
Number 13, do you know this word? Nuance. Nuance. Repeat after me, nuance. This is a noun, and it is a subtle difference in meaning, expression, or sound. This is an excellent word to use as a language learner in any language, especially English. For example, understanding the nuances of English idioms, those small differences, those subtle differences, the nuances, can greatly improve your fluency. The nuances in pronunciation, those small differences, the nuances in pronunciation can change the meaning of words. English grammar is filled with nuances. And again, that's why I'm here to help you. So put, that's right, because I'm here to help you learn and master all the nuances of the English language. So now let's listen to this word by native speakers, and you can listen to the nuances.
Sometimes there's a shade of nuance or meaning that feels important and useful.
That eliminates all the nuance of the normal distribution.
But the answer has some nuance and can depend on where we're looking in time and space.
Number 14, do you know this one? Disdain. Disdain. Repeat after me, disdain. This is a noun, and it's the feeling that someone or something is unworthy of one's attention, support, or respect. Maria's disdain for her ex-husband is blatant. Remember that word, blatant? Very obvious or clear. Her disdain, her feeling that her husband is unworthy of her attention or support, is blatant. He spoke about his competitor with disdain. Disdain for the new policy was evident among the employees. Let's listen to some native speakers using this word.
There is our disdain for the status quo.
The very word modesty is often met with such disdain, especially among
the younger high school crowd.
Have to be paid for by the taxes so bitterly disdained by the GOP.
Number 15. Do you know this word? Pivotal. Pivotal. Repeat after me. Pivotal. This is an adjective. It means of crucial importance in relation to the development or success of something else. For example, the decision was pivotal to the company's future. He played a pivotal role in the negotiations. Her speech was a pivotal moment in the campaign. Or maybe, how about this example? JForrest English is pivotal to my English fluency. Would you agree with that? It's of crucial importance. It's extremely important. It's pivotal. I hope you would agree with that. Put that's right. Why not put that's right in the comments if you agree that it's pivotal. Now let's listen to some native speakers using this word.
The treaty marked a pivotal moment in Middle Eastern history.
That first 90 seconds is pivotal.
Play a pivotal role in the stress and well-being of a workplace.
To answer that pivotal question,
let's review synonyms of common words. And you can use these on your IELTS, job interview, or everyday situations. In this lesson, you'll see a common word you may be familiar with, like show, and then you'll learn a synonym that is more formal and more professional, like demonstrate. You can specifically use these synonyms in more formal and professional situations. Now, often words have different meanings, so this synonym is used when displaying or providing something, often in presentations or studies, which is commonly talked about in the workplace and on your IELTS. So of course you can say the data clearly showed the trend, but to use the synonym, the data clearly demonstrated the trend. It instantly sounds more professional. And learning these synonyms will also help you understand natives.
Show me how. It graphically demonstrates what happened.
Now let's review mostly and predominantly. Predominantly. This is used to describe something that happens or exists in most cases and is common in academic and professional contexts. You can say the area is mostly residential, so the largest part, or the area is predominantly residential. And I hope you're thinking, I predominantly watch JForrest English lessons. Of course you watch others, but mine make up the most, the largest part. So if that's true, put that's right, put that's right in the comments. Now let's review improve and enhance. This is used to make something better, especially design, quality, or experience. For example, they improved the design of the product. They enhanced the design of the product. It instantly sounds more polished.
My day's improving.
We should enhance this.
Instead of saying think about, you can use consider. And of course, this is used when reflecting on options thoughtfully. So you're giving a lot of thought. You can use this as advice. You should think about all the options before accepting the job, for example. You should consider all the options. So maybe you're learning the synonym and the common word at the exact time in this lesson, and that's amazing. So just like before, let's review say and state. But this is used when expressing something verbally or in writing. For example, he said his opinion clearly. He stated his opinion clearly. You will hear the word state most commonly in written form.
Do you think she would be in contact?
She said she's fine.
Now let's review talk about and the synonym discuss. So of course this is used to have a conversation or explanation about something. Let's talk about the next steps. I say that every single day. But I can also say, and frequently do, let's discuss the next steps. So to be honest, the common word is the one that I use more frequently. However, there are many times where I don't want to use a common word. I want to sound more advanced or professional. So having these synonyms in your vocabulary is so important. Let's review live and reside. Do you know this one? Notice that pronunciation. Reside, zide, the voiced sound, reside. This is of course used for where someone lives, but it's often used in a legal or official context. But you can simply say, he lives in a quiet neighborhood, and in an everyday context, he resides in a quiet neighborhood. Let's review change and modify. Now this is used when making a small or precise change. So if I want to make it sound like the changes I made were smaller because I don't want to offend someone that I changed their design or document, I might say modify. So you can say the policy was changed last year. That's ambiguous. We don't know how big or small the changes were. The policy was modified last year. It sounds like small changes were made. Reduce already sounds advanced, but you can also say minimize, minimize. This is used when lowering something as much as possible. So efforts were made to reduce the risk. Of course, you want to reduce the risk. Efforts were made to minimize the risk. To me, this sounds even smaller. Minimize the risk.
Reducing swelling. I like to minimize risk.
Let's review stop and cease. Cease is used when ending an action, but is often in writing or commands. So the police may tell you to cease something, or a lawyer might tell you to cease something. But you can use it in everyday context and say the noise stopped suddenly, the noise ceased suddenly. Let's review try and attempt. Attempt is used when making an effort, especially serious effort. So you can say he tried to solve the puzzle. He attempted to solve the puzzle. To me, this sounds like he was more serious about it. The effort he put was stronger. He spent more time. He attempted to solve the puzzle.
Maybe they tried and they couldn't. I didn't say that, they make attempts.
Get better is the everyday word I use if I want to sound a little more formal or professional, or if I'm discussing something with a medical provider, I might use recover instead, which is used when health or a specific condition improves. So he got better quickly from the flu. So got is the past simple of get, of course. He recovered quickly from the flu. So the synonym is what a medical provider or a healthcare provider would use. Now the opposite, get worse, and the opposite of the synonym, deteriorate, deteriorate. So this is used when health or conditions decline. Her health got worse over time. To sound more official, professional, formal, her health deteriorated over time.
It's gotten worse.
Things are deteriorating.
Now, you can use think carefully, or you can use contemplate, contemplate. So this is used when deeply thinking about something. She thought carefully about moving abroad. She contemplated moving abroad. So to me, one, it sounds more formal, and two, it sounds like the thought behind it is more serious as well. Instead of saying make better, you can use refine, which sounds refined. So this is used to improve something in detail or precision. The process was made better for efficiency. The process was refined for efficiency. So the details of the process were improved, changed, modified, and the reason was for efficiency.
Make better answers. Fine it into carbon dust.
Get rid of is part of my daily vocabulary, but I also use eliminate as a synonym. And of course, this is used to remove something unwanted and to permanently remove something. So they got rid of wasteful spending. So got is the past simple of get. Now, because this sounds more formal, maybe a government got rid of wasteful spending, it would sound more professional to use the word eliminate and say they eliminated wasteful spending. But I would get rid of old clothes because that is the more casual, everyday, in a general context. Let's review check and verify. So this is used when confirming something, often in technical or official contexts. Please check your email address, but please verify your email address. You're checking it to make sure it's correct. So check is more ambiguous, and then verify is specific. You're checking for a specific purpose to make sure there are no spelling mistakes or that it's the most recent email address. Now, instead of use up, you can use deplete, and this is an excellent word to have in your vocabulary, especially in the context of resources and when they're used completely. So this can be with environment, energy, or even money. The project used up their budget. So used completely. There's no budget available. The project depleted their budget. You may know this one from all your police dramas on TV. Instead of tell the truth, you can use confess, confess. And this is used when omitting something often related to guilt or honesty. So he told the truth about the mistake. He confessed to the mistake. So it sounds like he was forced to do it, maybe internally because of guilt or externally because of threat of punishment. He confessed to the mistake. Of course, you hear that on TV a lot. Now, instead of big, you can use significant, but this is used to describe something important, large in size, or with a strong effect, not the size of something. So this shirt, I could say, is big on me. I wouldn't say this shirt is significant on me. It doesn't work like that. But you can say the study showed a big increase in temperature. The study showed a significant increase in temperature. So the amount of the increase is large. So you can use significant.
We found significant differences.
It's a big difference.
And let's review small and minor. This is used for something not very important or very small in significance. Again, not a t-shirt. So you might say there was a small delay in the delivery, but small in terms of the significance or importance. There was a minor delay in the delivery. You already know this one. Instead of great, you can say excellent. But it's a reminder to use it because even myself, although I know many synonyms for great, I still use great most of the time. So it's a reminder that we can use other words when we want to sound more formal, more professional, or simply just express a broader range of vocabulary. So of course this describes a higher quality or something stronger. He gave a great presentation at the conference. Make that sound a little stronger. She gave an excellent presentation at the conference. Now this is a synonym, but excellent to me does sound better than great, so just keep that in mind that they're similar. And the opposite, we could say bad and detrimental, but not bad in the sense of he gave a bad presentation. Bad to describe something as harmful, and this is often used with health or policy related. So for health, smoking has bad effects on health. Bad is very common. To sound more advanced, you should absolutely say smoking has detrimental effects on health. Using that in a presentation, job interview, IELTS, or daily life will make you sound very advanced. Now, instead of saying something is easy, you can say it's effortless. So of course, this is used when something requires little effort or it just feels natural. The transition was easy. So maybe the transition to a new job or from one strategy to another, the transition was easy. The transition was effortless. Effortless.
Well, that was easy.
Effective, but effortless.
Instead of hard, describe something as challenging. So of course, this is used when something is difficult, but positive or encouraging. For example, climbing the mountain was a hard task. That sounds more negative. It sounds like a lot of effort and in a negative way. But if I say climbing the mountain was a challenging task, it sounds hard, yes, because challenging is not easy, but we use it in a more positive way. It was challenging and I enjoyed the challenge. Instead of look at, you can use observe. So this is used when watching carefully and is often used in science or analysis. Scientists looked at the behavior of the animals. It sounds a lot more professional and also technical and precise to say scientists observed the behavior of the animals. Now let's review show up and appear. This is used when something becomes visible or present. For example, a rainbow showed up in the sky. To sound more professional, a rainbow appeared in the sky. But I would personally use show up for people appearing because it sounds more natural. Now let's review go and proceed. This is used when continuing or moving forward, often in instructions. So in an instruction, someone might say or write, please go to the next page. It sounds more professional to say, please proceed to the next page. Let's review raise and elevate. So this is used when lifting or increasing something, and sometimes it's used metaphorically. So for example, he raised the discussion to a new level. So he elevated the discussion to a new level. In this context, elevated sounds like a very professional and advanced choice. Now let's review fall and decline. So this is used when something decreases, often in reports. So there was a sharp fall in demand, there was a sharp decline in demand. You'll see that in economic and financial news. Instead of famous, you can say prominent. So this is used to describe someone or something well-known or important in a particular area. She is a famous author. She is a prominent author, but maybe it's in a specific area. Instead of increased, you can use boost. Boost. So this is used when something gets bigger and it implies a sharp or helpful increase. So marketing strategies increase the company's sales, so that was helpful. Marketing strategies boosted the company's sales. Instead of need, you can use require when something is necessary. So most jobs need computer skills. Most jobs require computer skills. But remember, in a day-to-day context, I need help. You don't need to say, I require help. So keep in mind when you use these synonyms. Instead of ask, inquire. So this is when requesting information, and often in business or writing. She asked about the job opening. That's perfectly fine. She inquired about the job opening. Sounds more professional and formal. Instead of work, operate. In a specific context when something functions and is often technical or professional. So the system works smoothly. In this context, work isn't I work every day. I wouldn't say I operate every day, but the system operates smoothly. So works in the way it's supposed to. Instead of end, you can say conclude. So this is when finishing something, common in reports or speeches. The meeting will end at noon. That sounds wonderful. It sounds what native speakers mostly use. But in a more formal context or certain contexts, you can say the meeting will conclude at noon. But I wouldn't ask my colleague, when does the meeting conclude? This sounds a little too formal in that context, but if I'm presenting, I might say, let's conclude after the next slide.
That's the end.
That concludes this meeting.
Instead of give, you can use provide when offering something. The teacher gave clear instructions. The teacher provided clear instructions. Instead of keep, how about retain? So this is to hold or not lose something. Common in work or legal contexts. Employees may keep unused vacation days. But because this is more of a policy, a legal policy for the company, it sounds more professional to say employees may retain unused vacation days. Instead of a lot, you can use frequently. So to describe something happening many times or often. She goes to the gym a lot. I'm sure you use the word a lot. She frequently goes to the gym, but notice the placement there right before the main verb. She frequently goes to the gym. Instead of a long time, an extended time. So this is used to describe a duration that lasts for a significant amount of time. They waited for a long time. They waited for an extended time. Now let's review help and assist. This synonym is used when supporting someone or making something easier. She helped her coworker finish the task. She assisted her coworker in finishing the task. Notice here the sentence structure is different because you assist someone in and then the gerund, your verb in ing, in finishing the task. But if you simply use the noun, for example, the task, you can say she helped her coworker with the task. She assisted her coworker with the task. And using assisted instantly sounds more advanced and professional. And learning these synonyms will help you understand natives.
She helps me. If you can assist me with answers.
Now let's review start and commence. This is used when beginning something formally or officially. You can say the event started at 9 a.m. Or to sound more advanced, the event commenced at 9 a.m. Of course, here this is a verb, so you have to understand the sentence structure and know when you need to conjugate the verb or understand what prepositions are used as well. So you can use the lesson PDF to study the sentence structure. Now, you can use this in a more metaphorical way and say, I commence my day by watching a JForrest English lesson. That's how you start your day. If that's true, put that's right, put that's right in the comments. Now let's review deal with and handle. So notice the everyday expression is a two-part, a phrasal verb, to deal with. But the more advanced synonym is just the verb, to handle. And this is used when managing or taking care of a situation. For example, she deals with customer complaints. That is something that she's responsible for. She manages. So you can say she handles customer complaints to sound more advanced.
She can handle herself.
She's dealing with stuff.
Here's one that will really make you sound advanced. Think of and devise. And this is used when determining a plan or idea. He thought of a new marketing strategy. That's an everyday expression. I certainly use that every day. I only use the synonym when I want to sound more formal, professional, or advanced. He devised a new marketing strategy. I love that word, devise. Let's review given and yield. This is used when stopping resistance or agreeing after initial opposition. So you initially said no, but then you gave in and said yes. She finally gave in to their demands. So maybe you're learning the regular verb at the same time, and that's great. The verb here is a phrasal verb, to give in to someone or something. Now the synonym, she finally yielded to their demands.
I never yielded!
And he just gave in?
Let's review explain and clarify. So you can use clarify when you're making something easier to understand or more precise. You're providing more details to your explanation. So you can, of course, ask, could you explain the instructions? But if you want the instructions to be more precise or more detailed, you can say, can you clarify the instructions? Let's review finish and finalize. This is used when completing something fully or making it officially complete. They finished the report yesterday. They finalized the report yesterday. It's only slightly different, but it makes a big impact. Let's review modern and contemporary. Contemporary. This is used when describing something belonging to the present or recent times. So we can use this in style, in look, in appearance. For example, the house has a modern design. In real estate terminology, they often say the house has a contemporary design.
And modern problems require modern solutions.
Only contemporary art?
Speaking of the house, let's review family and household. So you can use household when you're referring to people living together in one home. There are 4 people in her family. There are 4 people in her household. So yes, that can mean family, but it means family living in her house. So it's more precise than saying family. Let's review boss and employer. I absolutely use the word employer when I want to sound more official. And this is used when referring to either the person or the company who hires and supervises you or workers in general. She spoke to her boss about a raise. Absolutely, you can say that, but you may say she spoke to her employer about a raise. It makes it sound more official, more technical.
My employer wants a meeting.
Best boss I ever had.
Let's review successful and, I love this one, fruitful. Fruitful, that's fun to say, fruitful. You can use fruitful when describing an effort or outcome that brings good results. The meeting was successful. It brought good results. Maybe just we had a great discussion. The meeting was fruitful, fruitful. Now let's review different and diverse. Diverse. This is used when describing variety or lack of sameness. This definitely applies to my students on this channel. You can say the students come from different backgrounds. Sound a little more advanced and say the students come from diverse backgrounds.
A diverse portfolio.
Different backgrounds, different sensibilities.
Same thing with experience and expertise. Oh, that word just instantly sounds more advanced. Expertise. This is used when referring to skill gained through practice or knowledge in a field, of course. She has experience in project management. She has expertise in project management. Let's review possible and feasible. I love this word, feasible. This is used when describing something that can be done or achieved. You can say it's possible to complete the project by Friday, or simply replace it with it's feasible to complete the project by Friday. Notice that long sound, feasible. Let's review choose and instantly sound more advanced with select. Select. This is used when picking from options, and often you would use select in more formal contexts. So you can choose any topic for your essay. To make it sound more official, You can select any topic for your essay. Now let's review look for and seek. Seek is used when trying to find something, but usually something more official like resources or a strategy. You can say they're looking for new employees, but here because employees represents resources, you can say they're seeking new employees. Let's review show off, a phrasal verb, and exhibit. Exhibit. This is used when displaying something proudly. The artist showed off her work. The artist exhibited her work. How about put off and the more formal term, postpone. So put off is the phrasal verb used in everyday speech, and then postpone sounds more official and formal. And this is used when delaying something to a later time. They put off the meeting until Monday. They postponed the meeting until Monday.
Postpone the wedding. I kept putting it off.
Let's review look after and supervise. This is used when overseeing people or activities. She looks after the interns. That's our phrasal verb. She supervises the interns. That's a regular verb that sounds more official. Let's review find out, a phrasal verb, and discover. This is used when learning something new. I found out the reason for the delay. I discovered the reason for the delay. Instead of fix, you can use repair. And of course, this is used when restoring something that's broken. He fixed the computer. He repaired the computer. Let's review keep going and persist. This is used when continuing despite difficulty. She kept going even when it was hard. It's a very everyday expression. It sounds more advanced to say she persisted even when it was hard. And that's what you're doing with the English language. Let's review get in touch. You can replace all three words with contact. And this is used when reaching out to someone. I'll get in touch with you soon. Keep that in your vocabulary. But if you want to sound more formal, I'll contact you soon. Same thing with talk to, communicate with. You can use this when exchanging information or ideas. She talked to her manager about it. She communicated with her manager about it. Look into is the phrasal verb that's very commonly used in daily speech. Investigate sounds more official and formal. And this is used when examining something closely. The company is looking into the problem. The company is investigating the problem. Instead of find, you can use locate. And of course, when identifying where something is, she found her keys under the sofa. She located her keys under the sofa. That sounds more professional and perhaps more official. Let's review more time. Or you can say an extension. So this synonym is used to formally request additional time to complete something. She needed more time to meet the deadline. She needed an extension to meet the deadline. So she formally requested more time. That's an extension.
I need more time. I just need another extension.
And instead of she asked for an extension, you can say she requested an extension. So request is used when formally asking for something. Let's review go on and continue. So this is used to describe the length of something without stopping. So you say our discussion went on for an hour. So the length of it, and there was no stopping, no pausing. Our discussion continued for an hour. Instead of point out, a very common phrasal verb, you can use highlight. And this is used when drawing attention to something. She pointed out the key issue. She highlighted the key issue. And instead of think over, you can say reflect on. And this is used when considering something carefully. He thought over the offer before replying. He reflected on the offer before replying. Instead of work on, you can use strengthen, strengthen. So this is used when improving or creating something. She's working on her presentation skills, so she's improving or creating that skill. She's strengthening her presentation skills. Instead of throw away, you can sound more formal and say discard. So this is used when removing something officially and permanently. He threw away the old documents. But to sound more official, he discarded the old documents. Let's review keep up and maintain. So this is used when continuing something consistently. Try to keep up your diet or your study routine. Try to maintain your diet or, of course, your study routine. You can use review or you can use scrutinize. Scrutinize, I love that word, scrutinize. Use scrutinize when you're reviewing something very carefully, and it's to discover or judge information. So she reviewed the policy. She scrutinized the policy. Instead of check out, you can use inspect. And this is when examining something carefully. The manager checked out the new project. So he looked at it, he tried it, he used it, or the manager inspected the new product. It sounds more official and more in-depth. Instead of talk with, you can use consult. And this is often used when seeking advice or expertise. You can certainly say he talked with a doctor. He consulted a doctor. That sounds more official. Instead of move forward, you can use advance. And this is used when progressing to the next stage. The team moved forward with the plan. The team advanced with the plan. And instead of look back, you can use reflect. And this is when thinking about the past. She looked back on her childhood. She reflected on her childhood. So notice you need that preposition on when you specify the noun. She reflected on her childhood. You can use make sure or ensure. Ensure. And this is when confirming something will happen. So please make sure the door is locked. Please ensure the door is locked. So they sound very similar. You're replacing two words, make sure, with one, ensure. Ensure. Amazing job. Now let's focus on your speaking skills, specifically for your IELTS or formal speaking. And you'll learn common sentences to start your answers. First, let's talk about preferences. This is when you must choose between two or more options. For example, do you prefer to study in the morning or at night? You have to express your preference. To start your answer, you can say, I'd say. I'd say. This is I would say. I'd say I generally prefer. So that's your start to the answer, and then you state your preference. I'd say I generally prefer studying in the morning. You can add on over at night, so you're using both of the options and stating your preference. An alternative, I tend to study in the morning more than at night. So here you're saying what your routine is, because when you tend to do something, it means you do it most of the time. Or you can use most of the time as an alternative. Most of the time I study at night. Or you can say I'm most alert in the morning, so that's when I study. Notice here, you're providing the reason first, and then you're stating what your preference is. Or you can also contrast your current state to a past and use I used to. I used to, and then your base verb. I used to prefer evenings, but my work schedule has changed, so now I study in the mornings. Now, of course, this is just the beginning to your answer. You have to go on and then give more information about your preference. Now let's talk about opinions. So of course, when you're sharing what you think, if you agree or disagree, or your general view. So the question might be, do you think children should learn to cook at school? So you have to share your opinion. Of course, you can say, in my opinion, in my opinion. This is the start. And I recommend in spoken English, you take a small pause because that reflects the comma. In my opinion, children shouldn't learn to cook at school. And of course, you need to go on and explain your opinion. But now you know how to instantly start your answer. You can say, it depends on the situation, but I'd say children should learn to cook at school. Notice what I did here. I stated my preference, but I started with, it depends on the situation. So I'm letting the person know that I'm open to considering other views, or I'm open to considering a specific situation where the opposite is true. And you've already learned, but I'd say, I would say. In spoken English, I'd say. But I'd say children should learn to cook at school. You can say, to be honest. This is a great way to start, and especially since it gives you a second to think about what you're going to say next. To be honest, again, a short pause. To be honest, I'm completely opposed to teaching children how to cook at school. So you can use to be honest when you're about to share something very directly, or perhaps it's not the opinion that most people have. Instead of to be honest, you can use honestly. They're the same. You can use them interchangeably. Honestly, I completely support teaching children how to cook at school. A great starter that natives use in both professional and casual situations is, as far as I'm concerned. This is longer, so make sure you get all those words. As far as, I'm, the verb to be conjugated. As far as I'm concerned, with that soft D at the end. As far as I'm concerned, this is an alternative to in my opinion or I think. As far as I'm concerned, children should focus on the most important academic subjects at school. Let's move on to past experiences. So this is when you're describing a time or talking about memories. So someone may ask you, describe a time when you traveled somewhere new. That's definitely an IELTS style question. In a job interview, it could absolutely be describe a time when you handled a difficult situation. So think about how you can adapt these in your day-to-day life so you can use them more than just on a language exam or just in a job interview. Now, the key here is that the situation is in the past. So you can say, I remember. Remember is in the present simple. I remember back in 2019. So you can say, I remember in 2019, but if you say back in 2019, using back in emphasizes that you think this was a long time ago. I remember back in 2019 when I took my first trip abroad. Of course, remember, this is how you start your sentence, how you start your answer. You still then need to provide the details of your answer. Or you can say, one time that really stands out. This is definitely the way a native would answer. One time, so one time represents the time you traveled abroad or the time you handled a difficult situation. One time that really stands out. If it stands out, it means that it's what you remember, it's what seems the most important or the most obvious. One time that really stands out is when, and then you provide your answer. When I visited the United States for the first time. You can say the first trip that comes to mind. That comes to mind. The first trip that comes to mind is, and then you have to state that trip. My weekend camping trip with my family last month. You can say, the last time I traveled somewhere new. So you're using the language from the question in your answer. The last time I handled a difficult situation was, and then a time reference, was 3 years ago. And then you go on and you state the activity. I attended my friend's wedding in Greece. Again, that's not the complete answer. You would go on and answer the full question. Here's a great one. I can clearly recall. Recall is another way of saying remember, and clearly that's your adverb. Adverbs are optional in a sentence, so when you use them, they're very impactful. It means you have a very clear image. I can clearly recall the moment when. Now, if you use this, you're setting the tone that something really memorable or amazing happened. So make sure you provide something memorable or amazing, but of course that's subjective. I can clearly recall the moment when I saw the Eiffel Tower for the first time. And then you can go on and describe that experience. Now let's talk about hypotheticals. This is when you talk about imaginary situations, often including the words if, could. For example, if you could live in any city, where would you choose? So to answer this, use that same structure. If I could live in any city, I would live in San Francisco. So you're using the same structure from the question. This is the clearest way to answer. And then of course, go on and provide your reason why. There are alternative things you can say. If I had the chance, I would definitely live in Vancouver. So if I had the chance, if this situation were available. Now you can just use I would. I would likely choose Tokyo. You can use choose instead of live in. Or likely means 50, 60%. You can make that stronger. I would definitely choose Tokyo. That means 80, 90, 95%. You can start your answer with your choice. Name the city. Seattle is a vibrant city, so I would live there if I had the chance. Notice you're just reversing the structure. So I would live there if I had the chance, if I could. You can provide the reason. Due to its proximity to my family, I would live in Seoul. This is an advanced structure because you're saying due to its proximity, but at this point you haven't defined what it is. So it creates curiosity because the person has to wait until you reveal the answer. I would live in Seoul. Let's move on to balanced answers. These are used when you want to discuss both sides instead of choosing one. For example, do you think young people prefer cities or rural areas? And you don't want to choose one. You want to provide a balanced answer. You can start by saying, well, it really depends on the person. You don't have to use well. This is more of an introduction. It doesn't provide meaning, but natives commonly use it. Well, and it shows you're reflecting on the question and you're gathering your thoughts, you're forming an opinion. It's a natural thing to do. Well, it really depends on the person. It depends on the situation. It depends on, you can provide a different noun here and then go on and discuss both sides. Or you can start with some people prefer lively cities, while others prefer quiet rural areas. So you're providing adjectives to go with both to give you something to discuss more. You can say there are good arguments on both sides. This lets the person know that you could argue positively for one and the other. And then you can go on and share those arguments. There are good arguments. Good is an adjective. You can choose a different one. There are great arguments on both sides. Alternatively, you can say there are pros and cons to both. So that means there are positives and negatives. And you can add on to the last one as well. It depends on the person. It depends on the person. And then you can discuss the person who would prefer cities and the person who would prefer rural areas. You can state, that's difficult to answer. That's difficult to answer because it comes down to personal preference. It comes down to means you must consider. There's this important reason or explanation. It comes down to personal preference. Now let's review example requests. This is when you're asked to provide an example, a very common thing on your IELTS and in job interviews and in daily conversations. Can you give an example of when you worked collaboratively? So this could be for your IELTS, of course, for a job interview as well. And now, the question, if the question starts with can you, acknowledge that part and say certainly, certainly. That's acknowledging the can you. It's like saying yes, I can. Certainly, for example. Certainly, for example, and then you state the situation. Last month, I was part of a project, and then you go on and describe your role and how it was collaborative. Instead of certainly, you can say absolutely. The first example that comes to mind. This means the first example I thought of, but a more advanced way is the first example that comes to mind is, and then what came to your mind? What did you think of when I joined a soccer team? Because sports is very collaborative. Or again, to acknowledge the request, can you? You can reply with I'd love to, I would, I'd love to. A great example of working collaboratively is when I was asked to organize a conference. So you're saying a great example. Or again, to say yes, definitely. The best example of working collaboratively is a project I'm on now. So your answer doesn't necessarily have to be in the past. Now, the most casual way is just to simply say, sure, one example I can share is. That's the most casual. Natives will absolutely use that. Sure, one example I can share is when I volunteered at my daughter's school. Of course, there are going to be times when you're unsure, when you don't know much about the topic, but you still need to answer. So if someone asks you, when do you think space travel will become accessible to the average person? Now they're asking you when. They expect a specific time. Be honest. Say, honestly, I don't know. But don't stop there. That's not enough to impress anyone. In a more formal situation, even when you're talking with your friends, that is a conversation killer. You need to provide more information. But you can absolutely acknowledge, honestly, I don't know. Adding honestly sounds more confident than simply saying, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. But I imagine it will happen this century. So instead of providing a specific answer, you can provide a more vague or general answer. This century, that's a very long timeline, right? But you answered the question. And what happens next is important. Provide your reason why you think it will happen this century. Then you've answered this very professionally. You can say, I'm not entirely sure. Adding entirely softens it. I'm not entirely sure, but I suppose. Suppose is another way of saying think, but I suppose it could happen in the next 20 years. So again, you're providing a more general time reference rather than a specific answer. You can say, I can't say for certain, but I think my grandkids will experience this. So depending what your age is, the person you're talking to will estimate the age of your grandkids, present or future, and then understand the time reference. So that's a great strategy. Or you can say, well, I haven't thought about that before. It may happen by, and then provide a time. But well, I haven't thought about that before. This is a great way to start your answer immediately and give you time to think. And then you don't have to be precise. You can be more general. It may happen by 2035 or whatever year you feel confident providing, and then provide the reason why. Remember, we talked about saying that's a difficult question. This is the perfect time to say it. That's a difficult question. If I had to guess, I would say, so you can use I'd say or I would say in the next 100 years. So here again, you're being quite vague. You're saying any time between now and 100 years from now, in the next 100 years. If I had to guess, that makes it sound like you don't have the option. It's a requirement. If I had to guess, because you're asking me and you expect an answer, I would say in the next 100 years. You're doing great. Now you'll learn 53 phrasal verbs you can use every day. First, let's talk about to call someone out. This means to confront or criticize someone, often publicly, for their actions or behaviors. She called him out for not keeping his promises. This means that in public, she said, you didn't keep your promise, and that was a bad thing. She called him out. Now, my students, maybe even you, always call me out when I make a typo. They publicly say, Jennifer, you spelled that wrong. Jennifer, this isn't correct. But that's okay. I don't mind.
Bert's calling me out? Oh, apparently.
Called him out loudly.
It's interesting to hear them call us out on that.
Now let's compare this to call out to someone. This means to shout or raise your voice to get someone's attention. Hey John, hey Mary. He called out to his friend across the street. He did this to get her or his attention. So now let's compare these. He called out his friend. This is grammatically correct. It means to publicly criticize. He called out to his friend. This is grammatically correct. It means he shouted to get his friend's attention. Hey, John. I know this is very confusing, so you'll want to review it. I provide everything in a free lesson PDF. You can find the link in the description. Now let's talk about jump in. When you jump in, it means you enter a conversation or a situation. So I could say to you, if we were in a class or a meeting, a live lesson, feel free to jump in with any ideas. I'm inviting you to stop me in the middle of my presentation to share your ideas. Or maybe managers are talking and say, it's nice to see Sarah jumping in at meetings. They're saying it's nice to see Sarah participating, sharing her ideas more actively, maybe because she feels confident speaking in English.
I'm gonna jump in, so I want to make sure I get this one in and lighten it up just a minute.
Please feel free to jump in at any point.
Now, just like my examples show, this is generally used in a positive way. And that's important because let's compare that to butt in. Butt in. This means to interrupt or intrude into a conversation in a negative way. He kept butting in while I was presenting. He kept stopping me to say something, and I found this very rude.
Just butting in here for some side facts.
Or you could say, you should just butt out. Butt out. It's none of your business. So notice here, I changed butt in to butt out. This means you should stop intruding in something that doesn't concern you.
Butt out, Klaus.
So let's review. Jump or but into a conversation, discussion, meeting, or situation. Notice you need into as one word if you specify the noun, a conversation. And but out of a conversation, discussion, meeting, or situation. So remember the meaning and that structure. Next, let's talk about to come up with. This means to think of or create something, such as an idea, plan, or solution. They came up with a new marketing strategy. They thought of, they created.
Because Louis Pasteur came up with his technique for sterilizing milk in 1865.
I spend time every day coming up with new lessons for you. I think about ideas, I write them down, I brainstorm for you.
What'd you come up with?
So now let's change the preposition and talk about to come out with. This means to introduce or release something new, usually a product or service. The way we communicate changed when Apple came out with the iPhone.
If we were sitting down having this interview the day that Apple came out with the iPhone, you'd be asking me, really? They're going to compete with Motorola?
Electric typewriters then came out with self-contained correction ribbons so that you could make corrections right there on the machine as you typed.
Let's compare these together. Engineers at Apple came up with the idea of a smartphone in 2005. I don't know if that date is accurate. This means they thought of the idea. What if we had a phone? Now, Apple came out with the iPhone in 2007. That date is correct. This means they released the idea to the public as a product, the product being the iPhone. You could buy the iPhone. Let's review to back out of something. This means to decide not to do something you had previously agreed to. She backed out of the deal at the last minute.
Why are you backing out?
Or you said you were going to finish the English course. Don't back out now.
Don't even think about backing out, man.
Let's compare this to back something up. This means to make a copy of data to prevent loss, something you should do. For years, my husband told me I should back up my computer, but I didn't listen.
Didn't you back it up in your computer?
But now that I use Google Docs, my files are automatically backed up. A copy of my files are saved in a secure location. So always back up your computer and don't back out of things you said you were going to do.
Where do you back up your data?
To catch on to something. This is when you begin to understand or realize something. It took him a while, but he finally caught on to the joke. Now, you don't have to include the something if context is obvious. You could say, it took him a while, but he finally caught on, if you're talking about a joke and the context is obvious.
But she caught on pretty fast.
But either way, people caught on to coffee's advantages and began making tea from its leaves.
So let's talk about catch up to someone. This means to reach the same level or pace as someone else. She's driving too fast. We'll never catch up. You can say we'll never catch up or catch up to her. If you specify the someone, you need the preposition to.
Hurry! They're catching up!
Now let's look at this sentence. I need to catch up on my work so I can catch up to my coworker. When you catch up on something, it means you do the tasks that you missed or were not previously completed.
With students able to catch up on work over a coffee in the new cafe.
Let's talk about to get across. This means to successfully communicate or convey an idea to others. He tried to get his point across, to get something across, his point across in the meeting.
That'll get our point across, right?
Or, I'm not sure what you're trying to get across. Ooh, maybe you need to say it a different way.
Anyways,
The point that I'm trying to get across is that social media has made everything just that much more accessible.
Number 12, I love this one, to cheer on. This is when you encourage or support someone, often vocally. Let's go, woohoo, you can do it. The fans cheered on their team. And I could say to you, if you leave a comment, that is your way of supporting me vocally. So I could say, thank you for cheering me on. I couldn't have done it without your support.
Who cheered us on and picked us up when we stumbled.
Someone will be there to cheer us on and pick us up if we fall.
Let's compare this to cheer up. This means to help someone feel happier or to become happier oneself. I brought him a coffee to cheer him up.
Cheer up. They try with considerable vigor to cheer us up.
Or let's combine these. The fact that you came to cheer me on, let's go Jennifer, that really cheered me up, made me happier. Number 14, carry on. Most students know this. This means to continue with an activity or task despite challenges. She decided to carry on with her studies despite the difficulties.
Carry on.
Let's compare this to carry out. This means to complete or perform an action plan or task. They carried out the experiment successfully.
And we carried it out as a family.
Let's combine these. Let's carry on with the experiments. Notice you need with when you specify the something. Let's carry on with the experiments. Have you carried out? Have you conducted the first test? So remember, you carry on with something and you carry something out. Number 16, to look into something. This means to investigate or examine something in detail. The company is looking into the issue.
I'll look into it.
Let's compare this to look over something. This means to review or examine something briefly or casually. She looked over the document before signing.
Look over this contract.
Let's combine these together. I investigated, I looked into the company, and I didn't find any red flags. Red flags are potential risks or problems. I didn't find any red flags. I still need to look over, review the contract. Let's review to check in with someone. This means to communicate with someone to see how they're doing or if they need assistance. He checked in with his supervisor before leaving for the day. So how could he do this? Well, he would go up to his supervisor and say, "Do you need anything before I leave?"
Thanks for checking in, though.
Now let's compare this to check up on someone. This is when you monitor or observe someone's progress, condition, or behavior to ensure all is well. My dad had an accident, so I check up on him. I observe him and monitor him every day.
Would it kill him to check up on us?
Sometimes to check up on someone is seen as a negative because it suggests that you don't trust someone's abilities. So you often hear people complain and say, "Oh, my boss checks up on me every 5 minutes," suggesting your boss doesn't trust your abilities and needs to monitor you closely.
Are you checking up on me?
Number 20, hang out. You should know this one. This means to spend time with someone socially in a casual way. We hung out at home all weekend. Or it's very common to say to people, "Let's hang out soon. Let's spend time socially soon."
Cool, let's hang out tonight.
Don't confuse this with to hang up, which means to end a phone call. She hung up before they decided where to hang out.
Don't hang up, don't hang up, don't hang up, don't hang up.
22, to break up with someone. Do you know what this means? This means to end a romantic relationship. He broke up with his girlfriend last month.
Are you breaking up with me?
Now, you could also say we broke up. So in this case, because the subject is doing the action, you don't have to say with someone. We broke up. I broke up with him. He broke up with me. We broke up.
We broke up.
Don't confuse this with to break something up. This means to separate something into smaller parts. The teacher broke up the assignment into 3 parts.
From this point, we're going to take the life of the project and break it up into 4 phases so that we can discuss the processes that are appropriate to each.
So if you say, I broke her up, that sounds weird. That sounds like you divided her into smaller parts. But if you say, I broke up with her, that sounds sad. You ended your romantic relationship with her. Amazing job. Now let's keep going and you'll learn 15 more phrasal verbs in different everyday situations, like socializing with friends, having coffee at your favorite cafe, and sharing your ideas in a meeting. First, let's review the category of socializing and small talk. So imagine a native speaker walked up to you and said, "When did you take up yoga?" What's the phrasal verb here? When did you take up yoga? To take something up, this is the phrasal verb, and it means to start an activity. And you start it as a regular routine. So you don't just do yoga once. It sounds like you're going to do yoga every week or twice a week. Now remember, your phrasal verb is take up, but you need to conjugate that according to the subject and time reference. So maybe you could say, I've been thinking about, so about is a preposition. I've been thinking about taking up tennis again this summer. So starting tennis as a regular activity.
Honey, when did Peter Griffin take up jogging?
Or maybe someone says to you, don't take up the negative imperative. Don't take up another activity unless you have time for it. That's good advice.
I could take up yoga.
You have the body type.
Or maybe you're thinking, thankfully I found Jennifer's channel shortly after I took up learning English. Is that something that you're thinking? If it is, put that's right, put that's right in the comments. And don't worry about taking notes because I summarize everything in a free lesson PDF. You can find the link in the description. Now let's say you're talking to your coworker and you say, he always brings up politics at work. What's the phrasal verb here? To bring something up. This means to start talking about a topic. Maybe you can say, can we not bring up that topic at dinner tonight? So this is a way of asking to not discuss something. Can we not bring that up?
So stop bringing it up. It's not fair.
Or maybe you say, he keeps bringing up her trip. He's clearly impressed. He keeps talking about it.
Thanks, Wally, for bringing that up.
Let's review this sentence and where is the phrasal verb? She really got along with my cousin. Do you know this one? And notice sometimes phrasal verbs have 2 prepositions. So the phrasal verb here is to get along with someone. And this means to have a good relationship with someone. So you could ask, are you getting along with your new coworkers? Or maybe they would get along better if they communicated more. So notice that conditional structure, and would is a modal verb, and that's why you have the base verb following it. They would get along.
What is it? You two don't get along?
We get along just fine.
Now maybe your friend says to you, you'll never guess who I ran into today. This is a must-know phrasal verb. Do you know it? To run into someone. This means to meet someone but by chance. So you weren't planning on seeing that person.
It's nice to run into you.
You could say, if I run into her again, I'll say hi this time. So if I see her again, but by chance, or maybe I'll ask her for her phone number.
See, I ran into her at Target.
Or how about this one? I haven't run into anyone I know since I moved back home. So putting it in the negative means you're out in the world, getting groceries, going to the bank, but you haven't seen anyone you know. You haven't run into anyone. Now let's move on and imagine you're at a cafe, and let's review some common phrasal verbs. Maybe you go to order something and they say, sorry, we sold out of chocolate donuts. And you really wanted a chocolate donut. What's the phrasal verb here? Well, it's to sell out of something. So your verb is sell, and that's what you conjugate. And this means to have no more of something to sell to someone. So you could ask, do you think they'll sell out of those donuts again tomorrow?
They just sold out.
Already?
Or maybe, we're about to sell out, so grab one while you can. Now notice here the noun wasn't specified. We're about to sell out. If you specify the noun, that's when you add the additional preposition. We're about to sell out of donuts.
Sold out.
So they sold out of donuts, and you can say, I should cut back on sugar anyway. What's the phrasal verb here? To cut back on something. So notice again, we have that additional preposition on if you specify the something.
I think we need to cut back on our spending.
And if you cut back on something, you reduce the amount of something. So you could say, I've been cutting back on coffee lately. This is the present perfect continuous because it started in the past, maybe last Monday or last month, and it continues until now. I've been cutting back on coffee lately. It was giving me the jitters. This is the jitters. So this is why you need to cut back, reduce the amount. Or someone says to you, if you want to lose weight, I suggest cutting back on carbs. So reducing the amount of carbs. Now notice after suggest, you can use a gerund. I suggest cutting back on carbs.
We're not cutting back on food. Anything else?
Now you're still at the cafe and they say to you, we're trying out a new sugar-free cookie recipe. What's the phrasal verb here? To try out. This means to use or test something to see if it works well. For example, let's try out their new seasonal latte next time. Well, in this case, working well means you either like the taste of it or you don't like the taste of it, but you'll never know until you try it out.
Have you ever tried it out?
Or you can say after you try out the new blender, after you see how the blender works, let me know your thoughts. Was it a good blender, a bad one? Should I buy one? Do you recommend it? Let me know your thoughts. We're still at a cafe and you say to your friend, you only picked at your cookie. You don't like it? So the phrasal verb is to pick at, to pick at. If you pick at your cookie, it means you only eat a small amount of it. So we use this with food specifically. She picked at her salad, but barely touched the rest of her meal. So she ate a small amount of the salad. Maybe she didn't like it, or maybe she wasn't feeling well, she wasn't hungry. Who knows the reason? Or you can say, I was in a Zoom meeting over lunch and could only pick at my sandwich. Because you're on camera, you don't want to eat a big sandwich, so you just try to take a little bite whenever you can.
No, thank you. I'll just pick at yours.
Let's talk about phrasal verbs you can use with meetings and appointments. Someone could ask you, can we set up a meeting for next week? The phrasal verb here is to set up. And of course, this means to schedule or arrange. You can say, I'll be setting up a few interviews this afternoon.
The interview's already set up.
Or you can ask, did you already set up the call with the designer? Did you schedule the call? Did you set it up?
Set up a meeting.
Or if someone asks you, please follow up with us next week. This is a must-know phrasal verb. It's to follow up. Now you can continue on and say with someone, on or about something. So if you specify the reason why, you can use the preposition on or about. It doesn't matter which one you use, and native speakers use both equally. Now this means to continue a previous conversation. For example, I was supposed to follow up yesterday, but I forgot. I was supposed to call you to discuss something we previously discussed. Now remember, you can also say, I was supposed to follow up with you on the report or about the report yesterday, but I forgot.
Well, I'm just following up on a chat room message.
Or you can say, it's been 3 days and they haven't responded. Should I follow up or should I wait? So should I continue that discussion we previously had, or should I wait?
It's too soon.
Maybe your boss asks you, have you checked in with the client yet? What's the phrasal verb here? It's to check in with someone, and again, you can use on or about something. This means to contact someone, and you're doing that to make sure there are no problems. For example, don't forget to check in with them, maybe it's the clients or your team, before you go on vacation. So contact them to make sure they understand everything, they can access everything, there are no problems. Now again, remember, you can say don't forget to check in with them on the invoice or about the invoice before you go on vacation. Contact them to make sure there are no problems with the invoice.
Anyone finds anything, check in with me.
Let's review this sentence. My boss checks in with me every hour. It's annoying. We often use this with frustration because your boss contacts you every hour to make sure there are no problems.
Check back in with me in July.
Now remember that phrasal verbs have different meanings depending on context. So if you're at a hotel and someone says, don't forget to check in before noon.
Checking in.
Yeah, we're checking in.
This means register your arrival at a hotel. But if you're in a meeting and someone says, don't forget to check in before noon, it means to contact someone to make sure there are no issues. So you have to understand the context to know the meaning of phrasal verbs. How about this sentence? I blocked off an hour for our meeting. What's the phrasal verb? To block off. And this means to reserve time in your schedule. So someone might ask, should we block off some time on Friday? Should we reserve some time? Or you can say, I'm blocking off tomorrow afternoon to catch up on emails. So in your calendar, no one will be able to schedule time with you because you blocked it off.
I will block off the afternoon.
Now let's talk about giving compliments. How about this sentence? That outfit really brings out your eyes.
Brown one brings out your eyes.
What's the phrasal verb here? To bring out. Now remember, we previously learned to bring up. So also notice that changing the preposition can completely change the meaning. So here, to bring out, it means to emphasize, highlight, or make something more noticeable or attractive. So I could say to you as a compliment, words of praise, encouragement, support, great choice. That frame brings out the colors in the photo. Or I can say your confidence is starting to bring out the best in your team. So it's highlighting, emphasizing the best qualities. Let's review this sentence. I want to point out how well you handled that irate customer. What's an irate customer? An angry customer, an upset customer. And what's the phrasal verb here? To point out. This means to bring attention to something. For example, you've been doing such a great job lately, and I just wanted to point that out. I wanted to point that out. I wanted to emphasize that. So that would be a very nice thing to say to someone or say in a meeting to someone as well.
Thank you, Amy, for pointing that out.
You're so welcome.
Or you could say, I appreciated that you pointed out how much my design skills have improved. So you can offer this as words of appreciation to someone. This next phrasal verb is a very positive thing to say to someone. You've really stepped up lately.
Thanks for stepping up today.
The phrasal verb is to step up. This means to take on more responsibility, or it can mean to improve one's performance.
I'm thinking about stepping it up.
So your boss might say, I noticed how you stepped up when the deadline was moved. I just wanted to point out the great leadership you showed. Or you can say, she's been stepping up in every way since Peter quit. So maybe she had to take on more responsibility because Peter quit, or she improved her performance because Peter quit, but she really stepped up. Think of all the phrasal verbs you've learned. Now, let's keep going and you'll learn how to take regular verbs like hold and change them into phrasal verbs like hold off. First, let's talk about the regular verb hold. You know what this means, right? To grasp or carry something in one's hand. But what about the phrasal verb to hold off? Do you know what this means? This means to delay or postpone something. Should we sign the contract? Your coworker might ask, and you can say, let's hold off. Now, you can end there, it's a complete sentence, or you can continue back and commonly use the word until. Let's hold off until we hear back from HR. Now, you can also be more precise and describe the action. You would add an additional preposition. Let's hold off on signing the contract until we get more details.
These 10 counties decided to hold off and wait until 2018 to launch their exhibit.
Now, of course, you can put this in the negative. Don't postpone, don't delay. For example, don't hold off on improving. Notice that gerund verb, because on is a preposition, on improving your English. Do you agree with that advice? If you do, put that's right, put that's right in the comments. Now let's review one sentence that includes both the regular verb and the phrasal verb. Can you think of your own sentence? Here's mine. Let's hold a meeting to discuss holding off on the project. Don't worry about taking notes. I summarize everything in a free lesson PDF. You can find the link in the description. Now let's talk about the verb put. Of course, you know that means to place something in a specific position. But what about put off when we turn this into the phrasal verb? This also means to postpone or delay something. For example, they put off something, the wedding, until next year.
I told her it was stupid to put off the wedding just because the hall was gone and she flipped out.
Now, I'm sure you're wondering, but Jennifer, what's the difference between hold off and put off? Great question. Hold off generally is used when you're delaying because you're waiting for more information. But put off is more general. It can be for any reason. For example, they put off getting married. Now notice all of phrasal verbs use prepositions, so your verb that follows is in the ing form, the gerund form. They put off getting married until next year. This is just in general. They're not waiting for more information. It could be for any reason. Now our sentence that combines both. For example, we put off cleaning the garage, we delayed, until next week. Remember, you can use that word until. But we did put the books on the shelf. Can you think of a better one? Now let's talk about the verb pull. Of course, that's exert force to move something closer, but what about pull off? You probably know this one, it's very common. If you pull something off, it means to succeed in achieving something difficult. And that's important, it has to be something difficult. For example, he pulled off something, an incredible victory. So it implies it was difficult. Now we often use this after we do something successful, but it was difficult. I can't believe we pulled it off. So maybe you had a very tight deadline. You didn't think you could achieve it, but you did.
Wow, we pulled it off.
Now let's try one sentence using both. She pulled the chair closer as I told her how I pulled off improving my speaking skills in only 30 days. That's definitely something difficult, right? Can you pull it off? I'm here to help. Now, of course, the verb break means to separate something into pieces by force. What about break off, the phrasal verb? This means to suddenly stop or end something. This is often used with relationships, agreements, or conversations. For example, I can't believe she broke off her engagement. So she was engaged, which means she agreed to get married, but then she broke it off. She ended the engagement. She's no longer going to get married.
Obviously, I felt it deep enough to break off my engagement, change my entire life, and tell all of you.
Now, if it's obvious that you're talking about her engagement, you can say, I can't believe she broke it off. So you can use the pronoun it to replace engagement. Now let's try both in one sentence. You broke my heart by breaking off our engagement. Of course, the verb call means to contact someone by phone, but what about call off? This means to cancel an event. So an event could be a meeting. They called off the meeting. They canceled it.
With the rise of jihadist violence, they began to receive threats to call off their events, which they refused to heed.
Now again, you might be wondering what's the difference between break off and call off. Well, break off is with relationships or agreements. They're personal and emotional, like an engagement. But call off is used with events. These can be business events or community events. So you can say, we broke off our engagement. We ended our engagement. But you can say we called off the wedding because the wedding is an event. So you can say we canceled the wedding. We called off the wedding. Now let's try one sentence with both. She called her friend to let her know that the organizers called off, canceled the event. Of course, the verb cut means to divide or remove something using a sharp tool. What about cut off? Well, this is when you interrupt or stop someone or something abruptly. For example, she cut me off in the middle of my story. So I was talking and then she said, oh, I want to tell you something. She cut me off.
So I started to say that, and she just cut me right off.
Notice in the clip, Obama said, she just cut me right off. Using right is there for emphasis. It's emphasizing the fact that Barack was cut off. Now, you can use this more politely and say, sorry to cut you off, but I accidentally cut the ribbon too short. So notice that one sentence used both. Now, the regular verb drop is when you let something fall on purpose or accidentally. But what about drop off? You know this one, right? This is when you deliver something or someone to a location. For example, you can say to your friend or your sister, I'll drop you off at the station. Now, you could ask, when is the package being dropped off? Notice this is the passive voice because the package is receiving the action, not doing the action. Let's try one with both. She dropped her pen as she dropped off the reports. The regular verb get, of course, means to obtain or receive something. What about get off? You definitely need to know this one. It means to exit a form of transportation. It can also mean end work for the day. Both of these are very commonly used. You can ask, where do we get off? Now, this would be for transportation. Where do we get off? The train, subway, bus, plane, or boat?
That means you will probably be running late when you get off the train.
But we do not use this with car or van or truck. You would say, please get out of my car to mean exit. Now, you can also ask, what time do you get off? This means what time do you get off work, but you don't need to add the word work. And it means what time do you finish working for the day? What time do you get off? Now let's try one sentence with both. He got some advice, he received some advice from a stranger before he got off the train, before he left the train. Now, of course, the regular verb give is to offer or present something to someone. But what about give off? Ooh, this isn't the most common, but it is useful to know. This means to emit or produce something such as light, heat, or a smell. For example, the fire gave off a lot of smoke. So the fire emitted, produced a lot of smoke.
All things that gave off heat were part of an irreversible process that was happening everywhere.
You can use this in a more positive way. The candles gave off a warm glow as she gave a heartfelt speech. So notice I used both in that one sentence. Now, of course, the verb go means to move from one place to another. What about go off? If something goes off, it means it activates or suddenly makes noise. This is commonly used with alarms and detectors. So you hear this every day, I imagine. But what if you say, oh no, my alarm started going off at midnight? So for some reason, your alarm activated, produced noise at midnight.
I set an alarm, the alarm went off, I did get out of bed, but then I snoozed it.
Or someone might say, open the window before the smoke detector goes off, before the smoke detector activates. Now let's try one sentence with both. Let's go outside until the alarm stops going off. So notice, stops going off. Let's talk about keep. Of course, that means to retain or maintain something. But what about keep off? This means to avoid stepping on or using something. I automatically think of signs that I commonly see that say, please keep off the grass. Please do not step on the grass. I also see signs that say, please keep your pets off the grass. Because, of course, pets can damage it.
And so they got to the tomb of the unknown soldier, and there was a sign that said, keep off the grass. And they thought, dare we?
Now let's look at one sentence with both. She kept off the muddy path, so she didn't go on. She kept off the muddy path to keep her shoes dry. The regular verb let means to allow or permit. What about let off? I really like this phrasal verb. This means to excuse someone from punishment or responsibility. For example, the judge let him off. This means the judge did not punish him. Maybe she gave him a warning. So you could continue that thought and say the judge let him off with a warning. So you add that additional preposition with and then something, a warning. So he received a warning instead of punishment.
She was not going to let me off the hook. And at the time, I wasn't happy about it, but now I'm glad she pressed me like that.
Did you notice that Barack added a few additional words? She wasn't going to let me off the hook. So you could say my boss let me off the hook. So you just add the two words the hook. This means my boss didn't punish me even though I deserved it. So it's a positive thing for me. Let's try one sentence with both. I let my brother borrow my car and he got a parking ticket. Thankfully, the officer let me off, didn't punish me, when I told him it was my brother's fault. So I threw my brother under the bus. Now let's talk about kick. This means, of course, to strike with the foot, but what about kick off? Do you know this one? This means to start an event or an activity. This is commonly used with sports. The game kicked off at 7 p.m. The game started. Or you can ask, when are we kicking off the project? This is commonly used in a business context. It means when are we starting the project?
And they're very non-digital people, but it's almost like kicking off a discussion.
So let's look at one sentence with both. She kicked the ball to kick off the game, which is where this phrasal verb comes from. The verb rip means to tear something apart forcefully, but what about rip off? Native speakers use this a lot. This means to cheat or overcharge someone. She totally ripped me off. She told me this is a real Louis Vuitton bag. So she cheated me. I paid a lot of money for the bag and it was a fake.
Well, I hope he made a mistake because he ripped me off, so I hope he got ripped off.
Now, we commonly use this with the verb feel. So ripped off is in the ed form, which means it's being used as an adjective. I feel ripped off every time I buy food at the airport, which is true. I feel like I'm being cheated. Now, you can also say $5 for a bottle of water. What a rip-off. So notice here, a rip-off, this is the noun form. So get comfortable with the different forms, the active verb, the adjective form, and the noun form. Let's look at one example using both, and we'll use the active verb. The store ripped her off. The store cheated her, claiming she ripped her jeans on purpose and therefore couldn't return them. Of course, the verb run means to move quickly on foot. What about run off? This has a similar meaning. This means to leave suddenly, often to escape. And the people are usually running when they run off. But it's not a requirement. They can run off in a car, for example, because it's just leave suddenly. So you can say, I can't believe Ross ran off with his family's savings. So Ross left suddenly and he took his family's savings. So often this is used in a very negative way.
And our middleman, long story short, ran off with our money.
Oh no.
And we never heard from him again.
Or you can say, I can't believe Ross ran off with his boss's wife, which is how this is also commonly used. So two people who usually shouldn't be together leave suddenly, and they leave their partners behind.
My wife ran off with my business partner after embezzling $1 million from my frozen yogurt franchise.
So let's use one sentence with both. She ran after the thief when she saw him running off with a stolen bag. Awesome job. Let's move on and you'll learn 100 phrases I use every day, and you can too. First, let's review some phrases you can use when asking for directions. How about this one? Why don't we just ask someone where it is? This suggests asking for help instead of guessing, and something I say to my husband every time we're out.
Why don't we just ask?
Or this one, is the museum walking distance from here? Walking distance, this means close enough to walk. And of course, you can use this with any location. Now, if it isn't walking distance, you can say, we should take an Uber. So notice here, we have should, which is a modal of suggestion, plus base verb, should take. You should comment, let's go. So my modal of suggestion plus base verb. And why? Because commenting supports my channel. So make sure you comment, let's go, put let's go in the comments. You can ask someone, what street are we on? Notice here, you use on, that's the preposition, plus street name. We're on Fifth Avenue or Main Street. Or one I say a lot, I think we're lost. We're lost. Notice that structure, to be lost.
Sorry, I think we're lost.
Now let's talk about shopping and customer service. Excuse me, how much is this? Notice that excuse me is a polite way to start your question, and this is used to ask for a price.
Excuse me, how much is this?
Or this, do you have this? Maybe this t-shirt, this dress, this shirt in medium, in medium. So notice preposition is in, and then you can have size or color in yellow. Where can I try this on? This is asking where is the changing room or the fitting room? Or here's a good one, is this t-shirt, this bag, is this included in the sale? Now if it is included in the sale and you buy it, after you can say, I don't need a bag, I don't need a bag, because you brought your own reusable bag.
I don't need a bag.
Now let's review when you're at a cafe. You can ask them, what time do you close today? What time do you close today?
What time do you close?
Or after you make your purchase, you can say, I don't need a receipt, save some paper, I don't need a receipt. When you walk in, you can ask, what's the Wi-Fi password? You can even just say, what's the Wi-Fi? They'll assume you want the password.
Yeah, what's the Wi-Fi password?
Or, of course, is there somewhere I can plug in my laptop or my phone? So plug in, connect to an outlet, a power source. This is one I have to use, sorry, but there's no toilet paper. Now notice here, sorry, I'm not apologizing. This is a casual way to get someone's attention. Sorry, there's no toilet paper. Let's talk about ordering coffee. Here's how I order it. I'll get a, and then the order. I'll get a small cappuccino. That's what I order. What about you?
Just have cappuccino.
Now maybe you'll specify, can you make it, so prepare, make, can you make it the small cappuccino? Can you make it extra hot? Or you clarify, actually, I'll get it to go. So to go, of course, you're going to take it with you, wherever you go. Here's a great one, hold the whipping cream, hold. So notice this is in the imperative, you're giving an instruction, and hold means don't include the whipping cream, don't add the whipping cream. Or you're looking at these muffins and you ask, what kind of muffins are these? So you're asking about the flavor of the muffin.
What kind of muffins are these?
Now let's talk about plans with friends. Are you free this weekend? And if they are, you can say, let's grab coffee after work. So grab means get, have, or even go for. Let's go for coffee after work.
You want to grab a coffee or something after work?
You can say to your friend, we need to catch up soon. Catch up means talk and reconnect. Or simply ask, what are you up to this weekend? So up to means doing. What are you doing this weekend? What are you up to this weekend?
What are you up to this weekend?
And to reply, I'm just relaxing at home this weekend, the present continuous. And notice up to is not used in the reply. It's only the question. Now let's move on to the salon or the barbers. You can say, I'll call you later. I'm just getting a haircut. So you can use the last part if you want. I'm getting a haircut. To get a haircut, and it's in the present continuous, is taking place now. So you tell the stylist, just the usual today. You can even say this at your favorite cafe. Now this is to ask for your regular cut or style. So at your favorite cafe, it's your regular drink, your regular order.
That's the usual, coach.
Or you can say nothing fancy, just a trim. So nothing fancy means nothing new, unique, or exciting, just something simple like a trim. A trim is a small cut just to keep the hair tidy.
Just a trim.
Or you can say to them instead, just clean up the split ends. So the split ends, that's the dead part of your hair, and to clean up, tidy, fix, remove, so just cut the split ends. Or you can ask them, can you add some layers? So layers, this is a haircut with different lengths for texture and volume. Now let's talk about healthcare and appointments. You might call or simply open the door and then say, do you accept walk-ins? Walk-ins. So a walk-in, this means that there's no appointment needed. So if they say yes, it means you don't need to make an appointment. And you can use that at your hair salon or your nail salon as well.
Do you do walk-ins?
Maybe you say, I need to reschedule my appointment. So notice if you add re before the verb, it means schedule it again. So we use this to say you need to change the time or date. Or you call and ask, are there any appointments available today? Maybe you're really not feeling well today, or your tooth is very sore and you want to see the dentist. This is a great question to ask. When will my results be in? This means be available. Or you could say to them, I need to update my address on file. So on file, this means in the clinic's records. They have a record of your information. And if you update it, you provide them with your most recent phone number, insurance information, or address. Now let's review some expressions for chores and errands. You can say, we're out of milk. We're out of milk. If you're out of something, so the structure is to be out of, this means you have none left.
We're out of milk.
Or you can ask someone, can you give me a hand with dinner? You ask your kids, your parents, your roommate, your spouse. And to give me a hand, of course, this means, can you help me with dinner? You ask someone, are you picking the kids up? Are you picking the kids up?
Are you picking up the kids today?
Or can we stop by the bank on the way home? So stop by, this means visit quickly. Can we visit the bank quickly on the way home? You can say, I'm taking the car into the garage tomorrow. Into the garage, this means for repairs or checkups. The garage is the location where your car is repaired by a mechanic or trained professional. Now let's review some parenting expressions. You might say, remember that parent-teacher night is on Thursday. So here, parent-teacher night, this is the name of a meeting between parents and teachers, which commonly happens throughout the year.
Don't forget, parent-teacher conferences are next week.
Or you say, Cindy, the name of your child, Cindy has a play date at Ashley's tonight. So Ashley's, notice there's a possessive because it means Ashley's home tonight, but it's implied, so you don't need to add it. And a play date, this is an arranged time for kids to play.
Miguel had a play date.
Or you say, what time is soccer practice again? Again, notice you add again, which implies you already asked this question, but you forget, so now you're asking it again. Or an important one, did you check Ollie's homework? Did you? So check, this means review or verify. Did you review his homework? Did you verify that he did his homework? So it depends on the context. Or you can say, I signed Sheldon up for piano lessons. Now notice here, you probably know sign up, which means register or enroll, in this case for piano lessons, but you can sign someone up. I signed my son up. I signed my friend up. Now let's review some expressions you can use with household problems, which of course are bound to happen. You might say, the dishwasher is leaking. Maybe the dishwasher is leaking again to imply this has happened before. The dishwasher is leaking. So leaking, the verb is to leak in the present continuous, and this means water is coming out where it shouldn't. That is leaking, not a good thing. Or you say, the power went out for over an hour this morning. So here, the power went out. So the verb is to go out, and then what? The power, that's the subject. So this means the electricity stopped. So everything turned off and went dark. The power went out.
Power went out again.
Or you can say, my printer ran out of ink. Ran out of ink. So here, to run out of, this is conjugated in the past simple, ran out of. This means used up. So completely used up. Finished. There is 0 left. Or the oven is acting up again. And of course, you can replace the oven with whatever subject you want. My computer, my microphone is acting up again. Now, the verb here is to act up, is a phrasal verb. It's conjugated in the present continuous. This means not working properly.
The oven's been acting up.
Or you can say, we need to replace the washer and dryer. Now, replace means get new ones. Maybe they're not working properly, they're acting up, or they're just really old. I need help. Let me share some other ways that I say this, and you can too. You can say, could you walk me through, and then whatever you're struggling with. For example, how to export this document. So notice here, the expression is to walk someone. Could you walk me through something? How to export this document. Now, to walk someone through something means to explain in detail, to show step by step.
Could you walk me through it?
You could also say, any chance you know how to export this document. So here, notice I'm saying any chance. That is in spoken English. The full grammatical structure is there any chance? But in spoken English, we generally drop the is there and just say any chance. Any chance you know how to do something. Or you can say, would you mind? Notice you need the gerund. Would you mind showing me how to export this document? Let's try this right now. Would you mind commenting, let's go, let's go, let's go in the comments, because it would really help me. And this is another way of saying, I need help. Would you mind? Would you mind commenting, let's go in the comments? I love this one. Do you have a sec? A sec is short for second, so a short period of time. Do you have a sec to help me out? So notice I'm using to help me out. And then if you want to specify the something, you can say with this document. So let's try this one too. Do you have a sec to help me out by liking this video? It will only take a second, so like this video. I'm sure every day you say, I don't understand. You can say, I don't get. I don't get, and then how to export this document if you want to use that. Get means understand in this context. This is a great one. I'm having trouble. This is in the present continuous because it's taking place now. This is a gerund expression. I'm having trouble exporting the document. You can also use the preposition with. I'm having trouble with, and then something, a noun. I'm having trouble with the document.
I'm still having trouble with English.
How about this one? I'm not entirely clear on how to export this document. So notice, entirely intensifies it. I'm not entirely clear on how to export this document. Or you can simply say, I'm struggling. Again, in the present continuous, it's happening now. I'm struggling, infinitive. I'm struggling to understand this, whatever that is. Every day, you probably say, I need more time. You can also say, I'm not going to make the deadline. Native speakers love using make as a replacement to achieve or obtain. In this case, achieve the deadline. I'm not going to make the deadline. You could say we need to push back, which means postpone the deadline. So you can use the phrasal verb push back, or you can use the verb postpone. You can say, I'm running behind. Now you run behind on something. I'm running behind on the project. Again, the present continuous is taking place now. How about this one? We need to buy some time with the client. Do you know what this means? Buy some time. This is like saying we need to stall or delay the client so we can create more time. That's buying more time. You create the time.
I just needed to buy some time.
I'm sure every day you say, I'm really busy. You can say that. You can also say, I'm swamped. Notice that pronunciation, that ED is a soft T. I'm swamped. And you need the verb to be. It's to be swamped. I am swamped right now. I was swamped yesterday. Now you can continue on and say with the project or because of. If you use because, you also need that preposition of. I'm swamped because of the project. You can say the project is taking up all my time. So here, the phrasal verb to take up means to consume, use, or occupy. And notice it's in the present continuous because it's taking place now. I love this one. My schedule or my calendar is jam-packed this week. Natives love saying this, jam-packed. And notice that packed, a soft T at the end, packed. Now the jam is optional. You can simply say packed, which means very busy. Adding jam makes it sound more natural and also intensifies it.
Well, our schedule is pretty packed.
You can say things are really hectic right now. So simply using hectic instead of busy to give you a more advanced alternative. Repeat after me, hectic, hectic. And you can modify that by saying really hectic right now. I'm sure every day you say, what's your opinion? You can say, what's your take on this? Now, if the topic is obvious, you can just say, oh, I think AI is a really positive development. What's your take? Or you can simply add, what's your take on this being the topic of AI.
What is your take on this?
To sound a little more advanced and professional, you can say, what's your perspective? What's your view, point of view, or viewpoint? So many different alternatives. And again, you can say on this or not. It's optional. You could say more casually, how do you see this? I see this as being a positive thing. But what about you? How do you see this? Now, to answer, just remember those preposition differences, because you would say in my opinion, or you would say from my perspective, from my viewpoint. So get those prepositions right. Now, every day you might say, especially if you're a parent, that's not a good idea. You can say, I'm not sure about that. This is a more indirect, it adds some doubt around it. And you can also say, I'm not too sure about that to make it sound less severe, more indirect. In a more professional setting, you can say, I have some concerns about something, about the conference, or you could say, I have some reservations, or I have some doubts about the conference. You can ask someone, have you thought about? Have you thought about? This is a gerund expression. Have you thought about canceling the conference? I have some reservations about the attendance. Or you can say, before we move forward, which means before we take action, before we move forward, we need to consider, and then something. We need to consider the cost. Hopefully every day you're presented with great ideas and you can say, that's a great idea. Instead, you can say, I can get behind that idea. Now, to get behind something means that you support it. This is a very natural expression. You can say to someone, you're really on to something. If someone is on to something, it means they're moving in the right direction. They're making progress.
I really think you're onto something here.
Or you can say, that's spot on. That's spot on. Simply, you can say 100%. Now notice native speakers pronounce this as 100, not 100%. It's unstressed, 100%. Native speakers love simply replying with 100%. This is the same as that's spot on, 100%. This means that's completely correct, accurate, or I completely agree. You work every day and there are meetings taking place every day. So you might say or hear, let's meet to discuss this. Instead, you can ask, are you free to go over this? So to go over something means to review it. And when you review something, you generally discuss it as well. Now, you could also say, when are you free? When are you free? So you're asking for a specific date. You can ask, can we touch base on this soon? So if you touch base on something, it means you discuss it. You connect with someone to discuss something specific. You can be very specific and say, does Monday at 11 a.m. work for you? Now you can include the topic and say, work for you to discuss this if you want, but that's optional. Or you can simply say, let's set aside some time. If you set aside time, it means you allocate it, you reserve it. Let's set aside some time to iron out the details. To iron out is a great phrasal verb. It means to finalize or to resolve if things are in a state of uncertainty or conflict even.
Yeah, just ironing out the last details.
Now I'm sure you say, let's start every day. Let's start the project. Let's start making dinner, whatever it is. Instead, you can say, let's get the ball rolling. So to get the ball rolling is an idiom that means to start. This is another common idiom, let's hit the ground running. Now, if you hit the ground running, it means you start, but you start with a lot of enthusiasm and energy. So it's a very positive idiom. Or you can simply say, let's do it. Let's do it. So someone might ask you, should we start dinner now? And instead of saying, let's start, you can say, let's do it.
Let's do it, eh? Let's do it.
Or you can say, let's get going, let's get moving, let's get cracking. So notice you use get for all three of these options, and then the next verb is in the ing form. Or you can use something that will make you sound very natural in a fun, casual way. You can say, it's go time, which means it's time to start. Every day you may need to cancel plans and say, I can't attend the meeting, the conference, the party, the appointment, whatever it is. Instead, you can say, I can't make. Remember that verb make? In this case, it means attend. I can't make the meeting. Or natives love saying, oh, I can't make it. It representing the meeting or the party or the appointment. You can say, sorry, I have a scheduling conflict. So this means you have another appointment or meeting at the exact same time.
It was an unavoidable scheduling conflict.
Or you can say, sorry, I'm already booked, which again means you have another meeting at the exact same time. You can say, unfortunately, I have another commitment that is a more formal and professional way of saying, sorry, I can't make it. Or you can simply state, I'm not free, I'm not available at that time. And you can be specific about the time as well. Instead of saying they work well together, you can say they have a strong rapport. Rapport. Notice that T is silent. They have a strong rapport or strong relationship. You can say they're close knit. Notice the K is silent. Close knit. And you need the verb to be. They're close knit. Or you can use close knit as an adjective and say they're a team, a close knit team. You could use a different noun. You could say they're a close knit family, they're a close knit group of friends, for example.
These are close knit communities.
Or you can say they have a positive working relationship, they have a supportive working relationship. You can also say they complement each other. If two things complement each other, it means they go well together, like cookies and a glass of milk. They complement each other. So two people can go well together, they complement each other. Now you'll learn 20 English words to sound more advanced. Our first word, quandary. Listen to that pronunciation, quandary, quandary. This is a difficult situation or dilemma. For example, I'm in a quandary about whether to take the new job or stay where I am. So that's the difficult situation, the dilemma, the quandary. Now, quandary is a noun, so you still need the rest of the sentence structure. To be in a quandary is one option. You could also say Sarah found herself in a quandary. So to find oneself in a, because it's a noun, a quandary, when both her friends asked her to help at the same time. Which friend do I help? That's the dilemma.
Yes, this is a quandary.
The manager's quandary was whether to invest in new equipment or hire more staff. Or maybe you might say, I was in a quandary in the past simple. I was in a quandary about how to improve my English until I found JForrest English. Hopefully you're saying that. So put that's right, put that's right in the comments. Ruckus. Notice that pronunciation? Ruckus. The N sound is unstressed. Ruckus. Ruckus. This is a noisy commotion or disturbance. The kids caused quite a ruckus. So again, you need a verb, to cause a ruckus, and then quite a ruckus intensifies it. The kids caused quite a ruckus when they found out the pool was closed. So they started screaming, yelling, making noise, a ruckus.
This is quite a ruckus.
Or there was a ruckus, to be a ruckus. There was a ruckus in the hallway after someone pulled the fire alarm. You can imagine all the noise, all the commotion, a ruckus. Or you can say to your kids, your friends, your coworkers, stop making such a ruckus. People are trying to work here. Let's review whim. Whim. This is one I use a lot. It's a sudden and impulsive decision. Let's review that sentence structure. On a whim. On a whim. We decided to drive to the beach for the day.
I buy you flowers on a whim.
So we didn't plan it. It was impulsive. She bought the dress on a whim. She didn't really think about how much it was or when she would wear it. She just bought it on a whim, even though she didn't really need it. His sudden trip to Europe was just another one of his whims. Now, whim is a noun. One of his, you need a plural. One of his whims. Let's review glitch. Glitch. Do you know this one? It's a minor error or malfunction. You've probably experienced this maybe today. There's a glitch. There is a glitch. a minor error or malfunction in the software that's causing the program to crash.
Yeah, there's a glitch.
Or everything was running smoothly until we hit a minor glitch in the system. So if you hit a glitch, it means you encounter it and it's sudden and unexpected. Or you might say the flight was delayed due to a technical glitch. So a glitch and then technical is the adjective. What type of glitch? An error related to technology, a technical glitch with the plane. Let's review stroll, another one that's part of my daily speech, but it's more advanced, of simply saying a leisurely walk. Stroll is the word choice. We took a nice stroll. So notice you can take a stroll and then nice describes what type of stroll. We took a nice stroll through the park after dinner. Or she likes to go for a stroll. You can go for a stroll around the neighborhood to clear her mind.
Let's go for a stroll.
Or review this one. She likes to stroll around the neighborhood to clear her mind. What's the difference? Well, in this sentence, she likes to stroll. Stroll is a verb and it's in the infinitive. So you can use it as a noun or a verb. Now, speaking of verbs, let's move on to scrutinize. Scrutinize. Native speakers will often drop that T and form a flap T, and it will sound like scrutinize. So you may hear that, scrutinize, or more enunciated, scrutinize. This means to examine something closely and carefully. The accountant scrutinized the financial reports for any errors. So it sounds stronger than simply saying reviewed. Or someone might say to you, you need to scrutinize the contract carefully before signing it. Again, stronger than saying review, and it instantly sounds more advanced. In the negative, you might say, my boss scrutinizes my every move. My every move means everything I do.
What are we supposed to do? Scrutinize every little thing?
And notice this is in the present simple. My boss scrutinizes. So it shows that it's a routine action. Let's move on to dwindle. Dwindle. This means to gradually decrease or diminish. It sounds more advanced. The crowd began to dwindle as the concert came to an end. Or her savings dwindled after she lost her job. So they started going down and they kept going down gradually. Or you can say interest in the project is dwindling. Notice this is in the present continuous. This is a verb, so you need to conjugate it. And our subject is interest. Interest is dwindling.
An interest in the tour has dwindled nearly to nothing.
Let's review nudge. This is a great verb. It means to physically push or encourage someone or something, but you do it gently. And that's why I just went like this, because that would be a nudge. She nudged him to remind him it was his turn to speak.
Let's nudge some people.
So if someone is sitting beside me and I go like this, that would be me nudging the person. And it's for a specific purpose. It acts as a reminder. Or remember, you can use this with something. He nudged the door open just enough to peek inside. Whenever I'm in public, I don't open doors with my hands because of germs. I try to nudge the door with this part of my body. Now remember, you can use this to mean encourage. I needed someone to nudge me into making the decision I'd been avoiding. So to encourage me. So it can be physical or just words of encouragement. Let's review scoff. Scoff. This means to mock or show contempt. For example, he scoffed at the idea of working overtime on the weekend. So he showed contempt, that he wasn't happy for it. So you can scoff at something, at the idea. Now you can certainly say this word in your speech to explain how someone reacted. I shared my idea and he scoffed at me, or he scoffed at it, the idea. But this is often just a sound effect that someone makes in reaction to something. So if I say to my students, I'm quitting YouTube, you might say, ugh, and make a sound effect. Rather than just using the word scoff, you can show it by making a sound effect or a reaction. Ugh. I'm sure the same concept exists in your native language as well. Let's review some more examples where you would say it verbally. My father scoffed when I shared my idea to start my own business. So that is how he reacted. Or she scoffed when I told her I was thinking about running a marathon. It shows how she reacted in a negative way. Let's review dodge. This means to avoid something. Now it can be physical. You can physically move your body to avoid a ball hitting you, but it can be figurative as well. For example, he managed to dodge the question by changing the subject. So it's not that he moved his body to avoid the question. He avoided it, he dodged it by changing the subject. It's a good strategy. Or physically, she quickly dodged out of the way to avoid being hit by the ball.
Dodge this.
Or someone might say to you, you can't keep dodging responsibility. So here it's in the ing form because of keep. You can't keep dodging responsibility, avoiding. You need to address the problem. Let's review some advanced adverbs. Implicitly. Implicitly. This is in a way that is understood without being directly stated. For example, I implicitly trust her to make the right decision. I trust her even though there isn't some formal agreement of trust. It's just implicit.
Officers, I trust him implicitly.
The instructions implicitly suggested. So remember, as an adverb is going to modify a verb, in this case, suggested, but without directly saying. The instructions implicitly suggested that we should wait for further notice. Or by signing the contract, you implicitly agree to the terms and conditions. Let's review zealously. Zealously. This means with great passion or enthusiasm.
Zealously represent your client?
She zealously promoted the new product to every customer who walked in. Again, the verb that's being modified is promoted. He worked zealously to finish the project ahead of schedule. Or the volunteers zealously organized the charity event, ensuring every detail was perfect. So this is a great adverb to show your passion and enthusiasm. Let's review lavishly. Lavishly. This means in an extravagant or excessive manner. They decorated the venue lavishly. So how did they decorate the venue? There's your adverb. Lavishly for the wedding. The company spent lavishly on its annual holiday party.
Oh, quite the lavish employers, aren't you?
She praised her team lavishly for their hard work and dedication. So this can be positive or negative depending on the context. Let's review briskly. This is a more advanced way of saying in a quick and energetic manner. She walked briskly to catch the bus before it left.
Because I walked here very briskly.
Or the server briskly cleared the table to make room for new customers. He spoke briskly wanting to finish the meeting as quickly as possible. Adding adverbs will really make a sentence sound more advanced since they are optional in the sentence. Let's review solemnly because you may know this from movies. You will hear this a lot in movies or books. Solemnly. It means in a serious and formal manner. He solemnly promised to keep the secret. So if I read that in a book, I would understand more about the character. It shares a lot of information because I know he's promising in a formal or a serious way.
Solemnly promise I'll behave myself.
Or for example, the team stood solemnly during the national anthem. She solemnly handed over the resignation letter. So she did it in a very serious or formal way. Let's move on to some adjectives. Convoluted. Convoluted. This means complicated and difficult to understand. The instructions for assembling the furniture were so convoluted that I gave up. It sounds more advanced than complicated. His explanation of the situation was convoluted and hard to follow.
It was very convoluted.
Or you might complain and say the plot of the movie was too convoluted. Let's review jittery. Jittery, do you know this one? If you're jittery, it means that you're nervous or unable to relax. The students were jittery as they waited for their exam results. Have you been in that situation? You're waiting for a phone call or you're waiting for news or information and you're jittery. Or you might say, I always get jittery, become jittery. I always get jittery before a big presentation. I still do too.
Yep, just a little jittery.
Now this is also used to describe a common side effect of too much caffeine. So you might say he drank too much coffee and started to feel jittery. In this case, your hands might actually shake or you might feel your heart beating, which is a side effect of caffeine that some people experience, including me. That's why I drink 1 cup per day or else I get jittery. Let's review quirky. Notice that pronunciation, quirky, quirky. This means unusual, but in an interesting or charming way. I instantly think of the character Phoebe from the TV show Friends. She's unusual, but in a lovable way, right? Or you might say she has a quirky sense of humor that always makes me laugh. That could be Phoebe. Or the cafe has a quirky decor. So here it's describing decor with mismatched chairs and colorful walls. So it's unusual to have mismatched chairs, but you like it. So you can describe it as quirky to show something unusual in a positive way. Or his quirky personality, so this describes personality, his quirky personality makes him stand out in a crowd.
But he's quirky.
Let's review finicky. This is a negative adjective. It describes someone who is picky or difficult to please. So you might say he's so finicky about his food that he won't eat anything with onions or with many different ingredients. Now you can also use this to describe a tool or an object. The printer is finicky about jams if you don't load the paper just right. So it's saying the printer won't behave properly unless everything is perfect.
Careful with that card, it is a little bit finicky.
Or you might say she's a finicky dresser, which relates to clothing, of course. She's a finicky dresser and spends hours choosing the perfect outfit because she's very picky, but it sounds negative. It's not a positive adjective. Same with bland. This is a negative adjective, bland. This means lacking strong flavor or excitement. Commonly used to describe food. The soup is bland. It needs salt, herbs, and spices. That will give it flavor and excitement, right?
I know, it's bland.
Or this slide is a little bland. If you're creating a presentation or reviewing a presentation, this slide is a little bland. An image or some color would add interest. Or you can describe an entire room. The room was painted a bland shade of gray. So in this case, bland describes the color. A shade of gray that is dull and boring. I think gray is pretty much bland to begin with. I don't know if there's an exciting shade of gray, but in this case, a bland shade of gray. Let's review some vocabulary you can use during job interviews and hiring. You can say, I gave my best elevator pitch when we first met. An elevator pitch, this is a noun, it's a something. It's a short, persuasive summary about yourself or your idea. And when I say short, I mean the time you're in an elevator with someone. So usually 30 or 60 seconds long. You need to introduce yourself, the value you'll provide, what you can do in 30 to 60 seconds. That's an elevator pitch. Or maybe a friend says to you, you should dress the part for a management interview.
He even dressed the part.
So here, to dress the part, this is an idiom, and it means to wear clothing appropriate for a role or situation. So if you're applying for a management position, you're going to wear something different than if you were applying for an assistant position. You have to dress the part. How about this? She really did her homework on the company before the meeting. Now notice here, on the company, this is optional. You could just say she really did her homework before the meeting. This is an idiom, to do one's homework. This has nothing to do with an English assignment. This simply means to prepare in advance for any situation by researching. So if you do your homework on a company, you understand the goals of the company, who management is, where they're located, the size, things like that. So when you are interviewing, you can impress them with your knowledge of the company. How about this one? A firm handshake, and a smile create a strong first impression. A first impression. This is, of course, the initial opinion someone forms about you. You always want to make a great first impression. Now, don't worry about taking notes. I summarize everything in a free lesson PDF. You can find the link in the description. And hopefully, I'm making a great first impression with you if this is your first time. If not, hopefully you're enjoying this video. So if you are, put that's right, put that's right in the comments. Now let's review this phrase. In an interview, you need to read the room to determine what level of formality to use. This is an important one. This is an idiom, to read the room. This has nothing to do with reading. Remember, idioms have a non-literal meaning. If you read the room, it means you understand the atmosphere and you adjust your behavior accordingly. So if you notice that everyone who is interviewing you is telling jokes, using informal speech, well then you should also be lighthearted, use informal speech, tell a joke if you know one. You need to read the room. Read the room. Here's an important one. I sent a follow-up email to thank the recruiter. Now, you can say I sent an email, of course. Adding a follow-up email, this simply is a thank you or a reminder sent after a meeting or interview. So you can send an email anytime, but a follow-up email means that something happened before it, like the interview. So let's say you attend the interview, you get the job, congratulations. So let's move on to some phrases you can use on your first day and during onboarding. So listen to this. The onboarding included a tour and introductions. onboarding. This is the process of introducing a new employee to the company. So it's when you meet people, you understand the culture, you learn the policies, you fill out all the forms, you get your security pass, your parking pass, all of that is involved in onboarding. Or how about this? There were some icebreakers during orientation or during onboarding. Orientation is a replacement word. Now, icebreakers, that represents an activity or a game to help people feel comfortable in a group. So it's commonly done when people are meeting for the first time, or even when people who have met before start a meeting, or even at a party. You have some icebreakers.
How about an icebreaker?
How about this? The office has a business casual dress code. You definitely need to know the dress code. You can ask that during onboarding or during orientation. So the dress code, this represents the rules about what employees can wear at work. So maybe at your office, for some reason, you're not allowed to wear bright colors. You have to wear black. That would be part of the dress code. Here's a common one. Senior management hosted a meet and greet for new hires.
So first up, meet and greet.
A meet and greet. Notice how I pronounced "an." When you have "an" between two nouns or two verbs, you can pronounce it just as meet and greet. You can absolutely say meet and greet, but that's not how a native would say it. A native would say meet and greet, meet and greet. This is an informal session where people introduce themselves. So they meet for the first time and they greet each other. That's a meet and greet. Now, in the first few days or months of joining a company, you might say, I'm still learning the ropes in my department. Do you know this one? This is an idiom to learn the ropes. It means to learn how a job or system works. You need to learn the ropes. Now, we already reviewed this, but just again, she made a good impression by arriving early. So before we focused on just first impression, but notice you can also make and then any adjective impression. And this, in the positive, means to create a positive opinion early on. So impression represents opinion, but you can also make a terrible impression by arriving late and not following the dress code, not dressing the part. So you want to make a positive impression. Now let's review some phrases for asking for or offering help. You may know this one. Can you give me a hand? Can you give me a hand with these reports? So to give someone a hand, this means to help with a task. Can you give me a hand with, and then you specify the something.
Can you give me a hand?
How about this one? Could you point me in the right direction for the budget file? Do you know this one? To point someone in the right direction. This is very commonly used, and it means to show or guide someone toward the correct way or place. It's often used in giving directions. Can you point me in the direction of the museum? Can you show me where the museum is? But you can also use it in the workplace to represent a task or a process. How about this one? Can you back me up during the meeting? Ooh, do you know this one? To back someone up, can you back me up? Can you back her up? So you need that someone up. This means to support someone's idea or statement. So if I ask you to back me up, it sounds like I'm going to share a new idea or suggest a change in the meeting, and I want you to say, that's a good idea, or yes, we should consider that. Here's a must-know phrase. My boss walked me through the new software process. So to walk someone through something. In this case, the something was the new software process. And this simply means to explain. Can you explain? But you do it step by step. So it sounds like I want an in-depth explanation. It's extremely commonly used in a workplace situation. This is also a great one to know. Can you cover for me? Can you cover for me while I'm at lunch? So to cover for someone. This means to do someone's work temporarily. Well, in this case is while the person is at lunch. So if you work in a restaurant and you're a server and you want to go eat something because you're really hungry, but you have tables that are waiting for food, waiting for water, waiting for the bill. So you would ask another coworker to cover for you. This is also extremely common. Keep me in the loop about or on the project changes.
Please keep me in the loop.
So there are two acceptable prepositions, about or on. It doesn't matter which one you use. To keep someone in the loop means to share updates or information about something. Let's review some phrases you can use while participating in meetings. Maybe you say to someone, or you hear your boss say, feel free to chime in if you have any ideas. Feel free to chime in, extremely common. This means to join or add to a conversation. So it's another way of saying feel free to share. Feel free to share any ideas you have. Feel free to chime in. Or maybe someone says, let's make sure we're on the same page before moving on. You may know this one, to be on the same page. If you're on the same page as someone, it means you have the same understanding or agreement.
We're on the same page.
So you both agree that you should cancel the event. You're on the same page. Here's a great one. She took the floor to explain the plan. To take the floor. You'll hear this a lot, especially if there are many people in a meeting, and it means to begin speaking to a group. So when someone takes the floor, it means now it is that person's turn to either formally present or just informally share their ideas. Here's one you should know. I'd like to raise a point about the deadline. So to raise a point, this means to bring up an idea or concern. Now, if people are talking about the deadline, you can say, I'd like to chime in about the deadline. I'd like to share my opinion. But in this case, you can also say, I'd like to raise a point. And in that meeting, you're going to be waiting for your boss or the person leading the meeting to say, let's wrap up so we can go to lunch. To wrap up means to finish a discussion or meeting. So it's another way of saying, let's end this conversation so we can go to lunch. Let's wrap up.
Let's wrap it up.
Maybe your coworker says to you, he gave us actionable advice for the presentation. So here, he gave us advice. You're just adding actionable. Actionable. This is advice that can be used quickly and practically. So it makes it sound very positive. Or maybe as you're presenting, you can say, I appreciate constructive criticism of my idea. Criticism is negative. It's negative commentary. But if you add on constructive criticism, it's still negative, but you're sharing that with the intention of improving something. So you're providing this negative feedback, but your goal is to help. So you have a positive goal. You're not doing it to be mean, like you see a lot of people in YouTube comments. They're just being mean. It's not constructive. Maybe someone says the proposal has room for improvement in the timeline of the deliverables. So room for improvement. This means there is opportunity to make something better. And notice you need the verb have. This has room for improvement. So maybe they'll give you some constructive criticism. Now let's review some phrases for workplace socializing. Of course, you want to get to know the people you work with in a more casual social environment. So you might say, want to grab coffee after the meeting? Now notice this sounds more casual. I'm dropping do you, which is very commonly done, and I'm just starting with the verb. Want to grab coffee. So to grab coffee, this means to go get coffee and is often used socially.
You want to go grab a coffee?
Or maybe you suggest to your coworker, let's take a coffee break at 10 or a specific time. So a coffee break, this is of course a short break to have coffee. So if you just say, let's take a break, well, maybe you just sit there stuck on your phone or you check your email. But a coffee break, there's the expectation you will leave your desk and get coffee. So it's more social. And at any point, if you want to socialize with anyone at work, including your boss and more senior people, just ask them, how's your day going so far? How's your day going so far? This is casual, but it's friendly and absolutely appropriate even in a formal situation. And this simply is to ask someone about the status of something. Now, in this case, the something was, how's your day going so far? But you could replace your day with, how's the project going so far? How's the report going so far? Or again, anytime you want to strike up a conversation, which means to start a conversation, you can ask, what's going on? What's going on with? And then something. What's going on with the conference? So this is to ask about the status of something. And now, if someone asks you, how's your day going so far? And you want to reply simply, but naturally, you can say, pretty good. Can't complain, can't complain. This is a neutral or positive response to how are you or how's it going? Because if you can't complain, it means that there are no problems, there's no difficulty, there's no issues. So it's either neutral or it can be positive. Can't complain.
I can't complain.
Or if you see a client or a coworker that you haven't seen in a long time, you can say, hey, long time no see. Long time no see. And then you could ask them, how have you been? How have you been? Because it's the present perfect, you're asking about the past until now, rather than just saying, how are you, which focuses on now. And of course, long time no see, this is said when you haven't seen someone for a long time, and it's just acknowledging that. Now let's review some phrases for workplace events and time off. Maybe someone asks you, have you RSVP'd for the company picnic? Have you RSVP'd? This is a verb, to RSVP, but notice I have that apostrophe D. That's to show the verb is in the past simple. That's used when you have an acronym, like in this case. Have you RSVP'd? So you add a soft D. And this means to respond to an invitation to confirm if you will attend. So you RSVP by saying, yes, I will, or no, I won't. Or maybe someone asks you, can you do a head count before lunch if you're planning the company picnic or any other event? So to do a head count, this means you literally count how many heads there are, because every person has one head. So it's to count how many people will attend. You don't actually have to count their heads, you just count one person. Or maybe you say to your coworker, I'm taking the day off tomorrow. So I'm taking the day off, to take time off. This means to not go to work. Now, maybe because you have a medical appointment, maybe family is visiting, maybe you just want a day to relax, whatever the reason is.
Take the day off with me.
But it's not usually because you're sick, because we have a different expression. You would say, I had to call in sick on Monday. I had to call in sick on Monday. So here, to call in sick. This is when you tell your boss you're sick and cannot come to work. Now, although it uses the verb call, you could text or write an email, but the phrase is the same. Now, if you did take some time off, maybe you say, my time off really helped me recharge my batteries. So to recharge one's batteries, in this case, my batteries, and batteries is always in the plural, it means to rest and regain energy, which is exactly what a day off can do for you. Or maybe you tell your coworker, we're heading to the cottage for the long weekend. So we're heading to, this is another way of saying we're going to, and for the long weekend. So of course, you know, the weekend in North America is Saturday, Sunday. A long weekend, so adding long before weekend, this is a weekend extended by a public holiday. Most likely it's Monday is the holiday, but sometimes it's Friday. So a long weekend would become Saturday, Sunday is your regular weekend, and then Monday is a public holiday, so you don't have to work, and that's a long weekend because you get 3 days instead of 2. Woohoo!
So have a great long weekend.
Now maybe you say, I need to use up my vacation days by the end of the year. So your vacation days, it could be singular. Maybe you just have one vacation day. This is the number of paid days off you are entitled to. So you may have a contract or an agreement. Paid days off. That is a vacation day. You get to relax at home in your pajamas and you still get paid. How awesome is that? I don't get any vacation days because I work for myself. Let's review some phrases you can use to talk about performance or motivation. She hit the ground running on her first day. Do you know this one? To hit the ground running. This means to start a job quickly and effectively.
I'm gonna hit the ground running.
Or maybe you say the manager set the tone for open communication. Open communication means you are welcome to communicate freely. To set the tone, this means to establish the mood or style for something. And in this case, it's open communication. You can just come give me constructive criticism and I welcome it. It's open communication. Or maybe you say, I'm still getting acquainted with the new process. So to get acquainted with something, this means to become familiar with people or systems. How about this? Consistent positive reinforcement keeps the team motivated.
It's about offering positive reinforcement.
So positive reinforcement. This represents encouragement by highlighting strengths. That's the positive part. Or maybe you say, she always goes the extra mile for her clients. To go the extra mile. This means to do more than is required. So it's a very positive thing. Or maybe you tell your boss, we worked late yesterday and now we're ahead of schedule. Oh, this is a positive thing. I love being ahead of schedule. So to be ahead of schedule, this means to finish a task or project earlier than the planned time. It's a very positive thing. Or how about this? He took initiative and solved the issue before it got worse. So to take initiative, take is your verb that you conjugate. This means that you act without being told or waiting for permission. So if you see that there's a problem, but your boss is busy with something, you just go solve the problem and then you tell your boss that you solved it. You don't wait for your boss to come give you permission. You just do it. And that's a very positive quality as well. Wow, you have already learned so much. Now let's keep going and focus on economic vocabulary so you feel confident understanding and discussing important world issues. Supply and demand. This is a noun. They're commonly used together, but they can be used separately. Supply and demand is the balance between product availability, supply, and consumer desire, demand, which affects price. And that's why it's important, because supply and demand often determines price. You see this with housing prices, with real estate. Housing prices are soaring because demand is high, people want houses, but supply is low. There aren't available houses.
So this year we've seen soaring prices and a sharp increase in sales.
Now notice the verb I used, soaring. The verb to soar means to rise quickly and dramatically. The verb is often used in economic news. Using this verb, you can say my English confidence is soaring, and that's hopefully what you're thinking and what these lessons help you do. So if you're thinking that, put that's right, put that's right in the comments. Let's talk about inflation. This is a noun, and it means rising prices that reduce the value of money. So if you have $100 under your bed, in 3 years from now, that $100 could be worth less because overall prices are higher. So that $100 will buy you less things. That's because of inflation.
Congress should be focused on keeping inflation in check.
Generally, people say in day-to-day conversations, everything costs more now. Inflation has made groceries and rent much pricier. Notice to be pricey, but in my example, I used the comparative pricier. So to be pricey, this simply means expensive. So much pricier means more expensive. Now let's talk about deflation. We have inflation and deflation. This is also a noun. It means falling prices, often due to weak demand. Now deflation, falling prices, it might sound good in theory, but it usually means businesses are struggling. So it isn't a good concept for the overall economy. Now, recession. You hear this every day in the news, and people discuss this concept. This is a period of economic decline with job losses and slower growth. Growth in the overall economy. You can say hiring freezes and layoffs suggest we might be heading into a recession. So notice that phrasal verb, to head into. This means to go into, so it means entering a recession. Now, a hiring freeze, this is a temporary stop on hiring new employees. Layoffs, this represents job loss due to company cutbacks. Let's talk about the concept of boom and bust. They are also commonly used together, but it's not required. A boom is rapid economic growth. A bust is a sudden downturn, so a sudden decline. Tech companies thrived, performed very well, thrived during the boom, the period of economic growth, but now many are going under in the bust. So to go under, this means to fail, to permanently close. Section 2, market and trade terms. Let's talk about a free market. This is an economy where prices and businesses operate with little government control. In a free market, competition keeps prices fair, but it can also lead to monopolies. A monopoly, this is when one company dominates a market with no competition, and this is not good for overall economic growth.
Is a plethora of choice necessary in a free market? I believe it is both a good and bad thing.
Now, tariffs, you hear this a lot in the news right now. This is a noun, and tariffs are taxes. They're taxes on imported goods, often to protect local businesses. Now, I said you hear this a lot in the news right now. At the time of this recording, Donald Trump is threatening to impose tariffs on many countries, including my country, Canada, and Mexico. Now, notice I use to impose a tariff. This is to officially force a rule, tax, like a tariff, or a punishment. Now, I also used the word imports. So let's talk about imports and exports. Of course, imports are goods brought into a country, and exports are goods sold abroad, exiting the country. Electronics are the country's main import, so that's the noun form, and sugar is its primary export. Notice I use main and primary. They're interchangeable and commonly used with import and export. Now, you can also use the verb form, and you can say the U.S. imports a lot of oil. So notice it has that S because it's the present simple conjugated with the subject, the U.S., third person singular. The U.S. imports a lot of oil while it exports agricultural products like corn. So oil is entering the country, corn is exiting the country. Let's talk about trade deficit and trade surplus. So a trade deficit happens when a country imports more than it exports. And then a trade surplus, well, it's the opposite. It's when a country exports more than it imports. So the country's trade deficit is growing because it buys more from other nations than it sells.
Is that we have a food trade deficit and food trade surplus at the same time. We ship cheap food out into the world, and we got to reach beyond our borders to import the food that's most important to human health.
Let's talk about a bubble. This is a noun. So a bubble is when asset prices rise far above their true value. The real estate bubble burst in the US in 2008. Did you read about that? Now, notice I used burst. In my sentence, it is a verb, but it can also be used as a noun. And to burst or a burst is the sudden collapse of those inflated prices. So inflated means they're bigger than they should be, and then burst is when they go back down to a smaller size. Section 3, business and investment. Let's talk about a market crash. This is a sudden and sharp drop in stock prices. So the 2008 market crash wiped out billions in retirement savings. You can also say the 2008 market crash happened when the real estate bubble, the inflated prices, when that bubble burst. So when it quickly collapsed.
Frankly, I think before the market crash of 2008, many Americans looked at Social Security as, it's greens fees. I'll take it at 62, so what if it's reduced? It's no big deal.
Now, of course, the stock market. This is the place where shares of companies, so a share represents ownership in a company, a share of companies are bought and sold. The stock market dropped today, or the stock market rose today. You can use both of those. And every day the stock market does both. It drops and it rises, usually like this every day. Now let's talk about a bull market and a bear market. Have you heard these terms? A bull market is when stock prices trend up over time. So it's not just today. It's over a period of time. So this represents a strong economy. A bear market is when stock prices trend down over time. So not just for a day or a week, it's a longer period of time. It's a trend. You can say investors made huge profits during the bull market, but now we're in a bear market and stocks are crashing. So to crash, this is a sudden and sharp decline.
I can tell you, we've had a 6-year bull market. There are a lot of bull market geniuses out there right now who have just been piling into the most speculative stocks, and they've been rewarded for that.
Let's talk about consumer spending. This is the money people spend on goods and services. It's a key part of the economy. Now, when inflation goes up, consumers generally spend less. So you can say consumer spending shrank during Q1, but is expected to bounce back, improve, recover by Q3. Do you know what I mean by Q1 and Q3? Well, first let's talk about to shrink. This means to reduce in size or amount. And for Q1, Q3, this represents the fiscal year. The fiscal year, which is 12 months, but it's not the calendar year. The fiscal year is generally divided into 4 quarters, and those quarters are Q1, 2, 3, Q4, and each lasts 3 months. So Q1 represents January, February, March, if you use the calendar year as your fiscal year, which isn't a requirement. So let's talk about credit. This is money borrowed that must be repaid, and often with interest. So you can buy a house or a car on credit. Now, higher interest rates make it more expensive to buy a car or a house on credit. Section 4, employment and wages. Let's talk about the unemployment rate. This is often in the news. This is the percentage of people who are jobless but looking for work. So retired people, children, they are not in the unemployment rate because they aren't looking for work. You can say the unemployment rate dropped last month, showing signs of job market recovery. So it's a positive thing when the unemployment rate goes down, drops. Now, the job market, this is the availability of jobs and the competition for them. For example, with so many layoffs, the job market is getting tougher for new graduates. Remember, we already discussed layoffs. This is job loss due to company cutbacks. So companies aren't spending as much money.
The 2 fastest growing occupations in the entire job market are solar panel installers and wind turbine technicians.
Now let's talk about the cost of living. This is the amount of money needed to cover basic expenses like housing and food. So you can say the rising cost of living driven by inflation is making it harder for many families to afford basic necessities like groceries, rent. So notice I use to be driven by. This is very common in economic news. To be driven by, this means to cause something to happen. Let's talk about the concept of productivity. This is the amount of work produced in a given time. So productivity is a general term, but in the context of the economy, it's the amount of work produced. For example, companies are investing in AI to boost worker productivity, so boost, increase, and cut costs. So to cut costs means to reduce or eliminate costs. Now let me share a common idiom with you, which you might know, which is to make ends meet. This is to earn just enough to cover expenses, but not anything additional. So you don't have a lot of additional consumer spending. So you can say with inflation causing the cost of living to soar, to increase suddenly, many families are struggling to make ends meet, are struggling to cover their basic necessities. Section 5, policies and government. Do you know what the concept of monetary policy is? Well, this relates to central bank decisions. For example, setting interest rates. And they do this to control inflation and growth. So for example, you see things in the news like the Federal Reserve raised interest rates, so they made them higher as part of its monetary policy to fight inflation. Now let's compare this to fiscal policy. Fiscal policy represents government decisions on taxation and public spending to manage the economy. So you can say the government is using fiscal policy to stimulate growth by cutting taxes. So it's their decision on how to manage their resources.
The present over the future, including fiscal policy and what would be the equivalent of monetary policy, Rome's understretch over a period of time led to its rot far more than its military adventure.
Now, of course, taxes, you know what this is. This is money collected by the government from individuals and businesses. So here are some phrases that you, as a consumer, need to know. When are taxes due? Because you need to pay your taxes. When are taxes due? When is the deadline, so the final date, the deadline to file taxes, to submit taxes? So you can use to submit taxes, but we commonly use the verb file, to file taxes. Now let's talk about national debt. This is the total money a government owes. So it's the debt, the amount owing. There can be consumer debt, personal debt, but national debt is what your country owes. So you can say the national debt is soaring, increasing sharply, as the government borrows heavily to cover its budget deficit. So a deficit or a budget deficit, this is when spending exceeds revenue. Now, let me share another idiom, to be in the red or to be in the black. So both of these use the verb to be and in the. So notice that sentence structure. If you're in the red, it's bad. You're losing money. That's why a lot of companies will say, we're bleeding, because red, blood, and it's gushing out of them. It's like money is leaving them. We're bleeding, we're in the red. In the black, that's positive. It means the company is profitable. So you can say after years of being in the red, so remember, you need the verb to be. In this case, it's conjugated in the gerund form because our preposition of. After years of being in the red, the new technology helped the company cut costs, reduce costs, eliminate costs, and move into the black. So we commonly use the phrasal verb to move into to talk about the transition from one category to the other. Let's do something different. Now you'll learn English with the news, so you learn everything in context. Our headline, nearly 700,000 displaced in Lebanon as Middle East crisis escalates. So here, notice nearly. As a synonym, you could use almost as well. Around and approximately are also used to talk about an unspecific number, but what's the difference between these two pairs of synonyms? So these two are synonyms and these two are synonyms, but what's the difference? Nearly almost, it could be less, but around approximately, it could be less, it could be more. These synonyms can be used with numbers, with quantity, but they can be used in different ways. So you could say, I nearly finished the report. I almost finished the report. They have the same meaning. They're synonyms. It means you didn't finish the report, but you're close. Maybe you're 90% done or 95% done. Now, if you wanted to use around approximately in the context of finishing a report, maybe you could talk about what time you started or ended and say, I started the report around 8 a.m., 7:50, 8:10, around 8 a.m. If you want to use approximately, you have to change the structure. I started the report at 8 a.m., at approximately 8 a.m. So when you use around, you do not add the preposition at. Nearly 700,000 displaced. So here, displaced, notice they're not adding the noun, displaced people. Because displaced is actually an adjective. It describes the people. If you're displaced, it means you've been removed from your home or surrounding forcefully. What happens in a war or a conflict, or it could happen because of a natural disaster like a fire or a earthquake, for example. So here, displaced is the adjective. They're not including the noun people because it's obvious. But you could say displaced people in Lebanon as Middle East crisis escalates. So if something escalates, if a crisis, if a wildfire escalates, if a problem at work escalates, it means it becomes worse or it becomes more severe. Now notice there's an ES here. That's because the subject is conjugated as singular. It escalates. So the Middle East crisis, it escalates. Now let's continue with the article. In Lebanon alone. So here adding alone, it means only in Lebanon, not other places, only in Lebanon. In Lebanon alone, nearly 700,000 people, including around 200,000 children, have been forced from their homes. So you could say have been displaced. Now, if you use displaced, you don't need to say displaced from their homes because the word displaced includes that information. If you are displaced, it means you are forcibly removed from your home. So often the choice of a synonym may be because you can summarize 4 words with one just by saying displaced. Now, have been forced, have been displaced because it's passive. The subject, children, the subject is not doing the action. The subject is receiving the action. So the thing doing the action would be the crisis, but here it's in the passive. Now here also notice they used around, which we discussed before. So around 200,000, it means it could be a little less, it could be a little more. Adding to the tens of thousands already uprooted from previous escalations. So here we saw the word escalate as a verb. As a verb, it's conjugated. Here it's in the present simple and is conjugated with third person singular. However, here, escalations. What part of speech is this? It's a noun. You can tell by the sentence structure, and also as you notice these things more and more, you notice patterns. Nouns tend to end in ION, information, for example. Many other nouns end in ION. You'll be noticing them now that I referenced it. So escalations, this is a noun, is simply viewing crises that are escalating or other things that are escalating. That is the verb form, is viewing it as a thing, escalations. Let's review the word uprooted. Uprooted. This also means displaced. If you think of a tree has roots, and if it's planted in the ground, and if you want to move that tree that's been in the ground for a long time, it's very difficult because the roots are established, they're set. So you can imagine that same analogy that you're forcing people to lift up their roots, which would represent their connections, their patterns, and go somewhere else. So displace. Now, uprooted is also used in a everyday life context beyond a crisis, whether it's a war or natural disaster. For example, it's very common to use it in this context. I'm not going to uproot my entire life for my job or for my boyfriend, girlfriend, my spouse, whatever it is. So I'm not going to uproot my entire life. It means you're not going to change everything about your life. Now, in this context, the word uproot sounds negative. But sometimes you want to change things in your life. You want to move abroad for a job opportunity. So if you're using it in a positive context, I'm open to moving abroad. You wouldn't use uproot because uproot sounds negative, just like displaced sounds negative. So just remember, if you see something like, I'm excited to move abroad and start fresh. Start fresh means new surrounding, new friends, new job, new daily routine, fresh. In that context, you would not use uproot because uproot sounds negative. Let's keep reading. The development follows a weekend of escalating Israeli and U.S. strikes. Okay, here, escalating. In this context, It's being used as an adjective because it's describing the strikes, escalating strikes, strikes that are escalating. So in that sense, you could use the verb form, strikes that are escalating, but you can take that and turn it into the adjective by describing the strikes. Weekend of escalating Israeli and U.S. strikes against Iran. So notice the prepositions as we go through this lesson as well. Strike against a person or a country, strikes against Iran, counter strikes by. If it's by, it means they are the ones doing it. So just like this report was prepared by Maria, Maria is the one doing it, right? So Iranian forces are the ones doing the counter strikes. And a counter strike is the U.S. striked Iran, Iran strikes the U.S. So it's in response to an existing strike. So counterstrikes by Iranian forces across Israel and explosions in several Gulf states, along with Israeli strikes targeting Hezbollah in Lebanon. So the article has this use of but then they changed to along with. It's because they're more adding this point as an afterthought. They view it as somewhat distinct or unique from the other points. So when you use and, you're seeing it more in succession. This weekend, I watched a movie and I cleaned my house and I went grocery shopping. You're saying it in succession. But here, because they changed to along with, they view this just as slightly separate. Echoing the deep concerns across the international community. So here, a deep concern, you're intensifying the concern. You're saying it's a serious concern. I'm very concerned. Just like you would say, I deeply care. I'm deeply sorry. You're intensifying it. In those examples, you're using it as an adverb. I'm deeply sorry. But here, deep concerns is an adjective. It describes concerns. Echoing the deep concerns across the international community at the impact of the ongoing war on civilians. The UN's top aid official, Tom Fletcher, warned of wider secondary impacts. Okay, so I'm stopping here because I want to explain this echoing, but you can't understand it until you get to this part of the paragraph. Because if you echo something, it means that you think the same or you repeat the same, you agree basically. So if I say it's too cold to walk outside in winter, and you say it's too cold to walk outside in winter, you just echoed what I said, but you could just say I agree, I echo that. So you can use echo in that context. So the information that is being echoed is this information, okay? This is what's being echoed. So Tom Fletcher warned of wider secondary impacts in countries including Afghanistan and Pakistan, where needs were already great. Now let's look at this structure here. Warned of. So Tom Fletcher warned of wider secondary impacts. Now wider, just you can imagine if there's a hole and the hole gets wider, it gets bigger. So it's just saying that the impacts could be more significant than they are now. That's what they mean by wide. You could also say bigger or more severe. Now, warned of, what do you notice grammatically? We have warn in the ed form, and then we have the preposition of, and then here, wider, secondary, these are adjectives. So then you have to find what's next, which is a noun, because you warn of something. Now you can use a noun. Now, if there's a verb, what type of verb would you use? If you warn of doing something, because of is a preposition, so you can use the noun or the gerund, which is your verb in ing, which functions as a noun. It functions as a thing more so than an action. So you could say experts warned of, and then flooding would be the ing form, the gerund, or floods, which would be the noun, the thing, after the storm. Now, this is commonly used in the news, in research studies, in more formal speech. In more everyday speech, it's very common to use the verb warn because it's to provide advanced notice that something negative may happen. That's what it means to warn. So it's very common, but this isn't the most common structure in everyday spoken English. Do you know what it would be? You could say experts warned the community, the area, the people. Experts warned us that the area could flood. Okay, here, so you warn someone or something, like a community would be more a thing, but it's a group of people. Experts warn the community. That is optional. You don't have to include it. But then here, what is this grammatically? The area could flood. Well, this is called a clause because it is a grammatically correct group of words on its own. We have a subject and a verb. That's technically all you need. You can include more information. You can include an object, adverb, adjective, but this on its own is grammatically correct. So when you use warn someone, you need a clause, a complete subject after it. So the area could flood is what the experts warned. This is definitely an everyday phrase. You could say, my teacher warned me, warned us, warned my class. My teacher warned me that the test will be difficult. So if I just say, the test will be difficult, that is a grammatically correct group of words. It's a clause. It's a complete sentence. So I'm telling you now in advance about something that could be potentially negative, dangerous, or difficult. My teacher warned me that the test will be difficult. Let's keep reading. Added to that, so you're probably more familiar with in addition to that or additionally. This isn't the most common phrasing to introduce another point that's related to a previous point, but there's always many different ways to say the same thing in English, so now you have another one. Added to that, the focus on existing crises. What do you notice here? Crises. Well, there's one crisis, so we know this is the singular, but to form the negative, we don't just add es, because what's the difference here? There's only one is. So this is just too difficult for pronunciation. Because of that, we form an irregular plural and we get rid of that extra is. So the pronunciation is crises, sees, just like she sees. She sees the crisis, okay? Maybe that can help you remember the pronunciation. So this is plural, so it would be two or more. On existing crises, such as Sudan, South Sudan, and Ukraine. So here we have at least three, right? Because they listed 3 places, we can assume they're unique crises. Each one is a crisis, 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 so all 3 are crises. Is slipping even further down the list. Okay, so I'm just going to get a piece of paper, which I always have beside me. So you have 1, 2, 3, and in level of importance. So we would say, I'm just going to list them: Sudan, South Sudan, Ukraine. But now we have a new one, which is Middle East. So all the other ones are going down. That's the down, but it makes them less important. So now Ukraine is number 4, whereas before it was number 1, just as an example. But if you can consciously move something down, if I have my list of tasks, my priorities for the day, I might consciously say, you know what? This is actually more important. I'm going to move number 3
to number 1, and I'm going to move number 1 to number 3. So I'm consciously changing the order of importance. So we would use, I'm going to move this task up to make it more important. I'm going to move this task down to make it less important. But if something slips, it means it's unintentional, it's accidental, it's not conscious. We use this with a very common expression. We often say, that slipped my mind. That slipped my mind. That slipped my mind. So if someone asks you, oh, hey, Jennifer, did you file the report? And I say, oh, no, I'm so sorry. It completely slipped my mind, which means I forgot. It's another way of saying I forgot. But you can think of it more of I didn't do it because I unintentionally didn't prioritize it. So it has a similar meaning here in the slip, mean unintentionally reducing the importance because something is more important in a sense of urgency or unexpectedness. As I was writing that, I thought of an idiom that uses the word slip. Hopefully you don't have to use it too often, but the idiom is to slip through the cracks. So it always has to be the, you can't change it to and it always has to be cracks. It can't be crack because idioms have to be used in a very specific way. So you can conjugate your verb, slip, and then something slips through the cracks. So the something would also change. Now, if something slips through the cracks, it means you forgot it. So the idiom means to forget, to miss, or to ignore something. So we often use this with tasks or responsibilities. If you asked your spouse to pick up milk on the way home and then they get home and you're like, honey, where's the milk? And then they say, oh, I'm so sorry, it slipped through the cracks. So they forgot to do it, or they just ignored it, but it was accidental, not on purpose. So I'm so sorry that slipped through the cracks. You could say the same thing if your boss asked you, where's the report? So you could say, it slipped my mind, I forgot because I didn't remember, which is the alternative, or it slipped through the cracks. It was on my to-do list, but I didn't see it. I missed it. It was unintentional, but I didn't do it. So those are two great expressions that you can add to your vocabulary. The emergency relief chief noted, along with continued disregard for international law and institutions, including the UN, that were created to prevent conflict. So the same thing here. So the focus on current crises is slipping, and there's a disregard, which means people aren't being respectful. They aren't taking it seriously. They're ignoring it, basically, for institutions like the UN that are there to prevent conflict. So again, we're using this along with more to introduce a secondary point, because this is the main point. Existing crises are slipping in terms of priority, but this is a secondary point that they want you to know is still happening, but it sounds as it's less important because they used along with. Let's keep reading. As rapidly rising fuel prices at the pump. So at the pump means at the gas station. It's just an expression because you pump gas, the hose that you put in your vehicle. The action is to pump, and then the device that holds the gas, that's called the pump. So at the pumps means at the gas station. So as rapidly rising fuel prices at the pump on Monday linked to higher oil barrel costs. So if it's linked to, it means that it's connected to. So we have two things, higher oil barrel costs and then rising fuel prices. They're not just two things that are happening at the same time, they're connected. So that's linked to. Reflected deep economic uncertainty caused by the war. UN agencies also highlighted, so if they highlight something, just like a highlighter, just like right now, I just highlighted this word, I want you to pay more attention to it. So if they highlight this information, they want to make it more noticeable or sound more something you should pay attention to. UN agencies also highlighted severe global supply chain disruptions affecting shipping, energy, and fertilizer markets. So here, affecting, this is the verb form. Students often confuse this with affect, because the pronunciation is very subtle, but it's affect. So the verb is affect, the noun is affect. And here we see deep again. Remember what that means? Reflected, serious, economic uncertainty, because you're intensifying it. So you could, in this case, if I were to change the word, I would use serious economic uncertainty. Let's keep reading. Attacks on shipping in the Strait of Hormuz have practically halted trade. So halt is another word for stop. It's not really used in an everyday context. You wouldn't say, I halted work at 5 p.m. You would not say that. It would sound very unnatural. But a police officer might say halt to tell you to stop with authority, or in this case, it makes complete sense and sounds natural. Instead of thinking of it as simply stop, which is just an easy way to think of it, the more precise definition would be to bring to an end. And it sounds like completely or forcefully. So maybe you could say something like floods halted train service. So the service is going and then just entirely stops because of something. So it's more of an outside force, an external force. But here, I stopped working on the project. You would absolutely use stop every time. Have practically halted. So practically means not entirely. Maybe it's 90%, 95%, but it isn't 100%. But it means almost completely, almost entirely. Halted trade along the narrow channel. So here, the narrow channel is the Strait of Hormuz, which carries nearly 1/5 of global oil shipments, along with large volumes of commercial goods. So again, they're using this along with a lot. Remember, it's just to provide additional detail, because the main point, they were talking about fuel, oil. So you can think of this just as a secondary point, but they want you to have this information, but also just know it's secondary information. So here you're learning a new synonym, because we already know that nearly or almost could have the same meaning as practically. Almost completely would be how I would define it. Almost completely, nearly completely, so around 95%. So you can say, for example, don't stop now, just to use an example using stop. Don't stop now, you're practically finished. Why would you quit now? You're practically finished. You could use this with an assignment, a marathon, baking cookies, anything. If they're 90% done, why would you turn off the oven? Just let those cookies go 30 more seconds and then take them out. You're done. You're practically finished. But you could also use your nearly, you're almost finished. Faced with longer transit times and knock-on delays to humanitarian deliveries, the UN agency and partners have increasingly used suppliers in transit corridors through Turkey, Egypt, Jordan, and Pakistan. So here, the UN agency and partners are using different suppliers, different transit corridors, so just a different path, a different direction, because they're faced with longer transit times. So they started with the reason why. This is often done in the news or more persuasive writing, because you want them to understand the reason why. It can often add interest rather than just stating it in a more factual base. You understand the consequence first, and then you understand the parties involved or the subject. Let's review knock-on delays. This isn't a phrase that's too common, to be honest, so don't feel like you have to add it to your vocabulary. But a knock-on delay, maybe depending on the industry you're in, you might use it more, but it means that the delay was only caused by other things. So it's more of a chain reaction. So this happened, and as a result, the delays happen. So they're knock-on delays. They're caused by something else. Let's keep reading. While making greater use of overland routes between the United Arab Emirates and the Eastern Mediterranean coastal region. So here they're talking about transit corridors, and then now they're also saying they're making greater use. So greater use, they're using it more. So in a more formal context, someone might say you need to make greater use of the marketing department. You need to use the marketing department more. So it's just an alternative phrasing. It sounds a little more formal simply because it's not as commonly used in everyday speech. It would be more common to say you need to use something more, not you need to make greater use of. So notice the difference. It's more complicated to say that because make is the verb, greater is the comparative, and then use is the noun, and of is a preposition, and then you have something. Rather than saying you need to use, that would be the verb, overland routes more. So it's a lot easier to say it the second way, which is why it's more everyday English. I wrote the 2 sentence structures so you can review them and try your own example sentences as well. And that's the end of the article. So now I'll read the article from start to finish and you can focus on my pronunciation. Nearly 700,000 displaced in Lebanon as Middle East crisis escalates. In Lebanon alone, nearly 700,000 people, including around 200,000 children, have been forced from their homes, adding to the tens of thousands already uprooted from previous escalations. The development follows a weekend of escalating Israeli and U.S. strikes against Iran, counter-strikes by Iranian forces across Israel, and explosions in several Gulf states, along with Israeli strikes targeting Hezbollah in Lebanon. Echoing the deep concerns across the international community at the impact of the ongoing war on civilians, the UN's top aid official, Tom Fletcher, warns of wider secondary impacts in countries including Afghanistan and Pakistan, where needs were already great. Added to that, the focus on existing crises such as Sudan, South Sudan, and Ukraine is slipping. Even further down the list, the emergency relief chief noted, along with continued disregard for international law and institutions, including the UN, that were created to prevent conflict. As rapidly rising fuel prices at the pump on Monday linked to higher oil barrel costs reflected deep economic uncertainty caused by the war, UN agencies also highlighted severe global supply chain disruptions affecting shipping, energy, and fertilizer markets. Attacks on shipping in the Strait of Hormuz have practically halted trade along the narrow channel, which carries nearly 1/5 of global oil shipments, along with large volumes of commercial goods. Faced with longer transit times and knock-on delays to humanitarian deliveries, the UN agency and partners have increasingly used suppliers and transit corridors through Turkey, Egypt, Jordan, and Pakistan, while making greater use of overland routes between the United Arab Emirates and the Eastern Mediterranean coastal region.
This is such an effective way. Let's move on and read another article.
Our headline, Trump says U.S. will blockade the Strait of Hormuz. So here notice blockade. This is being used as a verb. You can tell because of the sentence structure. Will blockade. This is what verb tense? The future simple. We have will and then the base verb, blockade. And I'm explaining that because the word blockade is commonly used as a noun. For example, protesters formed a blockade. Now, in this sentence structure, you know that it's a noun because only nouns take articles. Formed a blockade, created a blockade, put up a blockade, and stopped cars from entering the street. Now, a blockade, the noun, or to blockade, this is to block. So to prevent cars or people or goods such as oil, fuel, from entering or leaving a specific location. Now, the verb block has the same meaning, but you might say a tree fell and blocked the road. But a blockade is always done purposely. So to purposely block, to prevent people or things from entering or leaving. So it's usually done for political reasons or strategic reasons. So here's the sentence, the same sentence or similar, using the verb. Protesters tried to blockade the street. So tried to block, tried to create or form a blockade. And notice the pronunciation of this ending is aid, aid, aid. Now, because of the way the syllables will be divided, it will sound more like blockade. So you'll hear this K sound on the aid. Blockade, blockade, blockade. Let's keep reading and learn about this blockade. And I just used which form, the noun or the verb? Let's keep reading about this blockade. This, so you know it's a thing, so it's a noun. The verb would be, let's read about how the U.S. is blockading or is trying to blockade the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, so let's keep reading. After a diplomatic team led by U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance tried and failed to reach a negotiated agreement to end the war with Iran on Saturday, President Donald Trump announced plans to block the Strait of Hormuz. Now here, notice they're just using the verb block, most likely because we already know it is strategic because they used it in the header. So now because we know they're talking strategically, you can just simply use block because like I explained, it has the same meaning, just one is done on purpose and strategically. But you could just add the ADE spelling and the pronunciation blockade, and you could just turn it into the verb. And notice the important information here. Donald Trump announced plans to block. So this is just a plan at this point, which makes sense because in the header, we saw it was the future simple, will blockade. But if you present something more as the future simple, it sounds like it's a planned action, will blockade. So this has a slightly different meaning than saying announce plans to blockade, because we all know that plans sometimes don't happen in a political context and in an everyday social context or family context as well. So keep in mind this at this point of the article, it's just a plan. And notice how they added tried and failed to reach a negotiated agreement. Now, the word negotiated is important because it sounds like both parties were involved because the verb is to negotiate. Now, in this sentence structure, what form of word is this? What type of speech is this? Remember, I said it can be used as a verb. And as a verb, this could be the past simple. We negotiated an agreement. But that's not the sentence structure because when you have it before the noun, it functions as the adjective. And often verbs can become adjectives by adding the ed form. That isn't with every verb though, but that is commonly done. So a negotiated agreement. Let's review this question. How did the negotiations go? This would be a very common question you can ask in a political context. You would commonly ask in a business context, and you can even ask in a family context. Maybe your sister or a friend just went to negotiate a home deal or the purchase of a new car. How did the negotiations go? Now here, negotiations, this is a noun. So is treating negotiating the action as a thing. So the negotiations. Here you can say we negotiated last week, but we couldn't reach an agreement. So negotiate is the verb, is conjugated in the past simple because we have last week. And this is a simple regular verb, so you have ed for the past simple. Negotiated, negotiated. Now, reach an agreement. Reach is the verb that is commonly used with agreement. Because agreement is a noun, you also have the article, an agreement. You could also say we failed to reach a negotiated agreement. So here, negotiated is the adjective. You can tell because of the placement. Like I said, it becomes before the noun. And also notice an agreement, our article becomes a because the spelling changes between a and depending on the spelling of the word that immediately follows it, not necessarily the noun. So when you have an article or an adjective directly following the article, that's what you need to base your choice of a or an on. The U.S. Military Central Command announced that the naval blockade. So here we have the blockade, so it's a noun, and same thing, naval functions as the adjective. It tells you about the blockade. Now, the word naval means relating to the Navy, and the Navy is ships. So the naval blockade, it would be ships that act as a block. Just like if a tree falls and it blocks the road, the tree is the blockade. So in this case, there could be a ship, a Navy or a military ship that blocks other ships. So the naval blockade would stop all ships traveling to or from Iranian ports. Tehran has vowed to retaliate. Okay, so we have very strong wording right here with vowed and retaliate. First, let's review vow, vow, ow, vow. This is the base verb, to vow. Now, this is in the present perfect because it's a completed past action with the result in the present. That's why the present perfect is being used. And the past simple, you just add a soft D, vowed, vowed. Now, in the verb form, you might say, I vowed to protect my family. If you vow to do something, so you need the infinitive to protect, it means you strongly promise or publicly state. You hear this a lot in movies, in books, and even in everyday speech. Probably the most common usage in everyday speech is your wedding vows. So in North America, a lot of wedding ceremonies, traditional ones, they use this wording, I vow, I strongly promise, or I publicly state, I vow to take this man as my husband. I vow to love him in sickness and health until death do us part. Those are the traditional wedding vows, a small part of them. Now, that's the verb, I vow. You can also use it as a noun, a vow. And then wedding vows, that would be a thing. So it's a noun. So you would write your wedding vows, and then maybe you practice your wedding vows, and then you have to share your wedding vows on your wedding day. And as the noun, you can use the verb make. I made a vow. I made a vow to protect my family. So in this case, it is the verb. Tehran has vowed. Tehran has publicly stated or strongly promised to do something, to retaliate against. So the verb is retaliate, retaliate, E8, 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 retaliate. And you retaliate against someone or something. Now, the meaning of to retaliate is I'm going to do something negative to you. It may hurt you physically, it may hurt you financially, but it's going to hurt you in some way, in a negative way. And I'm only doing it because you first did something to me. So it's like a form of revenge, but to retaliate means you're going to take specific action to hurt someone in an equal way or more extreme way than they hurt you as a form of punishment against that person. And remember, it could be a thing as well. You might retaliate against someone's decision, for example. So then the thing is the decision or the action. And you use the preposition against. Now, in this context, the consequences of retaliation is the noun form. So the consequences of their negative actions of retaliation could be quite severe, of course. But although the action is always negative, it could be just a less severe negative action. Maybe, for example, the team retaliated, that's the verb in the past simple, the team retaliated after their star player was pushed. So in hockey, if one player pushes the other player, well, that other player is probably going to push the other player. So yes, it's a negative action, but the consequences are less severe. Now, hopefully there's a voice of reason in everyday situations, and someone says, don't retaliate, you'll only make things worse. And using the noun, I might say your retaliation, viewing your negative action as a thing, your retaliation will only make things worse. And that's the noun. So Tehran has vowed to retaliate. Remember, if you include the someone or something, you need against. In my example, the team retaliated against the other team. It's not always required that you need to include the someone or something. So in this sentence, it's not required because it sounds obvious based on context, but you can absolutely include it. Just remember the preposition is against. Tehran has vowed to retaliate against any military vessels in the strait. So a vessel is another word for ship, but a vessel could be any style of ship because there may be very specific names other than just ship. Military vessels in the strait. Iran is not a place that can be contained with tweets and imaginary blockade plans. So remember, in the headline, it was presented as the future simple. The U.S. will blockade. And then later on, we saw it was just announced plans to blockade or block. So that plan, Iran is suggesting, was just made with a tweet on social media. So Iran is not a place that can be contained with tweets and imaginary blockade plans. So this is basically Iran saying that this may not happen, or your threat to blockade us isn't going to prevent us, the government added. A narrow strip of water between Iran and Oman has once again become the center of global economic anxiety. So that narrow strip of water is the Strait of Hormuz. So here they use the name instead of describing it as a narrow strip of water. Often articles will do this just so they don't have to repeat the same thing again and again and again. They try to think of other ways of describing it. So a narrow strip of water. The Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most critical energy choke points, is facing fresh disruption risks. So the disruption risk is if there were a blockade, that would completely disrupt. So disruption is the noun form of to disrupt. And then a risk is something that may happen. a negative that may happen. Because remember, this is, at this point of the recording, this is a plan to blockade the Strait of Hormuz. Is facing fresh disruption risks as tensions escalate. So escalate is another way of saying a rise or increase, and is commonly used with a conflict or a fight, a disagreement, which you could use the noun tension. So tension describes when people are fighting, that uncomfortable feeling that's in the air, that's obvious, is tension. So there was a lot of tension between us at the meeting. So you can see the tension visibly, you can sense the tension if that's something that you're susceptible to, feeling other people's emotions, which I am. I can sense tension when I walk into a room. As tensions escalate between Iran on one side and the United States and Israel on the other. So on one side, on the other, they're talking about, well, two sides of any issue, any conflict, any debate, any dispute. Now let's go back and review choke point, because I realized I didn't explain that. So the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most critical energy choke points. So a choke point is a point in a system, a process, or a physical location where the flow can be slowed. Now in transportation, it may be simply because something wide becomes narrow before it becomes wide again, and that narrow point is a choke point. So you might say, don't take that route. The bridge is a choke point. So you have 4-lane highway, but then it all goes into this narrow bridge and then it opens up again. So that's physical, a physical choke point. It could also be more metaphorical. For example, you might say that question on our survey is a choke point. You have 10 questions on a survey, but every time people get to number 4, sometimes they don't like the question and they leave, they refuse to answer the rest of the survey, or answering question 4 just takes a really long time, or it's complicated, just something about question 4. Question 1, 2, 3, everything's fine, but then 4, everything slows. So question 4 is a choke point. Let's keep reading. This situation has raised alarm across energy markets, governments, and investors because of the strait's outsized role in global oil and gas trade. So the situation being the proposed plan to blockade the strait. So that situation has raised alarm. So this is the verb that you can use with alarm, which means to cause alarm to happen. An alarm not necessarily meaning meh, meh, meh at 6 a.m., just concern, has raised concern, has raised alarm across energy markets, governments, and investors. So they're talking about different groups of people, not just political, because of the strait's outsized role in global oil and gas trade. So if it has an outsized role, it means it's a way bigger role than you would expect, given maybe the size of the strait because it's tiny, or the location, or whatever reason, but larger than one would expect is outsized role. Oil topped $100 a barrel again on Sunday. So 100, no S on 100, but you add the S to dollars. And the money sign comes first in North American spelling convention, but in pronunciation, it comes after. So oil topped $100 a barrel. Now, a means per barrel. So you have 1 barrel. That's what it means. 1 barrel. A barrel per barrel. The verb top means reach or exceed. It's not clear. So it could be that oil was $100 per barrel, or oil was $105 per barrel, because it's reach or exceed. So you might say the temperature will top 30 degrees today. So 30, but it could be 31, 33. So it's commonly used with prices, even though it's not a specific reference, and is commonly used with temperatures, or you can use it with any quantity. Oil topped $100 a barrel again on Sunday. So again, meaning it's happened in the past, as the blockade threatens to further disrupt the global economy. So they're saying the price of oil increased to or above $100 because of the news of the blockade. So in this case, as means because. As the blockade threatens to further disrupt, so further meaning there's already disruption. Disruption is the noun form. Disrupt is the verb form. But further disrupt, if you further disrupt, there has to already be disruption. So if you're asking me questions in a class and then nobody has their hand up, I might say, are there any further questions? Meaning any more questions. But at the very beginning, I would just say, are there any questions? Because nobody has asked a question. So you only use further if that action has already been done in whatever context. So very common. Any further questions, any further concerns, any further information you would like, very commonly used. To further disrupt the global economy and keep gas prices elevated. So elevated means higher than normal. The conflict has become a test of wills, of Iran's ability to endure continued US and Israeli attacks versus Trump's tolerance for the economic and political pain the war has produced. So in this context, wills represents willpower, your strength, your internal strength, your ability to endure. So that's what we have here, ability to endure. Now, you endure something negative. You don't endure watching Netflix and eating chips. That's easy. So you need willpower to endure running a marathon, for example, or you need willpower to endure learning a second language. Absolutely. So the expression together, a test of wills, you might think it as determination versus determination. So my determination, meaning my willpower, my motivation, my ability to endure, versus your willpower, motivation, ability to endure. So, if there's a test of wills, who's going to win? I don't know. I have a pretty strong will. What about you? Hopefully you do as well, because you need it when you're learning a second language, that's for sure. And that's the end of the article. So what I'll do now is I'll read the article from start to finish, and you can focus on my pronunciation. Trump says U.S. will blockade the Strait of Hormuz. After a diplomatic team led by U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance tried and failed to reach a negotiated agreement to end the war with Iran on Saturday, President Donald Trump announced plans to block the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. Military Central Command announced that the naval blockade would stop all ships traveling to or from Iranian ports. Tehran has vowed to retaliate against any military vessels in the strait. Iran is not a place that can be contained with tweets and imaginary blockade plans, the government added. A narrow strip of water between Iran and Oman has once again become the center of global economic anxiety. The Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most critical energy choke points, is facing fresh disruption risks as tensions escalate between Iran on one side and the United States and Israel on the other. The situation has raised alarm across energy markets, governments, and investors because of the strait's outsized role in global oil and gas trade. Oil topped $100 a barrel again on Sunday as the blockade threatens to further disrupt the global economy and keep gas prices elevated. The conflict has become a test of wills, of Iran's ability to endure continued U.S. and Israeli attacks versus Trump's tolerance for the economic and political pain the war has produced.
This is such an effective way. Let's move on and read another article.
Our headline, what on earth is going on with oil prices? So what I've highlighted here, what on earth, these three words are a phrase, and we use this to express surprise, confusion, shock, or disbelief. So you might use this in a context of when you don't know the word for something. You might say, what on earth is the word for this? And maybe you hold up an object like a hammer. You say, what on earth is this? So if you use what on earth, it really emphasizes it. It sounds more dramatic than just saying, what is this? So if you're in your office working and you hear this really loud noise, you might say, what on earth? What on earth was that? Instead of saying, what was that? You just add this as a phrase to add emphasis to confusion, shock, disbelief. So you could say, what is going on with oil prices? But adding what on earth makes it sound more dramatic. So notice here we have going on. This is a phrasal verb, to go on. And in this context, it means happening. So what on earth is happening? And the preposition you need before you identify the noun is with oil prices. Now, we commonly use this phrasal verb for everyday context. So you might ask a coworker, what's going on with the report? What's going on with the conference? Or with a person, what's going on with Jennifer? She hasn't posted a video in days. So you want to know what's happening. What's going on with Jennifer? Now remember, the phrase is to go on with, but here it's conjugated in the present continuous because it's taking place now. You could certainly turn it into a different verb conjugation, what went on with the conference last week, for example, but it's very common to talk about what's happening now. What's going on with Jennifer? She hasn't posted a video in days. Hopefully you don't need to say this. So put keep posting, put keep posting in the comments as encouragement for me to keep posting lessons for you. Let's learn about what's going on with oil prices. The price of oil rarely makes it into dinner table conversation. So here, dinner table conversation, this just represents a topic that people normally discuss while they're having dinner. So dinner with family or dinner with your roommates, whoever you live with. Now, rarely is an adverb of frequency. And when you see adverbs of frequency, you're going to have the present simple verb tense. And that's what we have here. Rarely is on the lower end of frequency. So usually would be the opposite. Usually makes it into dinner table conversation is something people discuss at dinner while they're having dinner, but rarely is the opposite. Just for fun and just to make this lesson more interactive, to encourage you to practice, why don't you complete this? I rarely Jennifer's videos. Oh, so what could you say that makes logical sense? And that's grammatical. I'm looking forward to reading your replies. I'm sure they'll be very creative. Now, if I wanted to write this a different way, I could say the price of oil is not something people usually discuss at dinner. Same meaning, different way of communicating it. That is the case in English. There's always a different way of communicating something. And a useful exercise is if you can easily make a change like I did with any sentence. So that's something that you could practice with this lesson PDF as well. Let's keep reading. But over the last 2 weeks, it has dominated. Now, as soon as I saw this over the last 2 weeks, I knew what the next verb tense would be. Did you? Did you know it was going to be the present perfect? It could have been the present perfect continuous if they wanted to show a duration. So it has dominated. Now, it being what? The price of oil. The price of oil has dominated headlines, like the headline we have right here. So if you go on to any news site that you use, oil, 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 you see a lot of it. That means that it has dominated headlines. It's what you've seen frequently on headlines, with huge and unusual rises and falls. So rises, so the price of oil rises, increases. The price of oil falls, decreases. So that's the rises and falls. They're talking about the price of oil, remember. Starting to feel like the new norm. Of course, norm is short for normal, the new normal. But even in headlines or articles, business writing, you will commonly see norm instead of normal. It's the new norm. Learning online is the new norm. Working remotely is the new norm. Using ChatGPT is the new norm. Now, did you notice that all my sentences started with the gerund? Working from home, working remotely, learning online, taking online classes, using ChatGPT. So doing something. The doing represents that you need a gerund. Doing something is because one gerund topic is conjugated as singular. Is the new norm. Now, you could be specific and say in my family, among my team. If you don't add that, it just sounds more like a general statement. Adding that limits it to a specific group. So again, I have a challenge for you. Let's make this more interactive. So you're practicing the vocabulary and concepts that you're learning so they'll be more likely to be added to your permanent memory. So I have a blank here. What for you is the new norm? And again, you want a gerund, doing something. So put that in the comments. It is currently trading. So it being oil. Oil is currently trading. So on the stock market, buy and sell, trading over a third higher. So in terms of price, a third higher than before the conflict began. Pushed up, so here, pushed up, I think you can imagine. So push is like this, and then you can push this way, push down, so push up. So if you push something up, it's increasing. So increasing by airstrikes, pushed up. This is the reason why the price of oil has increased, according to this article. Pushed up by airstrikes on shipping and energy infrastructure, and the effective closure of the key Strait of Hormuz. So here, the key, by calling the Strait of Hormuz the key, it means important, critical, vital, the key. Now notice here, when they continue on, a vital waterway. So you could replace vital with a key. Now they've already said key here, so we know it is vital, but you wouldn't repeat the same word twice so closely together. Grammatically, that's fine. It's just not something that's done in writing, in professional writing. You would choose a different word, which is why they use vital. A vital waterway that carries a fifth of global oil supplies. So here, notice they have a third, a fifth. You could replace a with one fifth, one third, but it's very common to use a as well. And numerically, you would have 1/3, 1/5 of global oil supplies. There were wild swings in the price on Monday. So a swing is this. This is the action to swing is what a child does at a playground. The parent can push the child on the swing and the child goes back and forth. So just imagine this is what the price is doing, but it could be this way is up and this way is back, because you don't swing up and down for a child on a swing, but that's the image you can have of the price. And wild, intensifies it, because you can have swings that are quite moderate or mild, we could say, but then wild would be extreme or large or intense swings. There were wild swings in the price on Monday, which was described by the BBC's economics editor, Fhrasal Islam, as the most volatile day of oil trading in history. So this gives you an idea of how wild those swings are and why they use the term wild, which emphasizes it. Now notice here, by the BBC's economics editor, economics. So economics is the field or area of study. So if you're a student, you would say, I'm studying economics. I'm getting my degree in economics. Did you notice that in all cases you add the S? You don't say economic. It's economics with the S. So it's the study or field. Now, I don't know what Fhrasal Islam's job title is, but the job title of someone who professionally works in economics is called an economist. An economist. There are many different job titles that you could have, but one of them is economist. Economist. So economics, economist. Notice there's a different syllable stress, which is why I wanted to share that. I added that here for you in the lesson PDF, and also I underlined the syllable stress. Now remember, it's the vowel that you will hear the longest and loudest. Economics, economics, economist, economist. It's the vowel. As the most volatile day of oil trading in history. So the most, you know, it's the superlative, the most, the most. Let's keep reading. The vast majority. So majority already means the most, but technically a majority is just over 50%. So if there's a vote of 100 people, all you need is 51 people, and then that's the majority, okay? But the vast majority, that could be 80 or 90, 95%. The vast majority of oil is traded for delivery at a future date, says Lindsay James, investment strategist at Quilter. And prices are rising now. So prices of oil, prices are rising because here, this is in the present continuous because it's taking place now. Are rising, and prices is plural, of course. And prices are rising now due to concerns about supplies in the months ahead. So in the months ahead, you could say in the future or in the near future as alternatives. And if you wanted to make it sound even nearer, you could say in the weeks ahead, in the days ahead. So you could use this as a time reference to describe your priorities. So in the weeks ahead, in the days ahead, in the hours ahead, technically you could use different time references there. Just make sure you got the preposition right. It's in, and you need the. In the. And technically you could have it as singular in the month ahead. So that means 30 days. Technically you could. But just know that it is more likely that it's going to be in the plural because you're not being specific about the time reference. And then ahead. This word lets you know in the future. And then here, due to, you could also say because of. So due to something, because of something. And then the something being concerns. Due to sounds a little bit more formal. And then in everyday speech, due to may be too formal. And it might sound a little awkward or unnatural because natives would use because of in everyday speech. But just notice when you have of, because of, or due to, you need a noun. Because of concerns, due to concerns. Now, about is the preposition that belongs to concerns because it's concerns about something. concerns about supplies. Let's keep reading. Before the US and Israeli strikes on Iran, oil had been trading at about $71 a barrel. Okay, so oil had been trading. The past perfect continuous. You don't see this used in speech too often, but when you do need it, it's important to know the sentence structure. So of course, had, been, these don't change with the subject. And then in this case, because it's the continuous, you have your main verb, trade, in the ing form. And you trade at a price. So the price of oil is trading, in the present continuous, is trading at $71 a barrel. Now, a barrel means per barrel. Now, you couldn't replace this with one barrel. You can't say about $71 one barrel. You would have to say per one barrel. But instead of per, you could just say a barrel, because in this case, a means per. Remember, before, a meant one, okay? So in this context, though, it means per. Now, they added about before the price, which means approximately. Approximately is the more formal way, and then about is the more casual way. So it could be 71.25, for example. But prices rose sharply. So here we have our verb rise, and then the past simple is rose. And sharply means that it didn't go like this, which would be more gradual, incremental. It went like this. Okay, so that would be a sharp increase, a sharp increase. But prices rose sharply as soon as the conflict began. So as soon as, this means the same time. Conflict began, and then prices rose sharply. I'm sure you're comfortable using as soon as, but if you're not, you could say something like to your spouse or friend, as soon as you get home, call me. And then you can reverse those. Call me as soon as you get home. So notice that's in the present simple. Do something. Call me. Call me as soon as you get home. I could also say, call me ASAP, which is also verbalized as ASAP. ASAP, you can say the letters individually, or you can turn it into a word, SAP, and then add A. ASAP, ASAP. Both are common. Probably ASAP is a little more common based on what I hear, but I do hear ASAP enough that it's worth knowing what it means. Now, call me ASAP. What does that mean? And how does it differ from this? Well, ASAP means, say it out loud, as soon as, that one's the same here, possible. So it's not tied to an event. It's not when you get home. It's just as soon as possible. So it means in the near future, as quickly as you can, but it's not tied to an event. So you could say, call me ASAP, but that doesn't mean I'll call you as soon as I get home, because the first one is, of course, more specific. So as soon as the conflict began, and this is in the past simple, of course, because the conflict began in the past. Comments from world leaders have contributed significantly to price fluctuations. Okay, what's a price fluctuation? A price fluctuation is a change in price. Now, that change can be an increase and a decrease. So if the price fluctuates, it doesn't sound like it's only going up or it's only going down. It sounds like both, fluctuation. I would say the difference between this, and remember, we also learned swings. Swing, you remember pushing your kid on a swing, but imagine that's what the price is doing. I would say, to me, fluctuation sounds more neutral. It could be, remember I said that a swing could be more gradual, but it's still doing this constantly. But a fluctuation might be just more gradual, and a swing just seems like it's going up and down more rapidly and more substantially. Let's keep reading. For example, so now, for example, I know they're going to provide an example of how the price changed. And that example is going to be from a world leader. For example, when Qatar's energy minister said he expected all oil and gas exporters. So an exporter is someone who exports. Now it can be, you could be speaking about a person, but you could most likely be speaking about a company. So when I say someone who exports, a company that exports. In the Gulf, let me just read this, said he expected all oil and gas exporters in the Gulf to stop production within days. This pushed oil prices to a 2-year high. So remember, we saw pushed up oil prices. So here we just have pushed oil prices because we have the preposition to. Push something to something. So to a high, but they're telling you what type of high. 2-year functions as an adjective, which is why there's no S on year, because adjectives don't have a plural and singular form. Now here, this pushed oil prices. So his comments, that's the this. His comments pushed oil prices. So his comments caused oil prices to increase to a 2-year high. Let's keep reading. But then US President Donald Trump, so again, another world leader, but then US President Donald Trump described the war as very complete, pretty much. So very complete, pretty much. In spoken English, you might say one thing and then add another thought, but in written English, you have more time to say it precisely. So to say it more precisely, he would probably say as pretty much complete, because complete, you would want to just modify that, and pretty much means almost complete, essentially complete, pretty much complete, as pretty much complete. Raising hopes. So to raise one's hopes means that this statement caused my hope that the war will end quickly, it increased it. So that's what hopes represents, raising hopes. The conflict would not be drawn out. So if you draw something out, it means you cause it to be longer than it needs to be. So in this case, of course, it's a negative. In most cases, it's used as a negative. You might say that movie was great, but the ending was drawn out. So you're saying the ending was longer than it needed to be. So you can use it with just a specific section of something, like the ending of a movie or a section of a presentation or a conference, or you could just use it for the entirety of something. That presentation was drawn out. The entirety was longer than it needed to be. Or this explanation is drawn out longer than it needs to be. And I'm definitely guilty of that sometimes. Now notice here, drawn out functions as the adjective. This is important because grammatically you need a verb. Would not be, to be drawn out. And here, the ending was drawn out because this is in the past. So of course you conjugate your verb depending on the subject and time reference. In response, the oil price went into free fall. And by the end of Monday, it had fallen by nearly $30 from the peak seen earlier in the day. So here, perhaps you can understand what go into free fall, because we have went, which is just the past simple of the verb go. So when you're learning new vocabulary, just put it in the base or infinitive form, to go into free fall, because it will help you remember to conjugate that. So perhaps you can understand what this means just based on context. And this will probably help you, because to go into free, well, perhaps this as well, to go into free fall just means to fall significantly. So to fall dramatically or significantly. And it had fallen by nearly $30. So for the price of something, that sounds significant. From the peak. So the peak of a mountain is the highest point. So the peak price is the highest price that it's been. Well, it can be within a time context. It doesn't mean it's been in all time. It could be the peak this month, today. So in here we have earlier in the day. Let's keep reading. We are not yet 2 weeks into the war. This is not the most common way of wording it. We are not yet 2 weeks into the war. So a more common way would be we are only 2 weeks into the war. But using not yet is a more dramatic way of saying it. It emphasizes it more. But you could equally say we are only 2 weeks into the war, or we are barely 2 weeks into the war. Because if you say not yet, it sounds like it's only 1.5 or 1.7 weeks, not 2. Okay, so if I say only 2 weeks, it sounds like 2, but barely 2 weeks sounds like 2 or slightly less than 2. We are not yet 2 weeks into the war between the US, Israel, and Iran. We do not know how long the conflict will last or how significant its impact will be. So this ending is probably suggesting that there's uncertainty, and this uncertainty will likely continue to see the price of oil dominate headlines, which is what they suggested earlier. And that's the end of the article. So now I'll read the article from start to finish, and you can focus on my pronunciation. What on earth is going on with oil prices? The price of oil rarely makes it into dinner table conversation, but over the last 2 weeks, it has dominated headlines, with huge and unusual rises and falls starting to feel like the new norm. It is currently trading over a third higher than before the conflict began, pushed up by airstrikes on shipping and energy infrastructure and the effective closure of the key Strait of Hormuz, a vital waterway that carries a fifth of global oil supplies. There were wild swings in the price on Monday, which was described by the BBC's economics editor Fhrasal Islam as the most volatile day of oil trading in history. The vast majority of oil is traded for delivery at a future date, says Lindsay James, investment strategist at Quilter, and prices are rising now due to concerns about supplies in the months ahead. Before the U.S. and Israeli strikes on Iran, oil had been trading at about $71 a barrel, but prices rose sharply as soon as the conflict began. Comments from world leaders have contributed significantly to price fluctuations. For example, when Qatar's energy minister said he expected all oil and gas exporters in the Gulf to stop production within days, this pushed oil prices to a 2-year high. But then U.S. President Donald Trump described the war as very complete, pretty much, raising hopes the conflict would not be drawn out. In response, the oil price went into free fall, and by the end of Monday, it had fallen by nearly $30 from the peak seen earlier in the day. We are not yet 2 weeks into the war between the U.S., Israel, and Iran. We do not know how long the conflict will last or how significant its impact will be.
Now you'll learn 100 adjectives that you can use to describe people and personality. First, let's talk about sentence structure. Commonly, you can use to be plus adjective. Janice is nice. Of course, you need to conjugate your verb according to the subject. I am nice. Another common structure is to use adjective plus noun. I met a nice person. Notice the adjective comes directly before the noun, so it's article, adjective, noun. I met a nice person. Pay attention to this sentence structure. I'll also teach you more advanced sentence structures in the different examples. Now let's get started with our 100 advanced adjectives, starting from A all the way to Z. Adaptable. Adaptable. This is when you're willing and able to change to suit different conditions. So let's say 1 minute you're editing a report, next you're leading a presentation, next you're analyzing financial information. So you're working and changing to do many different things. I'm very adaptable. Adept, adept. You're adept at something. Notice that preposition at. When you're adept at something, it means you're skilled at something. You're very good at something. I'm very adept at using SAP. Adventurous, adventurous. This is when you're willing to try new or different things. A job posting might say, we're looking for someone who's adventurous because this position requires traveling all over the world. So if you're adventurous, you can apply. Affectionate, affectionate. This is showing feelings of liking or love. She gave me an affectionate farewell, so a very loving farewell. I've summarized all 100 adjectives into a free lesson PDF that includes the adjective, the definition, and an example sentence. You can look in the description for the link to download the free lesson PDF. Ambitious, ambitious. This is when you have a strong desire to become successful in your career or in life. I'm attracted to ambitious men. Does that describe you? Are you ambitious? Artistic, artistic. This is when you're able to create or enjoy art. Would you describe yourself as artistic? Assertive, assertive. When you're assertive, it means you're confident saying what you mean or what you feel without fear. I need to work on being more assertive. I need to work on saying what I want, saying what I feel without being afraid of what other people might think of me. I need to work on being more assertive. Attentive, attentive. When you're attentive, it means you're very helpful and you take care of others. I try to be very attentive to my students, which means I try to be very helpful. Authentic, authentic. This means that you're real, you're true. You're not pretending to be someone that you're not, you're authentic. Sometimes being authentic around others is difficult. Sometimes being the real you is difficult because you're afraid that people might judge you. Approachable, approachable. This describes someone who is friendly and easy to talk to. My goal is for all my students to describe me as approachable. Would you describe me as approachable, friendly, and easy to talk to? If so, put that in the comments. Jennifer, you're approachable. Balanced, balanced. This is when you consider all sides or opinions equally. Even though she's a Democrat, she's very balanced. She considers other sides and opinions other than Democratic opinions. Bright, bright. This is another way of saying smart or intelligent or someone who learns quickly. My students are all very bright. I know you'll learn these adjectives very quickly because you're bright. Broad-minded, broad-minded. This is someone who is willing to accept different behaviors, different opinions, different lifestyles. Being broad-minded is important when you work with people from around the world. Candid, candid. When someone is candid, it means that they're honest and they tell the truth about a situation. To be candid, I left my job because I didn't like my boss. Cheerful. This is someone who is happy and positive. Cheerful. I try to surround myself with cheerful people. Chill. Chill. This is an informal adjective but commonly used. And it describes someone who is relaxed, who isn't worried, isn't anxious, who's very chill. As I get older, I become more and more chill, more relaxed. I don't stress as much. I'm not as anxious or worried. I'm chill. Are you chill? Put that in the comments if you are. I'm chill. Clever. Clever. This is another advanced way of saying smart or intelligent, someone who learns quickly. She's a very clever student. Communicative. Communicative. This describes someone who is willing to talk to others and who is willing to share information. Did you notice that Julie wasn't very communicative at the meeting today? Compassionate. Compassionate. This is someone who is very sympathetic to others, especially when others are in a difficult situation and they want to help that person. They're very compassionate. She's a compassionate reporter. Competitive. Competitive. This describes someone who really wants to win and who enjoys competition. I am very competitive. Sometimes I'm a little too competitive because I love winning. What about you? Are you competitive? Charismatic. Charismatic. This is someone who is well liked and well admired. And because of that, they're able to influence others easily. If you want to win the election, you need to be more charismatic. Considerate. Considerate. This is when you care about and respect others. It was very considerate of you to change the meeting because you knew I had an appointment. Constructive. Constructive. This is usually information or advice that's meant to help someone or help someone improve their performance. Can I give you some constructive criticism? Can I criticize you, but in a way that's meant to help you improve your performance? Can I give you some constructive criticism? Coy. Coy. When someone's coy, they intentionally don't reveal information because they want to make that information more engaging or interesting. She's being very coy about the party. So she's not sharing a lot of details about the party, but that makes you wonder about the party and want to know more. So it makes you interested in the party. She's being very coy about the party. Courageous. Courageous. Someone who's courageous is able to control their fear or negative emotion in fearful or dangerous situations. It was very courageous of you to quit your job and go back to school in your 40s. Creative. Creative. This is someone who produces or uses unique or original ideas. We're looking for someone who's creative. Curious. Curious. This is someone who is interested in learning about the world around them. Being curious is a great quality when you're learning a language. Would you agree with that? If you agree, put I agree in the comments. Dependable. Dependable. This is someone deserving of trust and confidence. My assistant is very dependable. Determined. Determined. When you're determined, you want something really badly and you're not willing to let anything or anyone stop you from getting the thing that you want. If you're determined, you'll become fluent. That's my promise to you. But it takes determination. You need to be determined. Direct. Direct. When someone's direct, it means they communicate in a way that says exactly what they mean in a very honest way without worrying about being judged or hurting someone's feelings. I like how our CEO is very direct even when delivering bad news. Dynamic. Dynamic. This is someone who has a lot of different ideas and who is very energetic and forceful. Has anyone ever told you that you're very dynamic? Easygoing. Easygoing. This describes someone who is relaxed and who doesn't easily get upset. My new manager is way more easygoing than my last one. Eclectic, eclectic. When something is eclectic, it consists of many different types, methods, or styles. I work with an eclectic group of students in the Finally Fluent Academy. So I work with many different types of students in the Finally Fluent Academy. Emotional, emotional. This is when you have and express strong feelings and emotions. John became very emotional at his retirement party. Energetic, energetic. This is when you have a lot of energy. Even though she's almost 80, my grandmother is very energetic. Enthusiastic, enthusiastic. This is when you have an interest in a particular subject and you're very eager to want to be part of that subject. I love how enthusiastic you are about our new plan. Extroverted, extroverted. This describes a person who enjoys being with other people and are very energetic when they're with other people. Although I'm not very extroverted, I love working in sales. Exuberant, exuberant. This describes someone who is very energetic and simply happy to be alive. She's an exuberant speaker. Fearless, fearless. Of course, this means you're free from fear. Good negotiators need to be fearless. Flexible, flexible. This is when you're able to change or be changed based on the situation. My schedule is very flexible next week. Forgiving, forgiving. This describes someone who forgives easily. I'm thankful I have a forgiving boss. A boss who forgives easily. Fruitful, fruitful. This is something that produces good results. He had a fruitful career as a lawyer. So it says he was very successful in his career. He produced good results. Frank, frank. This describes someone who is honest and sincere. Thank you for being frank with me. Now remember that Frank is the name of a man, so you could possibly say Frank is very frank. So a man whose name is Frank is very frank, which means he's very honest and sincere. Fun-loving, fun-loving. This is when you enjoy having fun and not being too serious. Although I'm the CEO of a Fortune 500 company, I'm also very fun-loving. Gregarious, gregarious. This is someone who likes being with other people. Being gregarious is an important quality of a nurse because if you're a nurse, you need to like being around other people and spending time with your patients. Genuine, genuine. This describes someone who is real and exactly what they appear to be. Her speech was genuine. Honorable, honorable. Notice that silent H, honorable. This is someone who's honest, silent H, honest, and fair. She's an honorable boss and I respect her decision. Humble, humble. This is someone who's modest, who shows a low estimate of their own worth. Although she makes $2 million a year, she's very humble. So this means she doesn't act like she makes $2 million a year. She drives a regular car, lives in a regular house, wears regular clothes. She's humble. Handy, handy. Someone who's handy means they're really skilled with using their hands, especially when it comes to tools and repairing, fixing, or even making things. I am not very handy, which means I'm not very good at repairing or fixing things or making things using tools with my hands. What about you? Would you describe yourself as handy? Are you handy? Imaginative. Imaginative. This is someone who can easily think of new, creative, original, innovative ideas. Kamal is an imaginative designer. Inquisitive, inquisitive. This describes someone who wants to know about a lot of different things. Usually someone who's inquisitive asks a lot of questions. I love when my students are inquisitive about my lessons. So I love when my students ask questions. Impeccable, impeccable. This is something that is perfect, that has no mistakes, no errors, no flaws. Sylvia gave an impeccable performance. Intuitive, intuitive. When someone's intuitive, it means they can understand things, but more based on emotions and feelings rather than facts or information. I'm very intuitive when it comes to hiring, which means when I hire someone, I trust the feeling I get about that person rather than the facts on their resume. So they might have this amazing resume, but when I'm talking to them, if I don't get a good feeling about that person, I'm not going to hire them, which means I'm very intuitive. I trust my intuition. I'm very intuitive. Ingenious, ingenious. This is very intelligent or skillful. The way you handled that situation was ingenious. Inviting, inviting. Someone who's inviting makes you feel very welcome in any new environment or situation. The new HR manager is very inviting. Jubilant, jubilant. This is feeling and expressing great happiness, usually because of a success. The fans were jubilant after the game. So they were very happy, which means the team won. The fans were jubilant. Keen, keen. This describes someone who is very willing and eager and wants something. She's very keen. She's already followed up with me. So maybe we had an interview yesterday and she already sent me an email asking if I needed to know anything else about her. She's very keen. Kind-hearted, kind-hearted. This is someone who really enjoys helping other people. My doctor is very kind-hearted. Lively, lively. This is someone who's full of energy and enthusiasm. My team is so lively today. Logical, logical. This means reasonable based on good judgment. You made a logical decision. Loyal, loyal. This is someone who provides support in any situation. Kirk is our most loyal manager. He's been with the company for 20 years. Laudable, laudable. This is something that deserves praise, even though there was no success or little success. Your actions are laudable. So even though you didn't succeed or get the result you wanted, you still deserve praise, most likely because you acted in a very responsible way. Mature, mature. When someone's mature, it means they act in a way that's very well developed emotionally. Although Shirok is only an intern, he's very mature. So this suggests he acts in a way that makes him seem older because he's more well-developed emotionally compared to his age. Meticulous, meticulous. This means very careful with close attention to detail. As a quality assurance professional, I need to be meticulous. Marvelous, marvelous. This is another way of saying very good. Marvelous. They did a marvelous job for the new client. Nimble, nimble. This is someone who is quick and exact with either their movements or their thoughts. His nimble hands are perfect for repairing antiques. Antiques are very delicate, but he can move his hands in a very quick way. His hands are very nimble. Open-minded, open-minded. This describes someone who is willing to consider ideas or opinions that are different from their own. Doctors are becoming more and more open-minded. Optimistic, Optimistic. This describes someone who is hopeful, who sees the good parts of a situation, or who believes that good will come from a situation. I'm optimistic that I'll pass my oral exam. I'm hopeful. Out of this world. Out of this world. This is something that's extraordinary, superb. Your design skills are out of this world. Outgoing. Outgoing. This is someone who is friendly and energetic and finds it easy and enjoyable being with other people. Now that I feel confident with my English, I'm more outgoing at work. This is something a lot of students want to have. So definitely improve your English so you can be more outgoing. Pensive. Pensive. When someone is pensive, it means they're thinking, and they're usually quite quiet. They're thinking very seriously. They're pensive. Julie was very pensive during our presentation, which means she was quite quiet during the presentation and she was just thinking. Proactive. Proactive. This means that you take action to change something rather than waiting for the situation to happen and then simply reacting to the situation. One of my best qualities is that I'm proactive. Perceptive. Perceptive. This means that you're very good at noticing details and information that other people may not notice. We really appreciate your perceptive comments. So you provided information that nobody else thought of, but you were very perceptive. We appreciate your perceptive comments. Persistent. Persistent. This is when you continue doing something in a determined way, even when you face difficulties or challenges. When I'm solving a problem, I'm very persistent. Punctual. Punctual. This means you arrive or you do something at the scheduled time, so it means not late. Thankfully, the contractors are very punctual. They say they'll be here at 9 a.m. and 9 a.m. they're here. They're very punctual. Qualified. Qualified. This is when you have the skill, the knowledge, or the ability to do something specific. Ronnie is the most qualified accountant I know. Riveting. Riveting. This means extremely interesting. The speakers at the conference were all riveting. Renowned. Renowned. This means you're famous for something specific. Maya Angelou is a renowned poet. So she's famous, but for something specific. Poetry. She's a renowned poet. Ravishing. Ravishing. This means extremely beautiful. You look ravishing in that dress. Or if you're a male, you look ravishing in that suit. Reverent. Reverent. This is showing great respect or admiration. The reverent crowd became silent when she appeared on stage. So to show their respect and admiration, the crowd became silent. So we can say they're a reverent crowd. Self-reliant. Self-reliant. This means that you rely on your own skills and abilities. When you work remotely, you need to be self-reliant. Sensible. Sensible. This means having and using good judgment. I like working with Hamid. He's very sensible. Savvy. Savvy. This means you have practical knowledge and skills. She's very savvy when it comes to marketing. And I'm sure you're familiar with the term tech savvy, which means you're very skilled and knowledgeable when it comes to technology. Tech savvy. I'm very tech savvy. What about you? Are you tech savvy? Put that in the comments. I'm tech savvy. I'm not tech savvy. Supportive. Supportive. This is giving encouragement and approval. As a teacher, I try to be very supportive to all my students. Sincere. Sincere. This means honest. not false, not invented. Her apology was sincere. So she said, I'm sorry, and she said it in an honest way, not I'm sorry, where clearly she's not actually sorry. I'm sorry. Her apology was sincere. Straightforward, straightforward. This means honest and not hiding one's opinions. I love how straightforward Shirley is. Sage, sage. This means wise, and we use it specifically with people who are wise because they're old. And with their old age, they gain wisdom. They're very sage. The consultant has 20 years of experience, so we can trust his sage advice. Steadfast, steadfast. This means staying the same for a long time, not changing, not losing purpose. Jose is a steadfast assistant. Tenacious, tenacious. This is when you're unwilling to accept defeat or unwilling to stop doing or having something. Felicity is a tenacious student. Thrilling, thrilling. This means very exciting. Fabio's plan for the company is thrilling. Tender, tender. This means gentle, loving, or kind. It's important to be tender when you're delivering bad news. Tactful, tactful. This is when you're careful not to say or do something that could upset others. Yusuf quit in a very tactful way. Upbeat, upbeat. This means positive, with hope for the future. Marie is very upbeat about the proposal. Unrelenting. I like this one. Unrelenting. This means extremely determined, never weakening or ending. I appreciate my parents' unrelenting support. Their support never weakens. It never ends. It's unrelenting. Versatile, versatile. This is when you're able to change easily from one activity to another, or when you can use one thing in many different ways. Brad Pitt is a versatile actor. So he's one actor, but you can use him in many different ways. Romance, comedy, action, drama. He's a versatile actor. Vibrant, vibrant. This means energetic, exciting, and full of enthusiasm. I love how vibrant my work environment is. Witty, witty. When someone's witty, it means they're funny, but in a very intelligent way. My pilot was very witty. Youthful, youthful. This means having qualities that are typical of young people. Her youthful enthusiasm makes coming to work more enjoyable. So maybe she isn't youthful, maybe she is 50 or 60 years old, but her enthusiasm, her energy is youthful, which is a very positive thing. So it's more enjoyable coming to work. Zealous, zealous. This means enthusiastic and eager. I appreciate how zealous she is. Amazing job! Now you have 100 advanced adjectives that you can start using in your vocabulary to sound more advanced and more professional. So what's your favorite new adjective from the list? Share your favorites in the comments below and leave an example sentence. And remember, you can download the free lesson PDF that summarizes all 100 adjectives with their meaning and with example sentences. So look in the description for the link to download the free lesson PDF. And if you want to keep expanding your vocabulary, you can get started with your next lesson right now.